Welcome back to the Midnight Mysteries sleeping experience. We're here to help you have the best night's sleep you've ever had. But first, like the video and comment where you're watching from as well as how late you're watching. Now get comfortable and have a nice night. In the dark expanse of the wartime sky, the ghostly echo of a World War II bomber's distress signal cut through the silence, challenging the boundaries of time and the understanding of those who heard it. This particular aircraft, a B-17 Flying Fortress, had been reported missing years earlier, its fate a lingering mystery among the air crews and radio operators who scanned the skies and airwaves for any sign of life. Yet, here was its call sign, unmistakably clear through the static, resonating across the airwaves long after the war had claimed it. The night was typical for a remote military radio station, with operators methodically scanning frequencies for any signs of enemy or allied transmissions. The radio operator on duty, a seasoned technician named James, was well versed in the usual array of signals and static that populated the airwaves. But nothing in his years of service could have prepared him for the chilling sequence of Morse code that tapped through his headphones, spelling out a distress call that should have been impossible to receive. James was stationed at a secluded air base in the Pacific, a pivotal point for communications between aircraft patrolling the vast ocean and their home bases. The base was quiet that night, with only the hum of distant engines and the occasional murmur of other operators breaking the monotony. As James adjusted the dials, fine-tuning the frequency in response to what he assumed was just another routine check, the signal came through. A series of sharp, deliberate dots and dashes that froze him in his seat. The signal was strong and clear, not the faded or fragmented echoes one might expect from a plane going down, or a transmission muffled by distance or interference. What made the transmission utterly astonishing was the call sign, a series of letters and numbers that James recognized immediately from old logs and whispered stories among the older staff. It was the call sign of the lost bomber, a plane that had vanished on a reconnaissance mission over the enemy territory, its crew never heard from again until now. Reacting swiftly, James noted the time and frequency of the transmission, then reached out to his commanding officer. Within minutes, the sleepy base was astir with activity. Senior officers poured into the communications room, listening intently as James replayed the recording of the transmission. The implications were staggering, and skepticism ran high among the gathered officials. Could it be a delayed echo of the original distress call, somehow trapped and then released by unusual atmospheric conditions? Or was it something more sinister, perhaps a trick by the enemy to sow confusion and fear? The initial shock of the transmission gave way to a flurry of activity. Technical specialists were called in to analyze the signal's origin, verifying its authenticity and attempting to triangulate its source. Historians and veteran pilots were consulted about the missing bomber's last known coordinates and mission details, piecing together the flight's intended route and its significance during the war. Meanwhile, James continued to monitor the frequency, half expecting further communications, or perhaps an explanation to unfold through the static. But no additional signals came through. The airwaves fell silent again, as enigmatic as they had been before the ghostly distress call pierced the night. This mysterious incident quickly transcended the confines of the military base, capturing the attention of military historians, aviation enthusiasts, and paranormal researchers alike. The story of the lost bomber and its sudden, unexplained reemergence through a lone radio transmission became a compelling narrative, weaving together elements of historical fact, unresolved mystery, and speculative folklore. As investigations into the phenomenon continued, the base remained abuzz with theories and inquiries, each person clinging to their own explanation of the events. The echo of the past, heard through the crackle of a modern radio system, challenged the very perception of time and technology, leaving more questions than answers in its wake. How could a distress call from a long-lost bomber so clearly and suddenly manifest after years of silence? The search for answers would delve deep into the archives of wartime aviation, the science of radio transmission, and the boundless realm of the unexplained. The B-17 Flying Fortress, known for its durability and formidable presence in the skies during World War II, had been part of a squadron assigned to a high-risk reconnaissance mission over enemy territory. The The bomber in question, christened with a name that evoked a sense of invincibility, had left its base on a foggy morning in 1942, fully crewed and loaded with the latest navigation technology of the time. Its mission was straightforward but perilous: gather crucial intelligence about enemy positions and return safely. However, the aircraft and its crew mysteriously vanished without a trace, their fate becoming one of the war's enduring mysteries. This chapter delves into the historical backdrop against which the bomber operated, a world engulfed by the global conflict of World War II. The period was marked by rapid advancements in technology and warfare tactics, alongside the ever-present shadow of danger that loomed over military personnel. The missing bomber's story was not uncommon during these turbulent times. Many aircraft were lost due to enemy fire, mechanical failures, or navigational errors in the vast uncharted territories they patrolled. Yet, the disappearance of this particular B-17 had captured the imagination of many, partly due to its crew's reputed expertise and the critical nature of their missions. Interviews with surviving relatives and squadron members pieced together a picture of a highly skilled crew who had successfully completed numerous missions prior to their final, fateful flight. The aircraft was last seen veering off course, clouded by bad weather, with radio communications abruptly ceasing shortly after takeoff. The incident left a significant impact on the squadron and the home base, prompting an extensive search operation. Rescue planes and ships scoured the suspected crash area for weeks, hoping for signs of the aircraft or survivors. Despite these efforts, no physical evidence of the wreckage or crew was ever found, and the mission was eventually deemed lost at sea, its details classified and buried in military archives. Decades later, the unexpected transmission received by the radio operator James reopened old wounds and sparked a renewed interest in the lost bomber's fate. Military historians and archivists began to re-examine old flight logs, mission briefings, and survivor testimonies to gather insights that might explain the mysterious radio message. This re-examination was not just an academic exercise, but also a poignant reminder of the unresolved losses that many families still felt, holding on to hope for some form of closure. The renewed investigation into the bomber also brought to light the broader context of its disappearance. During World War II, the region where the aircraft vanished was notorious for its challenging weather conditions and heavy enemy activity. Theories about what might have led to its loss ranged from a catastrophic weather event that overwhelmed the aircraft's capabilities to an encounter with enemy fighters or anti-aircraft fire. Amid these historical explorations, the legacy of the crew and their mission was commemorated in various ways. Museums and war memorials included the bomber's story in their exhibits, honoring the bravery and sacrifice of those who flew such dangerous missions. Annual remembrance events also featured tributes to the lost aircraft and its crew, often attended by family members and former military comrades who shared personal anecdotes and honored their memory. As the past was painstakingly pieced together from snippets of history, the narrative of the missing B-17 and its crew evolved from a footnote in military history into a symbol of the unresolved mysteries of war. Each piece of evidence brought more questions, painting a complex picture of courage, loss, and the indelible mark left on those who wait for answers. The intrigue surrounding the ghostly transmission only deepened the mystery, suggesting that perhaps, in some form, the past was reaching out, prompting a new generation to uncover forgotten stories ensconced in the annals of wartime aviation. Upon receiving the startling and unexplainable transmission, the atmosphere at the remote military base was charged with a mix of skepticism and eerie fascination. The radio operator, James, who had initially picked up the distress signal, was immediately surrounded by a mix of commanding officers and technical staff, all eager to make sense of the report. The urgency of the situation led to a flurry of activity, as military protocols for handling unexpected transmissions, especially those that could be of historical significance, were swiftly enacted. The base commander took the lead, initiating a formal investigation to verify the authenticity of the signal and determine its potential origins. The first step was to confirm that the equipment James was using had been functioning correctly. Technicians conducted a thorough check of the radio systems, scrutinizing every component to rule out the possibility of a malfunction or error that could have fabricated the reception of the old bomber's signal. Parallel to the technical checks, the operations team reviewed communication logs from the night of the incident to cross-reference other signals and ensure there was no overlap or interference from other transmissions. They also extended their inquiry to neighboring bases and ships that might have been on the same frequency, seeking any corroborative evidence that could confirm the signal's legitimacy. As the initial shock wore off, skepticism began to permeate the discussions among the base staff. Experienced military personnel debated the likelihood of a signal surviving intact for years and suddenly emerging on their equipment. The technical experts, while confirming that the equipment was in perfect working order, were hard-pressed to provide a plausible explanation for how a World War II-era transmission could have been received in such a clear form after decades. Despite the doubts, the story of the missing bomber and its mysterious reappearance via radio waves captivated the imagination of everyone at the base. Theories abounded, ranging from delayed radio echoes, a phenomenon where signals bounce off ionospheric layers and reappear years later, to more speculative ideas involving time slips or supernatural interventions, which were popular in local folklore. To deepen their understanding, the investigation team decided to reach out to veterans and historians who might shed light on any similar occurrences or provide insights into the lost bomber's last mission. This led to interviews with elderly servicemen who had flown during the same period, some of whom recalled unexplained losses and tales of ghostly communications in other war theaters, which were usually dismissed as the stressed imaginations of pilots and operators. Amidst the technical and historical investigations, the psychological impact on James and others who had heard the transmission was palpable. The incident had stirred a mix of fear and curiosity, prompting discussions about the often ignored human element in military operations. Psychologists were brought in to help manage the emotional aftermath, facilitating sessions that helped personnel process what many felt was a brush with the inexplicable. As the days passed, the incident drew attention beyond the immediate military community. The story leaked to the press, and soon, headlines about the ghost transmission began to appear, piquing public interest and leading to a deluge of theories from outside the military. This public engagement spurred the military to be more forthcoming with their findings, balancing the need for transparency with the operational security that such investigations demanded. Despite thorough investigations and widespread speculations, the source and nature of the transmission remained an enigma. The lack of definitive answers only fueled more interest and debate, cementing the incident's place in the annals of military mysteries. This unexpected brush with the past had not only reopened a chapter thought long closed, but also reminded those involved of the enduring echoes of history that still resonate in the present, challenging our understanding of time, technology, and the tales left behind by those who came before. After the initial shock and flurry of investigations following the reception of the eerie transmission, the focus shifted towards a deeper technical analysis. This phase involved a thorough examination of the radio equipment used by James, the radio operator, and a scientific exploration of the atmospheric conditions that might have enabled such an anachronistic communication. Experts from the communications technology field were brought in to scrutinize the radio systems and any possible loopholes that might explain the phenomenon. The primary goal was to determine if there was any chance that the radio equipment could have malfunctioned in such a way that it picked up a stray signal and misinterpreted it as being from the World War II bomber. Engineers tested the sensitivity of the receivers and evaluated whether they could accidentally capture echoes from the past, a theory that some found plausible given the high-powered nature of wartime transmitters. Simultaneously, atmospheric scientists looked into rare but documented phenomena such as skywave propagation, where radio waves are reflected back to Earth by the ionosphere, allowing signals to travel over long distances beyond the horizon. This line of inquiry examined whether specific atmospheric conditions on the night of the transmission could have allowed for a long-delayed echo effect, where signals from the past are bounced back many years later. They delved into historical meteorological data to see if similar conditions had occurred in the past and correlated them with reports of unexplained transmissions. To rule out the possibility of a hoax or interference, cryptographers and communications experts analyzed the content and structure of the Morse code message received by James. They confirmed its authenticity as matching the style and urgency typical of World War II distress signals. This verification deepened the mystery rather than dispelling it, as it suggested that the transmission was indeed connected to the lost bomber. Throughout this technical exploration, Workshops and meetings were held at the base, where experts presented their findings to military personnel and invited academics. These sessions often turned into heated debates about the limits of current scientific understanding and the possible existence of yet undiscovered natural phenomena that could explain such anomalies. The technical analysis also extended to a review of all recorded anomalies in military communications equipment across the globe. This comprehensive audit aimed to identify any patterns or similar occurrences that could shed light on the incident. However, no other instances of comparably delayed transmissions were found, which underscored the uniqueness of the situation and complicated the formulation of a conclusive explanation. Despite extensive testing and theorizing, the technical analysis yielded no definitive answers. The equipment was found to be in perfect working order, and no fully satisfactory scientific explanation could be provided for the transmission's origins. This outcome left many questions unanswered and prompted a shift towards considering more speculative explanations. As the investigation continued without clear resolution, the incident began to attract attention from outside the scientific community. Interest groups ranging from amateur radio enthusiasts to conspiracy theorists took up the cause, each offering their own theories on what might have happened. This broad spectrum of interest kept the story alive in the public imagination and ensured that it remained a topic of lively discussion in various circles. The inability of the technical analysis to provide clear answers only added to the allure of the mystery, transforming the incident from a mere anomaly into a legend. This legendary status was bolstered by the historical and emotional weight of the missing World War II bomber and its crew, whose fate remained a poignant reminder of the countless similar mysteries still unresolved from the era of the war. As the technical analysis yielded no definitive explanations, attention shifted toward a broader historical investigation. This new phase aimed to dig deeper into the history of the missing World War II bomber, exploring the crew's backgrounds, the aircraft's service record, and any past incidents or communications that might shed light on the mysterious transmission. Archivists and military historians began to comb through old flight logs, mission briefs, and service records, looking for clues that could link the lost bomber to the recently received distress signal. They revisited the day the bomber went missing, analyzing the geopolitical context and the specific mission it was part of. This meticulous review revealed that the bomber had been on a reconnaissance mission intended to gather crucial intelligence. The mission was high risk, with the aircraft expected to fly deep into enemy territory, which made the plane and its crew prime targets for enemy forces. Interviews were conducted with surviving members from the same squadron and with relatives of the missing crew. These interviews aimed to gather personal stories and any transmitted communications that could have been overlooked or not adequately recorded at the time. Some family members provided letters and other personal effects that included references to previous missions and the crew's thoughts and feelings about their roles in the war. These artifacts offered a poignant glimpse into the personal lives of those involved, enriching the narrative of the historical investigation. Additionally, historians sought eyewitness accounts from other military personnel who might have been in the area on the day the bomber disappeared. These efforts uncovered a few vague references to unusual radio traffic heard around that time, which had previously been dismissed as irrelevant or misidentified due to the chaotic nature of wartime communications. The investigation also extended to exploring similar historical incidents, where aircraft disappeared under mysterious circumstances, only to re-emerge in folklore or speculative sightings. This comparative analysis was useful not only in understanding the phenomenon, but also in placing the current incident within a broader historical and cultural context. Researchers delved into theories of ghost planes, a recurring motif in 20th century military and aviation folklore, which often symbolizes unresolved grief and the haunting memories of war. As the historical investigation unfolded, it also highlighted the technological advancements in radio and aviation technology since World War II. Experts on vintage military equipment were consulted to ascertain the capabilities and limitations of the period's technology, particularly the types of radios used in World War II bombers. These specialists provided insights into how atmospheric conditions, equipment malfunctions, or operator errors could have contributed to unexplained transmissions. Throughout this investigative process, the public's fascination with the story grew. Museums and war memorials began to feature exhibits on the missing bomber, using the incident to educate visitors about the uncertainties and perils of wartime aviation. These exhibits often included interactive elements, such as listening stations where visitors could hear simulated versions of the distress call, and panels discussing the nature of radio transmissions and how they can be affected by environmental factors. The historical investigation, while failing to provide a conclusive explanation for the distress signal, succeeded in reviving interest in the fate of the missing bomber and its crew. It brought closure to some family members, offering them a sense of connection to their lost relatives and the comfort of knowing that their loved ones had not been forgotten. Moreover, it encouraged ongoing scholarly interest in wartime communication mysteries, ensuring that the legacy of those lost in war continued to be remembered and studied. The ghost transmission episode ignited a cascade of theories and speculations that extended beyond the confines of straightforward historical and technical analysis. As no definitive answers emerged from the rigorous checks and investigative efforts, the discussion broadened to encompass a wider array of possibilities, including both natural phenomena and more speculative supernatural explanations. Among the scientific community, the notion of natural atmospheric phenomena played a central role in the discourse. Experts in atmospheric science and physics considered the possibility that unique atmospheric conditions might have allowed a radio transmission from decades ago to be reflected or refracted back to Earth. Phenomena such as sky wave propagation, where radio waves bounce off the ionosphere and travel vast distances, and even more obscure theories like ducting, where radio waves are trapped in layers of different temperatures and humidity, were discussed as potential explanations. These theories were bolstered by incidents in radio history, where signals thought to be lost or sent long ago were received much later, due to unusual atmospheric conditions. However, the exact conditions required to recreate such a specific and seemingly directed transmission, as that of the missing W-2 bomber, remained a point of contention and deep intrigue within the scientific panels discussing the case. On the other side of the spectrum, the paranormal enthusiasts and conspiracy theorists had a field day with the incident. The Bermuda Triangle, notorious for its mysterious disappearances and strange occurrences, was frequently cited in these discussions. Theories ranged from wormholes and time slips to interdimensional portals, suggesting that the bomber had momentarily bridged through time to send its distress call into the future. These ideas, while lacking scientific backing, captured the imagination of the public and fueled numerous articles, books, and documentary segments. Historians and cultural anthropologists also weighed in, viewing the persistent interest in the ghost transmission through the lens of cultural studies. They argued that such phenomena serve as modern folklore, stories that people cling to in order to deal with the chaos and unpredictability of life. The bomber's story, they suggested, had morphed into a kind of ghost story for the technological age, embodying the collective anxiety about war and the unknown. In academic circles, the incident became a case study in how unexplained phenomena can challenge our understanding of science and technology. Conferences and symposiums featured panels and papers on the incident, discussing not only the technical and atmospheric possibilities, but also exploring what this phenomenon reveals about human belief systems and the psychology of mystery. The theories and speculations also prompted further scientific exploration into the limits of current radio technology and atmospheric sciences. Grants were allocated for projects aimed at studying skywave propagation more intensely, especially as it relates to long-delayed radio wave travel. Such research endeavored to discern whether science might one day be able to explain anomalies that currently fall into the realm of the unexplained. In essence, the myriad theories and speculations surrounding the ghost transmission demonstrated the human penchant for mystery and the lengths to which individuals and communities will go to make sense of the inexplicable. Whether driven by scientific curiosity, a fascination with the supernatural, or a blend of both, the discussions and debates ensured that the story of the WW2 bomber and its eerie call for help continued to resonate, inviting more questions than it answered. As the ghostly transmission from the World War II bomber settled into the annals of unexplained military history, its cultural impact continued to resonate across various spheres. The incident not only captivated the imagination of those directly involved in its investigation, but also touched a broader public fascinated by mysteries and the supernatural. In the media, the story of the ghost transmission found a fertile ground. Documentaries and television specials explored the eerie event, often framing it within the larger context of wartime disappearances and paranormal phenomena. These programs delved into the historical background of the missing bomber, the personal stories of its crew, and the technical aspects of the radio transmission, all the while weaving in interviews with experts, historians, and family members. The narrative was invariably tinged with a sense of mystery and often speculative interpretations, which helped to draw in viewers and spark public discussion. The incident also inspired episodes in popular culture, influencing works of fiction in books and films. Writers and filmmakers used the concept of a ghost plane emitting a distress signal from the past as a poignant metaphor for unresolved past conflicts and the haunting nature of loss. These stories often explored themes of time, memory, and the unresolved echoes of war, resonating with audiences who found in them a reflection of universal sentiments. Moreover, the ghost transmission became a topic of interest in academic circles beyond the scientific community. Scholars in the fields of folklore and mythology examined how modern tales of ghost ships and planes serve as contemporary folklore, providing insight into societal fears and the ways in which people use stories to make sense of unexplainable events. Conferences and papers discussed the incident in the context of technological folklore, where modern technology intertwines with age-old narrative forms to create new myths. Educationally, the incident was incorporated into curriculums, particularly in courses dealing with the history of technology, communication studies, and the psychological impact of war. Students analyzed the event not only for its historical and technological aspects, but also for its implications on how narratives are constructed in the media and popular culture. Community events, such as talks and exhibitions at museums, often featured segments dedicated to the ghost transmission. These events aimed to educate the public about the science of radio communications, the history of World War II aviation, and the phenomenon of skywave propagation. They also provided spaces for veterans and historians to share their insights, and for visitors to reflect on the broader implications of wartime technologies. Through these various channels, the legacy of the ghost transmission endured, continually sparking new discussions and insights. It served as a reminder of the mysteries that still permeate our understanding of the past, and the ways in which these mysteries captivate and intrigue us. As new technologies and methodologies emerge, the possibility remains that future investigations could one day provide answers to this enduring World War II mystery, turning legend back into history. Yet, until such time, the ghost transmission remains a symbol of the enigmatic intersection between history, technology, and the supernatural. The enduring intrigue surrounding the ghost transmission from the World War II bomber encapsulates a fascinating blend of unresolved history, technological mystery, and human curiosity. As years have passed since the eerie incident was first reported, it continues to foster a sustained interest among amateur sleuths, historians, and paranormal enthusiasts, who each bring their own perspectives and theories to the table. The mystery of the transmission has not only become a staple in discussions about unexplained military phenomena, but has also encouraged a broader dialogue about the limits of our understanding of past events. The fact that no conclusive explanation has been found keeps the story alive in the collective imagination, serving as a potent reminder of the wartime sacrifices and the mysteries that may never be fully unraveled. Amateur historians and radio enthusiasts, in particular, have taken up the challenge, dedicating themselves to parsing through old military records, building replicas of WW2-era radio equipment, and even organizing listening events in hopes of catching similar anomalies. These community-led initiatives often result in gatherings where individuals share findings, swap theories, and keep the history of the incident relevant for new generations. Furthermore, the story of the ghostly World War II transmission has spurred ongoing research and technological exploration. Advances in radio technology and atmospheric science may one day provide the tools needed to uncover what really happened, or at least to offer more plausible explanations for such phenomena. This possibility excites both the scientific community and the general public, who are eager to see how new technologies might finally solve old mysteries. In addition to scientific and amateur investigations, the incident remains a poignant subject in remembrance and memorial activities. Annual events commemorating the crew of the missing bomber often include mentions of the ghost transmission, reminding attendees of the enduring mysteries of war and the unbreakable connection to the past those mysteries represent. These ceremonies provide a space for reflection on the impact of war and the personal stories of those who serve, linking the past directly with the present through shared narratives and communal memory. The ghost transmission also continues to inspire cultural works, including novels, films, and art installations that explore themes of time, memory, and the unknown. These works often pose deeper existential questions about reality, perception, and the nature of communication across time, engaging audiences in a multifaceted exploration of the incident's implications. This cultural resonance underscores the broad impact of the ghost transmission, demonstrating its capacity to inspire and challenge across various mediums and audiences. Conferences and academic symposiums regularly feature the ghost transmission as a subject of interest, attracting experts in communications, wartime history, and psychology. These forums often explore the psychological impact of such phenomena on soldiers and civilians alike, discussing how unexplained events can affect morale and foster a sense of the supernatural amidst the horrors of war. The discussions also delve into the role of technology in shaping our understanding of historical events, questioning how advances in equipment might alter our perception of what is possible or real. Online communities play a significant role in perpetuating the legacy of the ghost transmission. Forums and social media groups dedicated to military history, paranormal phenomena, and World War II technology provide platforms for ongoing discussion and discovery. Here, enthusiasts from around the world share theories, discuss new research, and even collaborate on projects aimed at uncovering more about the incident. This global engagement ensures that the mystery remains a lively topic of discussion, continually refreshed by new insights and perspectives. Ultimately, the legacy of the ghost transmission underscores a collective fascination with the unknown and a relentless pursuit of truth, however elusive it may be. Whether or not the mystery is ever solved, the story serves as a testament to the complexity of historical events and the human desire to make sense of the inexplicable. As it stands, the ghost transmission from the World War II bomber remains a captivating chapter in the annals of wartime history, a puzzle that continues to challenge, intrigue, and inspire those who encounter it. On a beautiful morning in 1970, a small Cessna aircraft, gleaming under the early sunlight, prepared for a routine flight that was soon to enter the annals of aviation mysteries. The pilot, an experienced aviator with a penchant for exploring the skies, conducted his pre-flight checks with meticulous attention. Little did he know, his upcoming journey over the Bermuda Triangle would challenge the boundaries of his understanding of time and space, turning a standard flight into a perplexing puzzle that continues to intrigue enthusiasts and experts alike. The pilot, whose passion for flying was matched only by his curiosity for the unknown, was no stranger to the legends surrounding the Bermuda Triangle. Yet, his scientific mind required more than anecdotal tales to sway his skepticism. Today's flight, originating from a small airstrip in Florida, was charted along a course that would take him directly over one of the most discussed regions in maritime and aerial folklore. His plan was straightforward: fly to the Bahamas, a trip he had made numerous times before, albeit never directly passing through the heart of the triangle. As he loaded his gear into the cockpit, the morning air was still and the sky clear, conditions that promised an uneventful journey across the serene Atlantic waters. The aircraft's instruments, all functioning within their optimal ranges, showed no sign of the drama that would soon unfold. His flight log was meticulous, documenting every detail, from fuel levels to the expected time of arrival, based on standard flight speeds and known weather conditions. Taking off, the Cessna lifted gracefully into the air, its engine humming steadily as it climbed to cruising altitude. The world below shrank away, leaving only the vast blue of the Atlantic stretching into the horizon. The early part of the flight was as serene as any pilot could hope for, with panoramic views of the ocean sparkling under the morning sun. However, as the aircraft edged closer to the coordinates that marked the Bermuda Triangle, a subtle change began to permeate the cockpit. The first sign was a flicker in the dashboard instruments. Dials twitched erratically, and the radio static increased. The pilot, initially unperturbed, made adjustments, attributing the anomalies to possible atmospheric interference common in this area of the globe. But the situation swiftly escalated as the compass began to spin inexplicably. and the familiar hum of the engine seemed to syncopate with an unfamiliar rhythm. The skies, still visually clear, now felt charged with an unexplained energy. Trying to maintain his course, the pilot felt a growing sense of disorientation, as if the very essence of time and space around him was warping. In his headset, the crackle of static grew louder, punctuated by what seemed like distant voices cutting in and out, an auditory illusion in an otherwise empty expanse. His trained instincts told him to trust his instruments, but they were becoming increasingly unreliable. Glancing at his watch, he noted the time, planning to cross-check it with the flight duration to gauge any discrepancies upon landing. As quickly as it began, the phenomenon ceased. The instruments stabilized as suddenly as they had faltered, the radio cleared, and the Cessna resumed its steady drone. Shaken but focused, the pilot continued toward his destination, now vigilant for any further abnormalities. Upon landing, the reality of what had transpired hit with full force. His flight, by all logical accounts supposed to last over 3 hours, had recorded barely an hour and a half. The confusion was palpable as he tried to reconcile the discrepancy. His initial disbelief was echoed by the ground crew at the Bahamas airstrip, who were equally baffled by the early arrival. This bewildering experience marked the beginning of a series of investigations and theories. Had the pilot traversed a shortcut through time and space? Was this merely an anomaly in instrumentation? Or had he experienced a rare but natural meteorological phenomenon? As the story of his flight spread, it sparked debates and drew attention from around the world, adding another layer of mystery to the already infamous Bermuda Triangle. The pilot, once a staunch skeptic, found himself pondering the limits of human understanding and the vast, unexplained mysteries that still lie beyond our reach in the skies. As the Cessna gracefully crossed into the airspace above the Bermuda Triangle, the pilot felt a mix of anticipation and skepticism. Known for its history of mysterious disappearances and unexplained phenomena, the Triangle has long captured the imagination of pilots and sailors alike. However, for this pilot, a man of science and logic, the myths and legends associated with this region were just that, stories without empirical evidence. Nonetheless, as he entered this notorious zone, the clear skies and calm seas seemed to belie the Triangle's ominous reputation. The route planned for that day was one he had flown on the edges of, but never directly through the heart of the Triangle. Today's flight path took him directly over its center, a decision made partly out of necessity, and partly from a curiosity that he hadn't admitted to himself until now. The early part of his journey had been uneventful, with the aircraft performing flawlessly and the weather conditions ideal for a smooth flight. However, as he progressed deeper into the Triangle, subtle anomalies began to manifest. Initially, these were minor, slight malfunctions in the aircraft's electronic instruments. The GPS system flickered erratically, and the radio emitted intermittent bursts of static, despite the clear weather and absence of storm clouds. These technical issues were disconcerting but not alarming, at least not at first. The pilot double-checked his backups and continued, relying on his experience and manual navigation skills to maintain his course. The true moment of disorientation came without warning. It was as if the atmosphere itself had changed, with a slight but noticeable drop in temperature and a sudden, eerie stillness that enveloped the aircraft. The sky, so clear moments before, seemed to take on a muted, almost surreal quality. The ocean below mirrored this stillness, its surface unnaturally calm. The pilot's initial reaction was to check his instruments, but what he saw only deepened his confusion. His compass was spinning inexplicably, and the altimeter fluctuated between readings in a way that was impossible under normal flying conditions. Trying to maintain his composure, he reached for the radio to contact air traffic control, only to be met with a hiss of static that made communication impossible. This experience, unsettling as it was, paled in comparison to what happened next. Time seemed to dilate around him, with seconds stretching into minutes, and minutes feeling like hours. This sensation of time warping was difficult to rationalize, leaving the pilot grappling with his perception of reality. He felt a vague sense of vertigo, a disorienting feeling that he was moving both very slowly and exceedingly fast at the same time. Navigating through this bewildering scenario, the pilot focused on maintaining a steady altitude and heading, using his training to compensate for the unreliable instrument readings. He remembered reading about similar experiences from other pilots, though he had always regarded such stories with a healthy dose of skepticism. Now, faced with his own inexplicable circumstances, he wondered if there was more to the Bermuda Triangle than mere folklore. As suddenly as they had begun, the anomalies ceased. The instruments stabilized, the temperature returned to normal, and the radio cleared. The ocean's surface once again showed the gentle undulations of normal sea conditions, and the sky brightened to its previous vibrant blue. Shaken but relieved, the pilot continued his journey, now eager to reach his destination and land safely, his mind racing with questions about what had just occurred. The remainder of the flight was uneventful, allowing the pilot some time to reflect on his experience. Had he experienced a natural phenomenon unique to this region, or was there something more, something unexplained, that could account for the bizarre conditions he encountered? These questions would linger in his mind, fueling both his own curiosity and the inevitable discussions that would follow his report of the incident. As the small Cessna emerged from the enigmatic clutches of the Bermuda Triangle, the pilot felt a surge of relief. The instruments stabilized, the skies remained clear, and the air traffic communications resumed their normal clarity. Yet, the feeling of disorientation and the haunting quiet of the past hour lingered in his mind. He knew the flight was far from over, not just in distance, but in the mental and emotional processing of what had just occurred. Upon landing at his destination in the Bahamas, far earlier than scheduled, the pilot was greeted with a mixture of confusion and concern from the ground crew. His premature arrival threw the routine operations into disarray, and as he stepped out of the aircraft, the weight of his experience began to truly sink in. The ground crew, aware of his intended flight path and expected time of arrival, immediately questioned the discrepancy. The pilot, still grappling with his own confusion, attempted to provide a coherent explanation. The discrepancy in time was stark. According to the clocks on the ground and the flight logs, the journey that should have taken over 3 hours was completed in just under 90 minutes. This impossibility was not lost on the pilot or the airport staff, prompting an immediate and thorough review of the aircraft's logs and instruments. The debriefing session that followed was intense. The pilot recounted his experience in detail to both the airport authorities and later to representatives from the Aviation Safety Board. His account included the initial instrument malfunctions, the strange atmospheric conditions, the sensation of time dilation, and the abrupt return to normalcy. His report was met with skepticism, but the undeniable fact of his early arrival demanded serious consideration. Technical experts examined the Cessna with fine-tooth combs, searching for any faults that could explain the anomalies reported. All systems were found to be in perfect working order, and no mechanical issues were identified that could have accounted for the acceleration in flight time. The GPS data, recovered from the onboard navigation system, confirmed the aircraft's accelerated passage through the designated flight path, further deepening the mystery. The situation called for an investigation that went beyond routine mechanical checks. Meteorologists and physicists were consulted to understand if unusual atmospheric conditions could have created a kind of jet stream, or if known phenomena like gravity waves could explain the time discrepancy. However, all scientific explanations fell short of providing a satisfactory answer. The conditions reported by the pilot, particularly the spinning compass and fluctuating altimeter, suggested influences beyond standard meteorological or geographic anomalies. As the aviation community began to buzz with discussions over the incident, the story of the pilot's mysterious flight attracted attention beyond the immediate stakeholders. The media caught wind of the story, and soon it was being reported across various platforms, inciting a flurry of speculation and intrigue. The Bermuda Triangle's notorious reputation for mysterious disappearances and unexplained phenomena provided fertile ground for theories, ranging from rational skeptical inquiries to wild speculations about supernatural occurrences. Amid the growing public fascination, the pilot found himself at the center of a whirlwind of attention. His experience was dissected and debated in online forums, television specials, and by experts in aeronautics and meteorology. Some embraced his account as possible evidence of an unexplained anomaly associated with the Bermuda Triangle, while others dismissed it as an error in perception or an exaggeration. However, within the scientific community, a few were intrigued enough to propose more radical theories. These included the possibility of a temporary rift in the space-time continuum, or an encounter with a rare natural anomaly that had yet to be understood or documented. These theories, while speculative, opened the door to further research and discussion about the limits of current understanding of physics and atmospheric science. Throughout this period, the pilot cooperated fully with all inquiries, maintaining his stance that his experience was accurately reported despite the absence of a clear explanation. His credibility as a seasoned pilot lent weight to his account, forcing even the most skeptical to consider the possibilities of what might have occurred during that anomalous flight. As the investigation continued without definitive conclusions, the incident remained a fascinating topic of discussion, a case study that challenged existing knowledge and expanded the dialogue about the mysterious forces that might operate within the infamous Bermuda Triangle. The pilot's story, marked by both his personal integrity and the unexplained phenomena, continued to resonate, offering a compelling narrative of mystery and exploration at the edges of human understanding and scientific explanation. After landing well ahead of schedule under mysterious circumstances, the pilot found himself not just physically disoriented, but at the center of a rapidly unfolding drama that questioned the very laws of physics. As he disembarked from his Cessna, the sense of reality slowly seeping back in, his mind raced with possibilities, each more confounding than the last. The ground staff at the Bahamas airport met him with a mix of skepticism and awe as the word of his inexplicable journey began to spread. The airport's operations room turned into an impromptu briefing area where aviation authorities began a more formal debriefing. They reviewed the aircraft's logs and interviewed the pilot extensively, noting every detail of his account. The aviation experts on hand were initially dubious, suspecting an error in the flight's timing or a malfunction of the aircraft's tracking systems. However, as they delved deeper, the data corroborated the pilot's story. The timings, the flight path, everything he recounted was consistent with the logs. As news of the incident spread, it attracted a barrage of media attention. Journalists, intrigued by the story, descended on the airport, eager for interviews with the pilot and any officials willing to comment. The pilot, still grappling with his own understanding of the event, faced cameras and repeated his story. Each retelling added more layers to the already thick fog of mystery surrounding his flight. The coverage soon ballooned into a sensational news story, with headlines touting the pilot as the man who outran time. Speculation ran rampant, with theories about wormholes, alternate dimensions, and even extraterrestrial intervention being bandied about in the press and on television. The Bermuda Triangle's notorious reputation for unexplained disappearances and bizarre occurrences provided fertile ground for such theories, and the public lapped up every conceivable explanation, no matter how far-fetched. Amidst the media frenzy, serious investigative work continued. The pilot's aircraft was subjected to rigorous mechanical checks, with experts from the Cessna manufacturer brought in to ensure no stone was left unturned. They examined the aircraft's engine, avionics, and structural integrity, but found no abnormalities that could explain the acceleration in travel time. The GPS and other navigation systems were also scrutinized and found to be in perfect working order, deepening the enigma. Aviation analysts and experienced pilots weighed in, discussing the possibilities of rare meteorological phenomena that could have influenced the flight. Some suggested highly localized wind currents that might have pushed the plane at an unusually high speed, while others theorized about unrecognized atmospheric anomalies specific to the Bermuda Triangle area. The scientific community, generally skeptical of supernatural explanations, urged caution and a focus on plausible scientific explanations. Discussions ensued about the limits of current understanding of atmospheric sciences, and some researchers proposed studying the Bermuda Triangle area more extensively, hypothesizing that unknown natural phenomena could be at play. As weeks turned into months, the incident continued to be a hot topic of discussion at conferences and seminars, in academic circles, and among the general public. The pilot was invited to speak at various events, where he shared his experience and engaged with experts trying to unravel the mystery. These interactions were insightful, but they often raised more questions than answers. Ethicists and philosophers also entered the discussion, pondering the implications of such unexplained phenomena on our understanding of reality and the universe. They debated questions about the nature of time and space, and how humanity's grasp of these concepts shapes our understanding of the world. The pilot's story became a case study in the broader debate about the known and the unknown. Throughout this period, the pilot maintained a level-headed demeanor, his credibility bolstered by his detailed and consistent recounting of the event, and by the empirical data that supported his story. Despite the wild theories and media sensationalism, he remained focused on a rational explanation, hoping that ongoing research and dialogue in the scientific community would eventually uncover a logical reason for his bizarre and unprecedented flight experience. As the story aged, it remained a compelling mystery, emblematic of the human quest for knowledge and understanding in the face of the inexplicable. The time-warped flight not only challenged scientific assumptions, but also captured the imagination of people around the world, reminding everyone that the universe still holds many secrets, waiting to be discovered. The baffling case of the time-warped Cessna sparked an investigation that reached far beyond routine aviation inquiries, drawing in experts from various fields including aviation technology, meteorology, physics, and even paranormal research. As the investigations deepened, the pilot's unexpected early arrival continued to perplex investigators and the public alike. The official inquiry was spearheaded by aviation authorities, who first ensured that all data from the aircraft's instruments and flight logs were meticulously analyzed. They verified times, altitudes, and airspeeds recorded by the onboard equipment against the pilot's account and external sources, such as radar tracks and communications logs. All the evidence consistently supported the pilot's narrative. His flight had indeed covered the expected distance in roughly half the expected time, with no detectable increase in airspeed or any unusual maneuvers recorded. To further complicate matters, the mechanical inspection of the aircraft revealed no modifications or anomalies that could have inadvertently increased the plane's speed. The engines, airframe, and electronic systems were all found to be standard and fully functional, showing no signs of tampering or malfunction that could explain the phenomenon. With mechanical and instrumental errors ruled out, investigators turned to environmental factors. Meteorologists were consulted to analyze weather conditions on the day of the flight, specifically looking for unusual atmospheric phenomena that could have contributed to the anomaly. This inquiry looked into rare occurrences like jet streams or sudden wind shears that might account for rapid transit, but nothing out of the ordinary was recorded in the weather data for that region on the day in question. Physicists also joined the investigation, intrigued by the possibility of unknown scientific phenomena. They explored concepts ranging from gravitational anomalies to more speculative ideas like spatial distortions, or the existence of a previously undocumented type of atmospheric tunneling effect. However, these theories remained speculative, with no empirical data to support them, leaving the scientific community both baffled and fascinated. Parallel to the scientific and technical investigations, the story attracted the attention of paranormal enthusiasts and theorists who linked the incident to the Bermuda Triangle's notorious reputation for mysterious occurrences. This angle was popular in the media and among the public, leading to a proliferation of sensationalist theories involving time slips, dimensional gateways, and other science fiction-like explanations. Television documentaries and online forums speculated wildly about the pilot's experience, drawing connections to past disappearances and unexplained events in the Triangle. The fervor around these theories prompted a broader discussion about the reliability of anecdotal evidence and the scientific approach to unexplained phenomena. Skeptics and believers alike debated the merits of pursuing investigations into what some considered to be pseudoscience, while others argued for the importance of keeping an open mind to all possibilities in the face of inexplicable evidence. As the months passed, the incident remained unsolved but became a case study in the limitations of current scientific understanding. Academics and researchers used the event as a springboard to discuss how science addresses anomalies and the role of unexplained phenomena in advancing scientific inquiry. Conferences and scholarly articles pondered the implications of the event for the philosophy of science, especially concerning the demarcation between accepted science and fringe theories. Ultimately, the official investigation concluded without a definitive explanation for the pilot's premature arrival. The final report stated that while all known possibilities had been exhaustively explored, the incident still lacked a satisfactory scientific explanation. It recommended ongoing monitoring of similar incidents and encouraged further research into atmospheric and environmental conditions in the Bermuda Triangle. This unresolved conclusion left the door open for continued speculation and interest. The pilot's story remained a captivating mystery, emblematic of the enduring human fascination with the unknown and the limits of our understanding. As a result, the incident continued to inspire both caution and curiosity among pilots and scientists, serving as a reminder of the vast mysteries that still lie beyond the reach of current scientific explanations. As the enigmatic story of the time-warped Cessna circulated, it inevitably sparked a broader conversation about the implications of such unexplained phenomena on both political and military strategies, especially considering its occurrence in the Bermuda Triangle, a region shrouded in mystery and often associated with navigational anomalies. The intense public and media interest in the pilot's story brought the Bermuda Triangle back into the spotlight, prompting authorities to reconsider the navigational warnings and monitoring systems in place for the region. Historically viewed by some as merely a collection of myths, the Triangle's reputation was bolstered by this incident, leading to calls for more rigorous scientific investigations into the area. In response, several governmental and independent agencies initiated studies to explore electromagnetic disturbances and other environmental factors unique to the Triangle. These studies aim to demystify the area and provide a clearer understanding of whether the Triangle posed a real threat to modern aviation and maritime activities, or if its reputation was built on coincidental mishaps amplified by folklore. This initiative brought together experts in oceanography, atmospheric science, and geomagnetic fields, pooling a wide range of scientific expertise to tackle the mysteries associated with the Triangle comprehensively. In the realm of aviation safety, the incident had a tangible impact. Aviation authorities, particularly those in countries bordering the Bermuda Triangle, scrutinized their flight safety protocols, considering additional measures to ensure that aircraft could handle unexpected environmental conditions. This included enhancing pilot training programs to better prepare them for high anomaly zones where natural electromagnetic interference could ostensibly affect navigational instruments. The incident also influenced the military's approach to operations in areas known for high electromagnetic disturbances. The Bermuda Triangle, and by extension similar regions around the world, were marked for detailed geomagnetic surveys. Military exercises in such areas were accompanied by increased monitoring of communication and navigation systems to prevent mishaps similar to what was reported by the pilot. These measures were designed to mitigate risks not only to military personnel, but also to the civilians who traverse these mysterious waters and airspaces. Internationally, the incident spurred discussions at various global forums about the need for a coordinated approach to dealing with unexplained phenomena affecting international airspaces and waters. Proposals were made for the establishment of an international registry to track and analyze incidents similar to that of the time-warped Cessna. The idea was to compile data from around the world, in hopes of identifying patterns or correlations that might elude smaller localized studies. The dialogue extended into the academic sphere, where the incident was frequently cited in discussions about the scientific method and the treatment of anomalous data. It served as a case study in numerous scholarly articles and conferences on the philosophy of science, particularly concerning how anomalies are integrated into existing scientific paradigms. This discourse highlighted the dynamic nature of scientific inquiry, its capacity for self-correction and adaptation in the face of new, challenging evidence. The ongoing fascination with the Bermuda Triangle and the pilot's unusual experience underscored a universal truth about human curiosity and the pursuit of knowledge. It reminded the scientific community and the public alike of the vast mysteries that remain unsolved and the continual need for humility and rigor in scientific exploration. While no definitive answers were forthcoming from the studies initiated as a result of the pilot's experience, the increased attention and resources dedicated to understanding the Bermuda Triangle contributed to a greater body of knowledge about this and other similarly mysterious regions of the world. The pilot's account, though unresolved, thus served as a catalyst for renewed scientific and exploratory efforts, ensuring that the pursuit of answers continued with renewed vigor and broader participation. As the strange incident of the time-warped Cessna continued to perplex experts and the public alike, the pilot's experience remained at the forefront of discussions surrounding unexplained phenomena. With no conclusive explanations emerging from the extensive investigations, the incident transitioned from an acute mystery to a lasting enigma. becoming a subject of ongoing academic and cultural interest. The pilot's encounter sparked a significant increase in research activities focused on the Bermuda Triangle and similar regions known for mysterious occurrences. Universities and independent research institutions embarked on multidisciplinary studies that blended atmospheric science, physics, and folklore studies, aiming to provide a more comprehensive understanding of these enigmatic zones. These scholarly efforts were complemented by increased funding for projects exploring electromagnetic anomalies, atmospheric disturbances, and other potential natural explanations for the phenomena reported by the pilot and others before him. In the realm of popular culture, the incident inspired numerous documentaries, books, and articles. These narratives often blended fact with fiction, sensationalizing the event to capture the imagination of a global audience. However, they also played a crucial role in keeping the discussion alive, encouraging amateur sleuths and professional scientists alike to continue exploring the possibilities. The legacy of the pilot's flight also extended into the educational sector. Curriculums in universities that offered programs in aviation, meteorology, and oceanography began to include case studies of the Bermuda Triangle and the time-warped Cessna, as a means of illustrating the complexities of their respective fields. This educational focus helped to demystify some aspects of the triangle, while promoting a scientific approach to understanding unexplained phenomena. Furthermore, the incident had a profound impact on the pilot's personal life. He found himself a reluctant celebrity within both the scientific community and the general public. Invitations to speak at conferences and participate in televised interviews became commonplace. While he appreciated the attention to some extent, it also allowed him to advocate for a balanced, scientific approach to investigating unexplained events, warning against the allure of sensational explanations devoid of empirical support. This advocacy was particularly poignant in forums dedicated to aviation safety, where the pilot used his platform to discuss the importance of rigorous training and preparation for dealing with unexpected situations in flight. His experience served as a cautionary tale, underscoring the need for pilots to maintain composure and rely on their training, regardless of the circumstances. Annually, the incident was commemorated in various ways, both to honor the scientific pursuit of answers and to acknowledge the enduring mystery. Conferences and symposia were organized around the anniversary of the flight, bringing together experts from around the world to discuss not only this incident, but also other mysterious aviation events. These gatherings fostered a sense of community among those fascinated by the unexplained, encouraging ongoing dialogue and collaboration. As years passed, the story of the time-warped Cessna remained a popular topic, its details periodically revisited in light of new theories or similar incidents. The mystery continued to inspire both skepticism and wonder, serving as a reminder of the vast unknowns that still exist in the world and the enduring human quest to understand them. Ultimately, the incident became a part of the larger tapestry of human experience with the unknown, a testament to the limits of current scientific understanding and the perpetual drive towards greater knowledge. Whether viewed through the lens of cautionary aviation tale or intriguing scientific mystery, the legacy of the pilot's extraordinary flight continues to influence and inspire, a narrative forever woven into the fabric of modern mythology surrounding the Bermuda Triangle. On a balmy evening in May 2003, a Boeing 727-223, registered as N844AA, sat quietly on the tarmac at 4 de Fevereiro Airport in Luanda, Angola. This particular aircraft had a rich operational history, having once ferried passengers across vast distances for major airlines. However, its glory days were seemingly behind it, as it awaited a new lease on life or its final resting place, parked among other forgotten relics of aviation. The Boeing 727-223 was a marvel of its time, renowned for its robust tri-jet configuration that made it a favorite among airlines for short to medium haul routes. By the time it arrived in Luanda, this particular aircraft had transitioned from a commercial airliner to a potential cargo plane, reflecting the common fate of many aging aircraft. Its journey to Angola was a far cry from the bustling routes it once dominated. Here, it was meant to find new purpose in the cargo transport sector, a plan that never fully materialized. The aircraft's presence in Angola was emblematic of the broader context in which this mystery unfolded. Angola, at the time, was a nation grappling with the aftermath of a prolonged and devastating civil war that had only recently concluded. The war had left its airports, like many other infrastructures, in a state of disrepair and underregulated. Security protocols were lax, and oversight was minimal, conditions ripe for the unusual and the illicit. In this setting, the Boeing 727 had been grounded for over a year, accruing substantial parking fees and becoming a fixture on the airport's periphery. Maintenance on the plane was sporadic at best, performed just enough to keep it from complete dilapidation, with hopes still lingering for its eventual return to service. The aircraft was under the oversight of a company that had hoped to convert it for cargo use, though these plans had stalled indefinitely. On May 25, 2003, the airport buzzed with the usual activity, oblivious to the history about to be made. The Boeing 727, which had been a static feature for so long, was about to take center stage in one of aviation's most baffling mysteries. As the sun began to set, reports emerged of unusual activity near the aircraft. Witnesses later recounted seeing a small group of men boarding the plane, though details were murky and no official record of a scheduled flight existed. What followed next was as audacious as it was perilous. Without any clearance or communication with tower controllers, the Boeing 727-223 powered up its engines. Those on duty watched in disbelief as the aircraft taxied along the runway, its navigation lights off, maintaining a ghostly discretion. With a sudden burst of acceleration, the plane took off, disappearing into the darkening skies, leaving a trail of confusion and alarm in its wake. The immediate aftermath of the unauthorized takeoff was chaotic. Airport personnel scrambled to alert local authorities and aviation agencies, while the control tower made frantic attempts to establish radio contact with the now rogue aircraft. As minutes turned into hours without any sign of the plane or its illicit crew, the severity of the situation began to sink in. The aircraft had vanished, and with it, any straightforward explanation. The Angolan military, along with international aviation authorities, began piecing together the aircraft's last known movements. The search area was vast, spanning a significant expanse of the Atlantic Ocean where the plane was presumed to have headed. Meanwhile, international attention quickly escalated as news of the daring escape spread across the globe. The FBI and the U.S. Department of State became involved, given the American registration of the aircraft and the potential implications of such a security breach on international aviation. This disappearance triggered a cascade of investigative efforts and theories ranging from simple theft to more complex scenarios involving smuggling or espionage. The world was left to wonder. How could a sizable jet airliner simply disappear? What were the intentions of those who spirited it away? And most importantly, where did they, and the Boeing 727, ultimately end up? As the mystery deepened, the Boeing 727's unauthorized flight became a symbol of post-war Angola's challenges and the broader issues facing global aviation security. This incident was not just a case of an aircraft disappearance. It was a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities that existed in the international system. Vulnerabilities that could allow a fully loaded jet airliner to vanish into the night. As the initial shock of the Boeing 727's unauthorized takeoff began to wane, focus shifted to piecing together the puzzle of how such an event could occur. Investigations kicked into high gear, with international cooperation threading through efforts to trace the aircraft's potential routes and ultimate fate. The scenario was baffling. A large commercial jet had seemingly vanished into thin air, prompting a cascade of theories and extensive search operations. Authorities scoured flight data and radar records, attempting to chart a possible path the aircraft could have taken after its dramatic departure from Luanda. Given the Boeing 727's fuel capacity and the last known heading, calculations were made regarding its maximum range, pointing search efforts towards the Atlantic Ocean and beyond. However, the vastness of the ocean and the lack of precise tracking data from the time of disappearance significantly hampered these efforts. The Angolan government, embarrassed by the breach of its airport security, ramped up its involvement, collaborating closely with international agencies including the FBI, which had opened an investigation due to the American registration of the aircraft. The FBI delved into the backgrounds of those known to have been associated with the aircraft in the days prior to its disappearance. They scrutinized maintenance records, interviewed airport staff, and investigated the murky business dealings surrounding the aircraft's presence in Angola. Meanwhile, speculation abounded. One prevailing theory suggested that the aircraft had been stolen for its value as a flying machine, possibly to be used by rogue operators outside of the mainstream aviation industry. Another theory proposed that the plane was commandeered for smuggling purposes, given Angola's history as a hub for the illegal diamond trade. The idea that the aircraft could be repurposed for illicit activities in distant lands added a layer of urgency to the investigations. Adding to the complexity were numerous sightings reported across Africa and even South America. Each report prompted a flurry of activity, with local authorities scrambling to verify the accuracy of these claims. Yet none of these sightings were substantiated, and the aircraft remained elusive, as if it had indeed managed to ghost away into another part of the world. The international aviation community was also on high alert, as the disappearance highlighted significant vulnerabilities in global aviation security. The ease with which the aircraft was commandeered and removed from a supposedly secure international airport led to widespread discussions about the need for enhanced security measures. This incident acted as a catalyst for regulatory changes, prompting airports worldwide to tighten security protocols, especially concerning aircraft storage and access. Simultaneously, the mystery of the missing Boeing 727 captured the public's imagination, drawing attention from aviation enthusiasts, conspiracy theorists, and the media. Forums and websites popped up with people theorizing about the fate of the aircraft, each adding their layer of speculation to the story. The intrigue was magnified by the dramatic nature of the aircraft's disappearance and the backdrop of Angola's political and economic climate. As weeks turned into months without any trace of the aircraft, the fervor of the initial search began to diminish. International attention gradually shifted away from the case, which nestled into the annals of unsolved aviation mysteries. However, the impact of this event continued to resonate, influencing policy and procedures within the aviation industry. The disappearance of the Boeing 727 in 2003 remains a stark reminder of the challenges and dangers lurking within international aviation, serving as a case study in the complexities of global security, the ingenuity of criminal intent, and the limits of modern surveillance and tracking technologies. As such, it continues to be a subject of study and speculation, holding a place as one of the aviation world's most intriguing mysteries. As the Boeing 727-223 mysteriously lifted off from Luanda Airport without authorization, the immediate realization of its disappearance kicked off a frantic response from both local authorities and international agencies. The aircraft's sudden and unauthorized departure prompted an immediate and extensive search operation that would span multiple countries and vast expanses of the Atlantic Ocean. Initially, the primary concern was the potential threat an aircraft of such size could pose if used for malicious purposes. Given the global climate of heightened security, particularly in the post-9/11 era, the disappearance of a large jet fueled fears of terrorism. This urgency galvanized a coordinated international response, with the United States, Angola, and neighboring countries pooling resources in a desperate bid to track down the missing aircraft. The search operation was vast and complex, involving satellite imagery, radar data, and maritime patrols. The U.S. Navy deployed ships and aircraft to scour the Atlantic, focusing on the aircraft's last known trajectory, which suggested it might be heading east over the ocean. Despite these efforts, the vast open waters and the lack of a precise last known position hampered the search efforts. The Atlantic Ocean's enormity made the search akin to finding a needle in a haystack, with each passing hour diminishing the likelihood of a successful recovery. Meanwhile, the FBI and other international law enforcement agencies delved into the investigation of the aircraft's disappearance, focusing on the backgrounds of those associated with the aircraft in the days leading up to its unauthorized takeoff. Investigators explored various leads, including scrutinizing recent hires at the airport, examining flight logs, and interviewing those who last serviced the aircraft. They aimed to piece together a timeline of events and identify any potential suspects who might have had the knowledge and opportunity to carry out such a bold theft. Theories about the aircraft's disappearance varied widely. Some speculated that the plane might have been stolen for its scrap value, while others suggested it could have been taken by smugglers or terrorists. The investigation also considered the possibility that the plane was repossessed by creditors, given the financial difficulties faced by the airline operating the aircraft. One of the most challenging aspects of the investigation was the lack of communication from the aircraft post-takeoff. No distress signals or communication had been made, and the plane's transponder appeared to have been turned off, making it invisible to civilian radar. This lack of data severely limited the ability to track the aircraft's path after it deviated from its expected route over the Atlantic. As weeks turned into months, the initial intensive search efforts began to scale down. The vast area of ocean that needed to be covered, combined with the minimal evidence and the fading trail of the aircraft, made continued large-scale search operations unfeasible. The International Task Force had to make the tough decision to reduce the scope of the search, focusing instead on satellite monitoring and intelligence leads. This phase of the search operation saw a shift in focus from a rescue mission to an investigative quest, as hope of finding the aircraft, or understanding its disappearance, faded. The mystery of what happened to the Boeing 727 continued to puzzle investigators and captured the imagination of the public worldwide. The case highlighted significant gaps in international aviation security and raised uncomfortable questions about the ease with which an aircraft could be commandeered and disappear. The unresolved nature of the disappearance left a lasting impact on global aviation policies, prompting a re-evaluation of airport security measures, particularly in countries with less stringent regulatory environments like Angola. The incident acted as a catalyst for change, leading to tighter security protocols and increased cooperation between international aviation and law enforcement agencies. As the active search concluded without success, the story of the missing Boeing 727 settled into a narrative of mystery and speculation, joining the ranks of other unsolved aviation mysteries. It remains a subject of intrigue, a case study in aviation security vulnerabilities, and a stark reminder of the complexities of protecting global aviation from a range of threats. The disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 from Luanda in 2003 sparked a plethora of theories, both plausible and far-fetched, as investigators, journalists, and the public grappled with the scant details surrounding its mysterious takeoff and subsequent vanishing. The intrigue was compounded by the aircraft's known condition and the geopolitical context, weaving a complex tapestry of possibilities that ranged from criminal activity to intricate conspiracies. One prevailing theory centered on the possibility of criminal intent, specifically aircraft theft, for illicit use. The 727 could potentially be repurposed for smuggling operations, given its capacity to carry significant cargo over considerable distances. Africa, with its vast, loosely monitored spaces and ongoing conflicts, presented a fertile ground for such activities. This theory posited that the aircraft was stolen not for the plane itself, but for the profitable opportunities it represented. Another theory suggested that the aircraft was seized to be used in a terror attack. This was fueled by the global atmosphere post 9/11, where fears of aircraft being used as weapons were at a heightened state. However, this theory gradually waned due to the lack of any corroborative terrorist claims or subsequent attacks, which would typically follow such high-profile thefts if they were terrorism-related. There was also speculation that the aircraft had been taken for insurance fraud. The idea was that the owner, perhaps facing financial difficulties, might have arranged for the aircraft to disappear in order to claim insurance money. This theory was supported by the aircraft's extended period of inactivity and accumulating fees at Luanda Airport, suggesting financial distress. However, detailed investigations into the insurance policies and financial state of the owning company yielded no substantial evidence supporting this theory. Adding to the web of speculation were numerous reported sightings of the aircraft after its disappearance. Reports came from various parts of Africa and even more remote regions, claiming sightings of an aircraft matching the description of the missing 727. Each report prompted bursts of activity from investigators and sometimes local authorities, but none led to any concrete findings. The elusive nature of these sightings only deepened the mystery, fueling more speculative theories among those following the case. Some conspiracy theorists even suggested that the aircraft was part of a covert operation, either by a private entity or a government agency, which explained the seeming lack of traceability and the muted official responses in some quarters. These theories often drew on the historical context of covert operations in Africa during the Cold War, suggesting a continuation of such practices in a new geopolitical guise. Amidst these swirling theories, the investigation faced significant challenges. The primary issue was the lack of physical evidence. Without wreckage, flight data recorders, or confirmed sightings post-takeoff, investigators had little to work with beyond the theoretical. The vast potential area where the aircraft could have gone down or landed, given its fuel capacity and range, made any search and recovery operation daunting and likely impractical. The international aspect of the case also posed legal and logistical hurdles. The aircraft's disappearance in Angola involved navigating the complexities of international law, cooperation between multiple countries' law enforcement agencies, and dealing with varying levels of resources and political will. The multinational nature of the investigation required careful coordination and was often hindered by bureaucratic delays and jurisdictional disputes. As the years passed, the lack of new evidence and the dimming prospects of solving the case led to a gradual reduction in active investigation efforts. However, the interest in the case did not entirely fade. It remained a popular topic among aviation enthusiasts, mystery aficionados, and conspiracy theorists, who continued to dissect every piece of available data and proposed new angles and insights. The story of the missing Boeing 727 became a part of the larger narrative of modern aviation mysteries, often compared to other incidents like the disappearance of Malaysia Airlines Flight MH370. It served as a stark reminder of the vulnerabilities in global aviation security and the challenges faced in securing older aircraft and preventing unauthorized use. In sum, the disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 is a multifaceted mystery that encapsulates the complexities of international aviation, the challenges of cross-border criminal investigations, and the enduring human fascination with unsolved mysteries. As such, it continues to intrigue and baffle, a modern legend that provokes both professional curiosity and imaginative speculation. The mysterious disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 in 2003 had a significant impact on global aviation security, particularly highlighting the vulnerabilities in aircraft management and airport security in less regulated regions. This incident spurred an overhaul of security measures and policies to prevent similar occurrences in the future, reflecting on the lessons learned from such a startling event. The disappearance underscored the critical need for stringent security protocols at airports around the world, especially in countries where oversight might not be as rigorous due to economic or political challenges. Following the incident, there was a concerted push to implement more comprehensive tracking systems for all aircraft. The idea was to ensure that airplanes could be monitored in real time, not just from takeoff to landing, but also while parked on the tarmac to prevent unauthorized access and use. One of the direct outcomes was the enhancement of the International Civil Aviation Organization's ICAO standards and recommended practices. These updates included improvements in aircraft tracking technologies, mandating more robust communication systems that could help track an aircraft's movements more accurately and reliably. Efforts were made to extend these regulations to include not only passenger aircraft, but also cargo planes and other non-commercial aviation vehicles. The incident also prompted a review of airport security measures globally. There was a renewed emphasis on controlling access to aircraft, requiring more stringent checks for ground staff and maintenance crews who had direct access to planes. Additionally, the installation of better perimeter security measures, such as surveillance cameras and motion detectors around critical areas like parking bays and hangars, became more prevalent. In many countries, the regulatory bodies responsible for aviation safety began conducting regular audits and inspections to ensure compliance with these enhanced security measures. Training programs for airport security personnel were overhauled to equip them with the skills and knowledge necessary to detect and respond to potential threats swiftly. These training initiatives often included modules on crisis management and emergency response to better prepare staff for unusual situations like the one that led to the Boeing 727's disappearance. Moreover, the incident highlighted the importance of international cooperation in aviation security. The ease with which the aircraft was taken from an international airport in Angola and disappeared without trace pointed to gaps not just in physical security measures, but also in the coordination between different countries' aviation authorities. In response, there was a stronger push for shared databases and communication networks that could help track aircraft across borders and jurisdictions more effectively. This collaborative approach was seen not only in operational measures, but also in legal and regulatory frameworks. International agreements and treaties were strengthened or established to aid in the recovery and investigation of stolen or missing aircraft, ensuring that countries could work together more effectively in the face of such challenges. The Boeing 727 disappearance also led to increased public and regulatory interest in the fate of decommissioned aircraft. With hundreds of older planes parked in airports around the world, often in states of disrepair, the incident served as a wake-up call to the potential risks these aircraft posed if not properly secured. Guidelines for the storage, maintenance, and final disposal of decommissioned planes were tightened to prevent them from becoming security liabilities. As these new measures and policies took effect, the aviation community reflected on the profound implications of the Luanda Boeing 727 incident. It became a case study in the vulnerabilities and potential risks facing global aviation, driving home the need for vigilance, preparedness, and continuous improvement in security practices. The legacy of this bizarre and unsettling event thus continues to influence the standards and strategies employed today to safeguard against similar threats to aviation security. The mysterious disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 from Luanda in 2003 has not only captivated the attention of aviation experts and mystery enthusiasts, but has also significantly impacted the families of those presumed to be on board and other stakeholders. Over the years, this unresolved case has woven a complex tapestry of emotional, legal, and financial ramifications that continue to resonate. For the families and friends of the crew members involved, the disappearance has been a source of enduring pain and uncertainty. The lack of closure and definitive answers has left many in a state of prolonged grief and unresolved loss. Anniversaries of the disappearance often bring renewed media attention, forcing families to relive the uncertainties and stirring up the emotional turmoil that comes with not knowing the fate of their loved ones. This ongoing mystery has also spurred advocacy efforts by these families, who have sought to keep the case in the public eye and pressure international authorities to continue the investigation. They have called for more rigorous international regulations regarding aircraft security and more effective measures to prevent similar incidents in the future. Their efforts have highlighted the need for comprehensive support systems for families affected by aviation disasters, advocating for better communication and assistance from both governmental and corporate entities. For the aviation industry stakeholders, including airlines, airport operators, and regulatory bodies, the incident was a wake-up call that prompted a re-evaluation of security practices. The economic implications were significant, leading to increased costs associated with enhanced security measures. However, these investments were recognized as essential to restoring public confidence in air travel, particularly in regions where security concerns had been previously highlighted. The financial impact extended beyond the immediate stakeholders. Insurance companies, facing the reality of covering a complete aircraft loss without recovery, had to adjust their policies and premiums for similar risks. This incident led to more stringent risk assessments and higher insurance costs for older aircraft and those operated in higher-risk regions. Legally, the disappearance of the Boeing 727 sparked numerous questions about jurisdiction and international law. The aircraft's sudden vanishing acted as a catalyst for discussions on legal responsibility and the complexities involved in dealing with incidents that occur in international, or in this case, poorly monitored spaces. Legal experts and policymakers were prompted to explore new frameworks to better address these challenges, ensuring more robust international cooperation and legal preparedness. Moreover, the incident has had a lasting effect on the broader community of Luanda and the aviation industry in Angola. It brought to light the vulnerabilities in the country's aviation sector, prompting improvements in airport security and regulatory oversight. These changes were necessary to align the country with international aviation standards and to restore trust among international partners and travelers. The story of the missing Boeing 727 also continues to fuel academic and professional discourse within the fields of aviation safety, security, and crisis management. Universities, safety organizations, and industry conferences often refer to the case as a study point for discussions on risk management, emergency response, and the socio-economic impacts of aviation security failures. As we reflect on the broader implications of this unresolved mystery, it becomes clear that the disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 is more than just an aviation anomaly. It is a multifaceted issue that touches on human, legal, and socioeconomic fields. The ongoing discussions and policies that have emerged in the wake of this incident underscore the complex interplay between global aviation practices and the need for a cohesive approach to addressing such unprecedented events. This case remains a poignant reminder of the ever-present need for vigilance, innovation, and cooperation across all levels of global aviation. The mysterious disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 from Luanda Airport in 2003 has left an indelible mark on the global aviation community, prompting an ongoing reevaluation of security measures and practices. The incident not only highlighted significant security lapses, but also demonstrated the potential consequences of operational oversight failures. This section explores the initial impacts and responses within the aviation industry and regulatory environments, highlighting the changes spurred by this incident. Following the aircraft's unauthorized departure and subsequent disappearance, there was an immediate recognition among global aviation authorities of the need for stringent security enhancements. This event underscored vulnerabilities at airports in countries with less rigorous regulatory oversight, particularly in post-conflict nations like Angola, where infrastructure might be compromised or outdated. As a result, international aviation regulatory bodies, including the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, began to scrutinize existing security protocols, especially concerning aircraft on the ground. One significant change was the implementation of stricter controls on access to aircraft. Airports worldwide were urged to reassess their perimeter security, ensuring that all areas were adequately monitored and that access to aircraft was strictly controlled through biometric checks and electronic badge systems. These measures aim to prevent unauthorized access to aircraft, a critical factor in the Luanda incident, where the individuals involved were able to board and pilot the aircraft without detection. Moreover, the incident catalyzed enhancements in aircraft tracking technology. Real-time tracking systems became a focal point of development, driven by the need to ensure that all aircraft could be monitored continuously throughout their operations, including when parked. Technologies such as automatic dependent surveillance broadcast, ADSB, started to see wider adoption, providing real-time precision tracking of aircraft movements, which would have alerted authorities to the unauthorized movement of the 727 much sooner. The global aviation community also saw a shift towards more collaborative security efforts. Recognizing that security is only as strong as its weakest link, there was a push for improved international cooperation and information sharing among aviation authorities. This was particularly important for tracking and managing the risks associated with older aircraft models, which might not meet the latest operational standards, but are still in use in various parts of the world. Additionally, the incident led to increased investment in training for airport security personnel. Training programs were overhauled to include modules on crisis management, threat detection, and response strategies tailored to scenarios like unauthorized aircraft operations. These training sessions aim to equip personnel with the skills necessary to identify and mitigate risks effectively, ensuring a proactive rather than reactive security posture. In the broader regulatory context, the disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 highlighted the need for comprehensive international standards that could be uniformly applied across all member states. The ICAO and other bodies worked towards harmonizing global aviation security standards, emphasizing the need for robust regulatory frameworks that could adapt to the evolving landscape of global threats. These changes collectively represented a paradigm shift in how aviation security was approached, reflecting a more nuanced understanding of the multifaceted risks present in global aviation operations. The legacy of the missing Boeing 727-223, therefore, extends far beyond the immediate mystery and intrigue. It serves as a catalyst for strengthening the safety and security foundations of the aviation industry worldwide. The unresolved disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 continues to reverberate across the aviation industry, serving as a poignant reminder of the challenges and complexities associated with securing commercial aircraft. The event not only catalyzed changes in aviation security practices, but also left a lasting cultural and emotional impact, particularly among those directly affected by the incident. For the families of the crew presumed to be on board and the stakeholders directly involved, the absence of closure has been a source of ongoing distress. The mystery surrounding the aircraft's fate has prompted these families to become advocates for stronger aviation safety measures and more rigorous oversight, ensuring that their loved one's legacy contributes to preventing future such incidents. Their efforts highlight the human aspect of aviation disasters, which often gets overshadowed by technical discussions and regulatory updates. In the broader community, the disappearance has fueled a continued fascination with aviation mysteries, drawing comparisons to other infamous cases like the disappearance of Malaysia Airlines Flight MH370. This fascination underscores a deeper cultural attraction to mysteries and the unknown, particularly those involving technology and human ingenuity. The Boeing 727's disappearance has inspired documentaries, books, and articles, each exploring different theories and aspects of the case, illustrating our collective quest for answers and understanding. Moreover, the incident has had educational implications, becoming a case study in aviation security courses and seminars around the world. It is used to teach critical lessons about risk management, emergency preparedness, and the importance of robust security systems. These educational initiatives help prepare the next generation of aviation professionals to better handle the challenges of a globalized and interconnected aviation environment. The story of the missing Boeing 727 also continues to influence policy and practice. The incident has been instrumental in shaping ongoing discussions at the International Civil Aviation Organization and other regulatory bodies about how to effectively manage and secure aging aircraft fleets, particularly in regions with limited resources. These discussions often lead to updated guidelines and recommendations that aim to enhance the safety and security of international air travel. Lastly, the enduring mystery of what happened to the Boeing 727-223 serves as a catalyst for ongoing technological innovation in aircraft tracking and surveillance. The aviation industry continues to develop more advanced tracking systems that can prevent aircraft from disappearing without trace. These technologies, which include satellite-based tracking and automated flight monitoring systems, are now seen as essential components of modern aviation operations. As we reflect on the broader impact of this incident, it becomes clear that the disappearance of the Boeing 727-223 from Luanda has left an indelible mark on many levels. From sparking improvements in global aviation security to impacting families and inspiring cultural narratives, the legacy of this event is multifaceted. It continues to motivate advancements in safety and security, ensuring that the aviation industry remains vigilant against similar threats in the future, thereby honoring the memory of those involved in this mysterious disappearance. On January 30th, 1979, Narita International Airport bustled with the usual clamor of international travel as Varig Brazilian Airlines prepared its Boeing 707 cargo aircraft for a long-haul flight to Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, with a planned stopover in Los Angeles, USA. This particular flight, Varig Flight 967, was not just any routine cargo operation. It was transporting a collection of valuable paintings by the renowned Japanese-Brazilian artist Manabu Mabe, making the flight notable for both its cultural and logistic responsibilities. The Boeing 707, a workhorse of the skies, was well regarded for its robust performance and reliability in long-distance cargo transport. Varig, Brazil's leading international airline at the time, had a sterling safety record and was experienced in managing high-value cargo, ensuring that all protocols for the security and safe handling of the artworks were meticulously followed. The crew, led by an experienced captain, was well versed in the nuances of trans-Pacific flights, adding an extra layer of confidence to the operation. Preparations for the flight began early in the afternoon, with ground staff overseeing the careful loading of the cargo. Each of Mabe's paintings was securely crated and inspected before being loaded into the aircraft's hold, a process observed by both security personnel and insurance representatives, given the considerable value of the artworks. The importance of the cargo added a palpable sense of urgency and precision to the loading process. As the winter sun began to set, casting long shadows over the tarmac, the crew made their final checks. The flight plan was reviewed, weather forecasts checked, and communications equipment tested. Each member of the six-person crew carried out their responsibilities with the professionalism born of routine and the seriousness demanded by the nature of their cargo. With the cargo secured and all pre-flight checks complete, the Boeing 707 taxied to the runway. The engines roared to life, a deep, steady hum that spoke of power and readiness. At the control tower, the final clearance was given, and with a smooth surge of acceleration, Flight 967 took off, climbing steadily into the dusky sky. The aircraft's lights blinked steadily, a reassuring sign as it headed towards the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean. The initial phase of the flight proceeded without incident. The aircraft established contact with air traffic control, reporting its position and altitude as it made its way towards the United States. The crew settled into the rhythm of the flight, monitoring systems and navigating the plane along the well-traveled air routes across the Pacific. As Flight 967 approached the halfway point of its journey, the crew performed another routine check of the aircraft's systems. Everything appeared to be functioning as expected, with the aircraft on course and maintaining a steady altitude. The weather, which had been a concern for flights across the Pacific during the winter months, posed no issues, with clear skies reported ahead. However, just as the crew was preparing for the long mid-flight stretch, the routine nature of their journey took a dramatic and mysterious turn. After a final routine communication with Tokyo Air Traffic Control, in which the captain confirmed their position and expected route, the aircraft suddenly ceased all communications. This abrupt silence was out of character for such an experienced crew and immediately raised concerns. At the Air Traffic Control Center, controllers attempted to re-establish contact, repeating calls to Flight 967. But there was no response, only the static hiss of an open but unresponsive channel. As minutes turned into hours without any word from the aircraft, the situation escalated rapidly from concern to emergency. The disappearance of Flight 967 initiated a flurry of activity on the ground. Varig's Operations Center, in coordination with international aviation authorities, began piecing together the aircraft's last known movements. Search and rescue operations were considered as the airline communicated with maritime and aviation assets in the region to be on the lookout for the missing aircraft. This initial response set the stage for what would become an extensive and perplexing search effort, spanning multiple countries and vast expanses of ocean. As the reality of the situation set in, the mysterious disappearance of Flight 967 with its invaluable cargo of artwork became a pressing enigma, prompting questions and theories that ranged from simple mechanical failure to more sinister possibilities of foul play. The fate of the aircraft and its crew, along with the artistic treasures it carried, had become an urgent and baffling mystery, captivating the attention of the world. The last known contact with Varig Flight 967 came as the Boeing 707 was approximately halfway over the Pacific Ocean, en route from Tokyo to Los Angeles. After routine communications with air traffic control, the aircraft, like a ghost, vanished from radar screens. The disappearance was both sudden and total, leaving no trace of the aircraft or any indication of trouble. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Varig and the relevant aviation authorities sprang into action. Initial hopes were that the aircraft might have diverted due to an emergency, seeking an alternate landing at one of the numerous available airstrips scattered across the Pacific Islands. However, as hours turned into days without any sign of the aircraft or distress calls, these hopes dimmed. The immediate aftermath of the disappearance saw the initiation of a large-scale search operation. Coordinated by Japanese, American, and Brazilian authorities, the search covered vast swathes of the Pacific Ocean, an area known for its deep waters and challenging weather conditions. The operation included aircraft from the U.S. Coast Guard, Japanese self-defense forces, and several commercial ships that altered their routes to aid in the search. Despite the extensive resources deployed, the search teams faced significant challenges. The Pacific Ocean's vastness and the lack of precise last-known coordinates complicated efforts. The Boeing 707 had disappeared in one of the most remote parts of the world, where radar coverage was spotty and satellite tracking of aircraft was not yet a standard practice. This lack of real-time tracking data severely hindered the search efforts, as rescue teams had to rely largely on estimated positions, which expanded the search area exponentially. Search planes flew over the ocean, scouring the waters for any sign of debris or oil slicks that might indicate a crash site. Ships equipped with sonar systems crisscrossed the estimated flight path, hoping to detect underwater wreckage. However, the depth and topography of the ocean floor made these efforts like searching for a needle in a haystack. As the search continued without success, the focus shifted to understanding what could have caused such an experienced crew flying a well-maintained aircraft to vanish without a trace. Theories abounded, ranging from catastrophic mechanical failure to more sinister scenarios involving sabotage or hijacking. The disappearance of Flight 967 was particularly puzzling due to the valuable cargo it carried, paintings by the famous artist Manabu Mabe, valued at several $1,000,000. This led to speculation that the disappearance might have been orchestrated to steal the artwork, although there was no concrete evidence to support such a theory. The possibility of an insurance scam was also considered, given the high value of the cargo. However, investigations into these angles did not yield any verifiable conclusions. Aviation experts also considered technical and mechanical failures as potential causes. The Boeing 707, though reliable, was susceptible to issues common to all aircraft, such as structural failure, decompression, or a catastrophic engine failure. Yet, without debris or flight data recorders, these theories remained speculative at best. Another line of inquiry focused on the pilot's actions. It was considered whether the pilot could have deliberately diverted the course, similar to other historical incidents of pilot suicide or defection. However, the background checks on the crew revealed no psychological, financial, or personal pressures that might lead to such drastic actions. As weeks turned into months, the mystery deepened. The lack of any substantial evidence, coupled with the fading trail, led to a gradual scaling down of search operations. The disappearance of Flight 967 became a cold case, leaving a void filled with unanswered questions and profound implications for aviation safety and security. The impact on the families of the crew was devastating. They had to cope with not only the loss of their loved ones, but also the torment of not knowing what had happened. The absence of closure was a heavy burden, and many family members continued to push for the continuation of the search, holding on to hope that some trace of the aircraft would be found. Meanwhile, in the broader aviation community, the disappearance led to calls for better tracking and monitoring of aircraft, especially over remote and oceanic routes. The incident highlighted the critical need for advancements in aviation technology, including the implementation of more comprehensive satellite tracking systems that could prevent another aircraft from disappearing without a trace. The mystery of Varig Flight 967 thus not only marked a tragic chapter in aviation history, but also served as a catalyst for discussions about improvements in flight safety and tracking technologies that could one day ensure that no flight ever vanishes again. As the initial shock of the disappearance of Varig Flight 967 began to settle, the aviation community and international authorities intensified their efforts in a desperate bid to locate the missing aircraft. The profound implications of a vanished Boeing 707, particularly one carrying invaluable artwork, compelled a massive, coordinated search operation involving multiple countries and sophisticated technology. The immediate aftermath of the disappearance saw an array of resources being mobilized across the Pacific. The search area, determined by the last known position of the aircraft and its projected flight path, encompassed a vast swath of ocean notorious for its depth and unpredictable weather conditions. The U.S. Coast Guard, Japanese maritime forces, and several Pacific Island nations deployed aircraft and ships in a concerted effort to comb the area. Despite these robust efforts, the initial days of the search yielded no tangible results. Compounding the difficulty was the unpredictable Pacific weather, which frequently hampered search operations. High winds and rough seas often made it dangerous for ships and problematic for aircraft. The vastness of the area, combined with these challenging conditions, meant that even the most advanced technology of the time struggled to make significant progress in locating any debris or signs of the aircraft. Simultaneously, international cooperation took on new levels of urgency and complexity. Diplomatic channels were activated to ensure that all possible resources were made available. Satellite imagery analysis was enlisted, with several countries contributing their satellite capabilities to scour the ocean for any anomalies that might suggest wreckage. This period marked one of the early instances where global satellite resources were pooled in such a manner for a search and rescue operation, setting precedents for future collaborations. As days turned into weeks, the lack of results began to fuel a range of emotions from frustration to despair, particularly among the families of the crew members. The Brazilian government, facing internal pressure and the eyes of the international community, continued to urge for an extended search. They argued that the disappearance of a Brazilian aircraft and the loss of Brazilian nationals required a sustained effort, despite the growing costs and logistical challenges. The search operation also had to contend with numerous false leads and reports. Several times, satellite images or aerial reconnaissance missions thought they had spotted potential wreckage, leading to rapid reallocation of resources to these locations, only to find them unfruitive. Each false alarm tested the resolve of the search teams and added to the emotional roller coaster experienced by the families and the general public following the saga. During this intensive search phase, experts from various fields, including oceanography and aeronautical engineering, were consulted to refine the search parameters. Drift analysis based on ocean currents was conducted to predict where debris might have moved from the assumed crash site. This scientific approach helped to narrow the search areas, focusing efforts on more promising regions and improving the efficiency of the operations. Despite these sophisticated methods and the tireless efforts of all involved, the search had to confront the inevitable limitations imposed by the nature of the search area and the available technology. Deep-sea searches were particularly hampered by the ocean's depth and the seabed's complexity in the presumed crash area, which included underwater mountains and valleys that could easily hide aircraft wreckage. As weeks turned into months with no significant findings, the initial unified resolve began to wane. The daunting reality of the task, combined with the high costs and logistical difficulties, led to discussions about scaling down the search efforts. International partners expressed concerns about the feasibility of continuing such an extensive search indefinitely, especially in the absence of any promising clues. This phase of the search operation culminated in a critical meeting involving representatives from all participating nations and agencies. The decision was made to transition from an active search to a more passive phase, where resources would be directed only towards specific leads, rather than broad sweeps of the ocean. This decision was met with a mix of understanding and resignation, acknowledging both the enormity of the task and the slim chances of success in finding Flight 967 after so much time had passed without a trace. The conclusion of this phase did not mean the end of efforts to find Varig Flight 967, but it marked a somber acknowledgement of the limitations faced by even the most determined and resourceful search operations. The mystery of Flight 967 would continue to linger, a haunting reminder of the uncertainties that still pervade even the most routine of human endeavors like commercial flight. The disappearance of Varig Flight 967 opened numerous investigative channels, as authorities worked tirelessly to unravel the mystery behind the vanished Boeing 707. The focus was divided between mechanical and structural theories, potential human factors, and even the more sinister possibilities of foul play, given the valuable cargo of artwork on board. Criminal investigations were initiated alongside technical inquiries to explore all conceivable angles that could explain the aircraft's sudden and complete disappearance. The Brazilian, Japanese, and American authorities coordinated their efforts, examining if the disappearance could have been orchestrated for the theft of the valuable paintings by Manabu Mabe, estimated to be worth millions of dollars. This theory was particularly compelling given the nature of the cargo, leading to a detailed scrutiny of everyone involved with the flight, from the ground crew that handled the cargo to the personnel who had access to the flight plans. Simultaneously, mechanical failure remained a strong contender in the list of possibilities. Investigators pored over maintenance records and interviewed the airline's maintenance staff to check for any signs of oversight or malpractice that could have led to a catastrophic failure mid-flight. Given the Boeing 707's robust design and Varig's reputation for rigorous maintenance standards, this line of inquiry required thorough examination to ensure no stone was left unturned. The aircraft's last moments were also under intense scrutiny. Data from air traffic control and radar recordings were analyzed to reconstruct the flight's path and altitude changes. Experts considered whether a sudden structural failure could have caused the aircraft to break apart or dive uncontrollably into the ocean. the possibility of an onboard fire or explosion, which could incapacitate the crew and lead to rapid depressurization, was also explored. Alongside technical and criminal investigations, the psychological profiles of the crew were meticulously examined. Authorities delved into the personal lives of the pilot and co-pilot, searching for any indicators of distress, financial problems, or motivations that might lead one to alter the course of the flight deliberately. This aspect of the investigation sought to understand not just the mechanical workings of the aircraft, but also the human elements at play. The investigation's complexity was compounded by the international nature of the flight's route and the jurisdictions involved. Differences in investigative techniques and interagency cooperation sometimes slowed down the process, highlighting the challenges of managing an international aviation mystery. Throughout the investigative phase, theories continued to circulate and evolve. Some experts suggested that the disappearance might have been caused by a deliberate act, perhaps a hijacking gone wrong, or an insurance scam involving the artworks. Others speculated about less likely scenarios, including a spontaneous decision by the pilot to divert the course due to a perceived emergency. The lack of definitive answers led to an atmosphere rife with speculation. Media outlets around the world reported on every development, often sensationalizing the mystery without providing concrete information. This intense public scrutiny added pressure to the investigative teams, but also ensured that the disappearance of Flight 967 remained in the public eye, fostering a sustained interest in uncovering the truth. As months turned into years without conclusive evidence or wreckage, the investigations gradually scaled back. However, the mystery of Flight 967 continued to engage the professional and amateur sleuth communities alike. Online forums, documentaries, and annual conferences dissected every piece of available data, propelling the story into the realm of legendary aviation mysteries. While the official investigations provided no definitive conclusions, they significantly influenced future aviation security measures and protocols for transporting valuable cargo. The disappearance of Flight 967 became a case study in aviation safety courses around the world, teaching new generations of pilots and airline executives about the complexities and unforeseen dangers of air travel. Despite the lack of closure, the investigative efforts into the disappearance of Varig Flight 967 underscored the importance of comprehensive safety and security protocols in aviation, leaving an indelible mark on the industry and continuing to inform practices to this day. As the mystery of Varig Flight 967's disappearance continued to baffle the world, its impact resonated deeply within the aviation industry, particularly in terms of security and cargo transport. The vanished Boeing 707, carrying millions of dollars worth of artwork, prompted a significant reevaluation of cargo security protocols worldwide, leading to enhanced measures designed to protect valuable air freight and ensure the safety of those tasked with its transport. The incident underscored vulnerabilities in the system that could potentially be exploited for criminal purposes. In response, international aviation bodies, including the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, and individual national aviation authorities, began to intensify their focus on securing air cargo. New regulations were introduced, requiring more rigorous background checks for airport and airline personnel, especially those handling valuable or sensitive cargoes. The aim was to create a more robust barrier against theft, smuggling, and other illegal activities. Technological advancements were also accelerated as a direct consequence of the Flight 967 mystery. Innovations in tracking technology became a priority, with significant investments made into real-time tracking systems that could monitor aircraft even over remote areas like the open ocean. These systems were designed to prevent a repeat of situations where a plane could disappear without a trace, providing continuous updates on an aircraft's position, speed, and altitude. The implementation of these tracking systems saw the introduction of the Global Aeronautical Distress and Safety System, GADSS, which was recommended by ICAO and began to be implemented by airlines globally. GADSS was designed to ensure that aircraft could be tracked in real time anywhere in the world, making it virtually impossible for a plane to vanish without leaving a digital footprint. Furthermore, the loss of Flight 967 catalyzed improvements in how cargo was screened and loaded onto aircraft. security measures were tightened, with enhanced scanning equipment and more stringent inspection procedures put in place at major airports around the world. These procedures not only aimed to detect potential threats like explosives or contraband, but also ensured that the documentation and handling of valuable items like artworks were thoroughly controlled and monitored. Airlines and insurance companies, recognizing the financial risks associated with transporting high-value items, started requiring additional security measures and higher assurance levels before agreeing to carry such cargoes. This often included escorts for valuable items, sealed and tamper-proof containers, and dedicated storage areas within aircraft where access was strictly controlled. The training of airline and airport staff in security procedures also saw significant enhancements. Personnel were now regularly drilled on emergency and security protocols, including scenarios involving hijacking, theft, and other security breaches. These training programs were designed to ensure that staff could respond quickly and effectively to protect passengers, crew, and cargo under a variety of adverse conditions. Despite these advances and heightened security measures, the disappearance of Flight 967 continued to haunt the aviation community. The event became a case study in many security training programs, used to illustrate potential vulnerabilities and the importance of vigilance and adherence to protocols. The lessons learned from the incident not only influenced cargo security, but also had broader implications for passenger safety and airline operations. The legacy of Varig Flight 967 is a complex tapestry of mystery, precautionary tales, and technological progression. It highlights the interconnectedness of safety, security, and operational integrity in the modern aviation landscape. While the aircraft itself was never found, the changes brought about in its wake have undoubtedly made air travel safer and more secure, ensuring that such a disappearance remains a rare and unlikely event in the future. This progression, however, came at the cost of an unresolved mystery, leaving an indelible mark on the annals of aviation history, reminding all of the perpetual need for improvement and innovation. As years passed since the disappearance of Varig Flight 967, the incident not only remained an unresolved mystery, but also continued to captivate the attention of the aviation community, researchers, and the public. The story of the missing aircraft and its valuable cargo of Manabu Mabe's paintings has been analyzed and reanalyzed, with various theories persisting or emerging over time. This ongoing interest has ensured that the case is not forgotten, and has also had a profound impact on the families of the missing crew and the airline's history. The legacy of Flight 967 is evident in how the incident has influenced ongoing discourse on aviation safety and operational transparency. Every year, new students of aviation safety study the case, using it to understand the complexities of international air travel regulations, the importance of stringent cargo security measures, and the challenges of deep-water search and rescue operations. Conferences and symposiums often feature sessions dedicated to discussing the case, focusing on what improvements have been made and what lessons can still be learned. The case of Flight 967 has also served as a critical reference point in the development of more comprehensive international cooperative frameworks for handling aviation incidents. It underscored the necessity for countries to work together seamlessly during air emergencies, which influence the protocols used today. These collaborations are crucial not only in crises, but also in regular operations, ensuring that the skies remain safe for international flights. Furthermore, the incident has left a lasting impact on the families of the crew members who were aboard Flight 967. For these families, the disappearance isn't just a historical or technical puzzle. It's a personal tragedy that has resulted in decades of uncertainty and grief. They have become advocates for improvements in how the aviation industry handles similar cases, particularly in terms of family liaison and support. Their efforts have helped to ensure that the relatives of those affected by such mysteries are treated with more consideration and given thorough, timely information. Efforts by these families and their supporters have sometimes led to renewed interest in the case, with calls for new searches or investigations when technological or methodological advancements become available. Although official searches have long since ended, the commitment of these families ensures that new leads and theories continue to surface, keeping the search for answers alive in public consciousness. In addition to impacting aviation safety and family advocacy, the mystery of Flight 967 has also permeated popular culture. It has inspired numerous articles, books, documentaries, and even fictional representations that speculate about the fate of the aircraft. These portrayals help to maintain public interest in the case and often bring forward new theories or insights, although they can also blur the lines between fact and fiction. Despite the tragedy and the myriad challenges it presented, the disappearance of Varig Flight 967 also contributed to a broader understanding of the value and impact of art in the world of aviation cargo. The loss of Manabu Mabe's artworks was felt deeply in the art community, highlighting the need for specialized handling and transport protocols for irreplaceable items. This aspect of the legacy has led to improved practices across the logistics and insurance sectors, ensuring that artworks traveling by air are better protected today. As time moves on, the legacy of Flight 967 continues to evolve. While the mystery may never be fully solved, the lessons drawn from this tragic event remain integral to the continual improvement of international aviation safety. Through continued discussion, study, and advocacy, the aviation community ensures that the story of Flight 967, its crew, and its cargo will not be forgotten, serving as a perpetual reminder of the need for vigilance, preparedness, and cooperation in the ever-expanding realm of global air travel. The cultural and artistic impact of the disappearance of Varig Flight 967 is a poignant chapter in the story, centered around the loss of 153 paintings by the acclaimed Japanese-Brazilian artist Manabu Mabe. These artworks, valued at several $million, were not merely cargo. They represented significant cultural heritage and a profound personal loss to the art community and Mabe's legacy. The vanishing of such invaluable pieces under mysterious circumstances has left a lasting mark on the art world, highlighting the vulnerabilities associated with transporting art globally. Manabu Mabe's work was known for its vibrant expressionism, a fusion of Brazilian and Japanese artistic influences that made his paintings highly sought after on the international stage. The lost artworks were being transported back to Brazil after an exhibition in Tokyo, symbolizing a cultural bridge between Asia and South America and an important career milestone for Mabe. The disappearance of these works effectively erased a significant portfolio of his career's output, impacting not just the monetary value but also the cultural and historical record of global art heritage. This loss has prompted a broader discourse within the art and logistics industries about the risks associated with transporting art. In response, there have been tightened security protocols and better risk management strategies when moving valuable artworks. Insurance companies, artists, museums, and galleries now often insist on more stringent security measures, including enhanced tracking, vetted handling, and specialized transport services that minimize the risk of loss or damage. Moreover, the mysterious circumstances surrounding the disappearance of Flight 967 have fueled creative narratives in various media. Filmmakers, novelists, and journalists have drawn upon the story, weaving narratives that blend fact with fiction, exploring themes of loss, mystery, and the immeasurable value of art. These stories question what art means to our societies and how its value extends beyond monetary worth to embody cultural and historical significance. Documentaries focusing on the disappearance have also shed light on Manabu Mabe's influence in the art world, bringing his work to audiences who might not have been aware of his contributions before the incident. These documentaries often delve into the emotional impact of the loss on the art community and Mabe's family, highlighting the personal stories intertwined with the lost artworks. They serve as a reminder of the human aspects behind the headlines, grounding the technical and investigative details of the disappearance in a narrative of personal and cultural loss. In popular culture, the story of Flight 967 and its lost cargo of artworks has taken on a mythic quality, much like the mysteries surrounding the Titanic or the Amber Room. It captivates the imagination, offering a rich tapestry for exploration in novels, films, and art exhibitions. These cultural products allow people to engage with the story on multiple levels, from thrillers that use the disappearance as a backdrop to more introspective explorations of what such a loss means to the global community. Additionally, the story of Flight 967 has had educational impacts, being used as a case study in university courses related to art history, museum studies, and logistics. It provides a real-world context to discuss the challenges and considerations of transporting art across international borders, including legal, ethical, and logistical aspects. This educational use helps prepare the next generation of curators, artists, and logistics professionals to better manage and protect cultural assets. As the years pass, the disappearance of Varig Flight 967 remains a narrative rich with unanswered questions, but also full of lessons learned and stories told. It continues to influence not only the fields of aviation and logistics, but also the arts, serving as a stark reminder of the fragility and value of cultural artifacts. This legacy ensures that despite the mystery, the significance of the event and the art lost with it will not be forgotten. On a humid morning in late June 1937, Amelia Earhart, already a celebrated aviator and symbol of pioneering spirit, prepared for what was to be the most challenging leg of her ambitious quest to circumnavigate the globe. Alongside her was navigator Fred Noonan, whose skills would be crucial in navigating the vast and treacherous expanse of the Pacific Ocean. Their aircraft, a modified Lockheed Electra, was equipped with additional fuel tanks, transforming the cabin into a cramped space filled with just enough room for the pilots and essential navigation equipment. This setup underscored the gravity and daring nature of their journey. Amelia Earhart was not just a pilot. She was a visionary who had already broken numerous records and established herself as a formidable figure in the rapidly evolving field of aviation. Her goal to fly around the world was more than a personal challenge. It was a statement about the possibilities of air travel and the role of women in its future. As the Lockheed Electra took off from Lae, New Guinea, the weight of this ambition was palpable. The flight to Howland Island, a tiny sliver of land in the vast Pacific, was one of the most critical phases of her journey. The island would serve as a crucial refueling stop, without which the completion of the circumnavigation would be impossible. The preparation for this leg of the flight had been meticulous. Earhart and Noonan had spent countless hours poring over maps and flight charts, calculating and recalculating their planned route to account for the myriad of challenges they faced, including unpredictable weather patterns and potential navigational errors. The Lockheed Electra itself had undergone numerous modifications to maximize its range and reliability, tweaks that were tested and retested to meet the exacting demands of their journey. Their departure from Lae on July 2nd was watched by a small crowd, a mix of well-wishers and press, all aware of the significance of the moment. Earhart, ever the emblem of confidence and calm, waved from the cockpit, her expression one of determined focus. As the engines roared to life and the plane lumbered down the runway, there was a collective holding of breath among those watching. Once the aircraft lifted into the sky, it disappeared into the clouds, leaving behind an air of hopeful anticipation. As Earhart and Noonan settled into the flight, their path took them over some of the most remote areas of the Pacific. Communication during this leg was limited to scheduled transmissions with the Coast Guard ship Itasca, which was stationed near Howland Island to provide radio guidance and weather updates. The vastness of the ocean around them was a constant reminder of the isolation and risks inherent in their undertaking. The last communication with the Itasca was both routine and ominous. Earhart reported cloudy weather, some rain, and rough seas below. She mentioned they were flying on a line of position noted on their maps that should have brought them directly over Howland Island. However, as time passed, further attempts to establish radio contact proved fruitless. Noonan's expertise as a navigator, crucial for their success, was up against the daunting challenge of finding a minute target in the immense Pacific. The realization that the aircraft might be lost began to dawn on those waiting on Howland Island and aboard the Itasca. The scheduled radio checks came and went without a word from the Electra. Anxiety turned to alarm as hours passed with no sign of Earhart or Noonan. The Itasca began broadcasting a constant stream of messages, hoping to guide the Electra in by radio if they were close enough to hear but unable to respond. When the full scope of the situation became apparent, a massive search operation was quickly mobilized. The U.S. Navy and Coast Guard, along with other available Pacific military resources, launched one of the most extensive search and rescue missions of the time. Planes and ships scoured thousands of square miles of ocean, retracing Earhart's planned route and exploring other areas where she might have gone down. Despite these efforts, no trace of Amelia Earhart, Fred Noonan, or the Lockheed Electra was ever found. The disappearance became one of the greatest aviation mysteries of the 20th century, prompting a myriad of theories and continuing explorations that spanned decades. Amelia Earhart's legacy, fueled by her daring and her mysterious fate, continued to inspire adventurers and aviators, ensuring that her story, emblematic of the era's bold strides in aviation and the lingering risks of uncharted territories, would not be forgotten. As Amelia Earhart's Lockheed Electra soared across the Pacific Ocean towards Howland Island, her voice crackled over the radio in what would become the last transmissions ever received from the famed aviator. These brief communications conveyed a mix of routine flight updates and growing concern. The weather was worsening, and despite the Electra being equipped for long distances, navigating to such a minuscule target in the vast Pacific was proving more challenging than anticipated. On the morning of July 2, 1937, as Earhart and her navigator, Fred Noonan, approached the vicinity of Howland Island, the tension aboard the Itasca, a U.S. Coast Guard cutter stationed nearby to support the flight, was palpable. The ship served as Earhart's lifeline to landing safely, equipped to guide her in with radio bearings. Earhart's transmissions, however, indicated she was having difficulty finding the island and receiving the radio signals meant to guide her approach. Earhart's last known transmission, fraught with static, indicated that she believed they were on course but could not see the island. She mentioned running low on fuel and requested that the Itasca take bearings on her signal. Despite the urgency in her voice, the specifics of her position remained unclear, complicating the Coast Guard's ability to provide effective assistance. The gravity of the situation deepened with each unproductive exchange. The plane was somewhere close, yet invisible, hidden by vast oceanic expanses. This final phase of Earhart's flight was marked by a series of critical decisions and unfortunate miscommunications. Earhart and Noonan were navigating largely by dead reckoning, having to rely on their calculations and the plane's instruments, as their radio equipment lacked the sophistication to effectively pinpoint their location relative to Howland Island. The challenges were compounded by environmental factors. The weather conditions included overcast skies and sporadic rain showers, reducing visibility and further complicating their efforts to visually locate the island. Meanwhile, on Howland Island, personnel waited anxiously. Equipped with binoculars and ears tuned to the radio, they scanned the horizon for any sign of the Electra. Time ticked by with growing dread as the reality set in. Earhart and Noonan might have missed the island entirely, or worse, run out of fuel and been forced to ditch in the shark-infested waters. Back on the Itasca, operators attempted to re-establish contact, broadcasting a steady stream of messages in hopes that Earhart would pick them up and use them to find her way. Unfortunately, technical limitations and a critical misunderstanding about the frequencies used for transmission hindered these efforts. The Itasca was equipped to transmit strong signals, but without confirmation that Earhart was receiving them, their utility was severely compromised. As hours passed without further contact, the situation escalated into a full-blown crisis. The initial search efforts were frantic, with the Itasca deploying its resources to scour the possible areas where the Electra might have gone down. Aircraft from the island joined in, expanding the search grid and covering larger areas in desperate hope of spotting debris, an oil slick, or any sign of life. This period of uncertainty marked the beginning of one of the most enduring mysteries in the annals of aviation. The disappearance of Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan prompted a massive response, not just from the immediate search teams, but from the international community. Their fate captured the world's imagination and triggered widespread speculation. Theories abounded, each trying to make sense of how such a well-equipped and well-planned mission could end so abruptly and without a trace. The search for Earhart and Noonan continued for weeks, becoming one of the most extensive and costly in history. Ships and planes combed thousands of square miles of ocean, but the Pacific, vast and inscrutable, offered no clues. As the search efforts proved fruitless, the hope of finding them alive dwindled, leaving behind a haunting legacy of mystery and a poignant narrative of ambition and courage that continues to inspire and intrigue to this day. As the realization dawned that Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan might indeed be lost at sea, the scale of the search operation intensified dramatically. The United States government, spurred by public interest and the significance of Earhart's international stature, mounted an unprecedented rescue effort. This initiative quickly became one of the largest and most expensive search and rescue operations in history, emphasizing the urgency and desperation to find the missing aviators. Within hours of their last radio contact, the U.S. Navy and Coast Guard mobilized a fleet of ships and aircraft to scour the vast area surrounding Howland Island, the intended destination of Earhart's flight. The Itasca, already in the area and initially tasked with providing navigational assistance to Earhart, became the central hub for the initial search efforts. It was joined by other U.S. naval vessels and aircraft, including the battleship Colorado, which launched its float planes to cover an even broader area. The search strategy was multi-pronged and exhaustive. Planes were dispatched to fly grid patterns over thousands of square miles of ocean, looking for any signs of the Electra or its occupants. Ships crisscrossed the suspected areas where Earhart might have gone down, their crews keeping a vigilant lookout for debris or oil slicks that might indicate the location of a crash. Infrared cameras and other advanced, for the time, sensing technologies were employed in the hope of detecting the aircraft or life rafts. Despite these extensive efforts, the vastness and depth of the Pacific Ocean presented formidable challenges. The ocean's immense size and the difficulty of spotting small debris or oil traces made the search like finding a needle in a haystack. The weather conditions, which included frequent cloud cover and choppy seas, further hampered the search efforts, often obscuring visibility and complicating the navigation. As days turned into weeks, the urgency of the search began to wane, with each passing day reducing the likelihood of finding Earhart and Noonan alive. The emotional toll on the search teams and the public was considerable. Each day brought hope that was met with disappointment, a cycle that repeated itself relentlessly. The exhaustive nature of the search also brought about logistical strains and raised questions about the feasibility of continuing the operation indefinitely. Internationally, the disappearance of Amelia Earhart became a media sensation, captivating audiences around the world. Newspapers and radio broadcasts provided daily updates on the search, fueling public fascination and concern. This global attention not only underscored Earhart's significance as a cultural icon, but also highlighted the emerging interconnectedness of the world through modern communications and aviation. The U.S. government, aware of the high public and international stakes, continued to pour resources into the search. However, after spending today's equivalent of millions of dollars and covering hundreds of thousands of square miles without any success, the difficult decision was made to conclude the official search. On July 19, 1937, just over 2 weeks after their disappearance, the search for Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan was officially called off. The conclusion of this extensive search operation marked a somber moment. It was a testament to the limitations of even the most determined and resource-intensive rescue efforts of the time. The failure to find any trace of Earhart, Noonan, or the Electra left a void filled with speculation, sorrow, and unresolved mystery. This outcome not only deepened the enigma surrounding their fate, but also set the stage for decades of theories and explorations, each aiming to provide some resolution to one of the greatest aviation mysteries of the 20th century. The disappearance of Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan over the Pacific Ocean in 1937 catalyzed a myriad of theories and extensive speculation that sought to explain the fate of these two aviators. Over the years, several prevailing theories emerged, each supported by various degrees of evidence and expert opinion, reflecting the persistent intrigue and the complex nature of their unsolved disappearance. The crash and sink theory is perhaps the simplest and most widely accepted explanation. It posits that Earhart's Lockheed Electra ran out of fuel while searching for Howland Island, leading to a crash into the vast Pacific Ocean. This theory is supported by the last transmissions from Earhart, which indicated that they were running low on fuel. The absence of any confirmed debris or oil slick could be attributed to the immediate sinking of the aircraft in deep water, leaving little trace on the surface to be detected by the search teams. Another compelling theory is the Gardner Island hypothesis, which suggests that after failing to locate Howland Island, Earhart and Noonan might have attempted an emergency landing on another island within the Phoenix Islands, now part of the Republic of Kiribati. Nikumaroro, formerly known as Gardner Island, has been the focus of this theory. Subsequent visits and expeditions to Nikumaroro have uncovered artifacts potentially linked to Earhart and Noonan, including pieces of plexiglass that may have come from the Electra's windows, and an old-fashioned sextant box, similar to those Noonan would have used. Supporters of the Gardner Island scenario argue that Earhart and Noonan could have survived for some time as castaways. This theory gained traction with the discovery of human bones on the island in 1940, although initial examinations in the early days were inconclusive, and later analyses led to more questions than answers. Modern forensic techniques continue to examine these findings, adding layers of scientific inquiry to the historical mystery. A more controversial theory involves speculation of capture by Japanese forces, suggesting that Earhart and Noonan might have landed or crashed in the Japanese-controlled Marshall Islands. Some proponents of this theory argue that they were taken as prisoners under the suspicion of being American spies, and that their ultimate fate was covered up amidst the geopolitical tensions leading up to World War II. However, this theory is based largely on anecdotal evidence and has been met with skepticism by mainstream historians due to the lack of concrete archival proof from US or Japanese sources. Each of these theories has been the subject of books, documentaries, and continued research, reflecting the global fascination with Earhart's story and the human desire for resolution. Expeditions to the South Pacific, particularly to Nikumaroro, have utilized modern technology such as satellite imagery, sophisticated sonar, and cadaver dogs to search for any trace of Earhart, Noonan, or their aircraft. These efforts have often been spearheaded by organizations like the International Group for Historic Aircraft Recovery, TIGHAR, which has dedicated decades to investigating the Earhart mystery. The public's fascination with these theories is not merely about solving a mystery, but also about connecting with the past and understanding more about a time when global aviation was still in its early, daring days. Earhart's legacy as a pioneering aviator and a symbol of courage, adventure, and the limitless potential of human ambition continues to inspire these investigative efforts. Each new piece of evidence, whether it conclusively supports a particular theory or deepens the mystery, contributes to the ongoing narrative surrounding Amelia Earhart's final flight. While definitive answers may still elude those who seek them, the pursuit of these answers serves as a testament to the enduring impact of her life and the intriguing nature of her disappearance. In the decades following the disappearance of Amelia Earhart and Fred Noonan, advancements in technology and methodology have rejuvenated efforts to solve one of aviation's greatest mysteries. These modern investigations have not only provided new leads, but have also refined our understanding of what might have happened to Earhart's Lockheed Electra on that fateful day in 1937. One of the most persistent efforts has been led by the International Group for Historic Aircraft Recovery, which has conducted numerous expeditions to Nikumaroro Island, formerly known as Gardner Island. This atoll, part of the Phoenix Islands in the Republic of Kiribati, is central to the hypothesis that Earhart and Noonan may have landed there when they could not locate Howland Island. TIGHAR's expeditions have focused on systematic searches both on the island and in the surrounding waters, employing advanced forensic techniques and technologies. Significant among the findings from these expeditions are items that could plausibly be linked to Earhart, Noonan, or their aircraft. These include fragments of a plexiglass window that closely matches the type used in the Lockheed Electra and an aluminum panel that appears to be aircraft debris. Additionally, the discovery of a 1930s woman's shoe, a jar of anti-freckle cream — Earhart was known to dislike her freckles — and improvised tools suggest the possibility of castaways attempting to survive. Moreover, TIGHAR's efforts have extended to analyzing bone fragments and other biological material found on the island. Initial analyses in the past were inconclusive, or led to the determination that they were from a male, which contradicted the hypothesis that they might belong to Earhart. However, with the advent of more sophisticated DNA technology, these materials are under continuous re-examination, holding out the possibility that one day they might conclusively link them to Earhart. These expeditions have also benefited from technological advancements in satellite imagery and underwater robotics. High-resolution satellite images have allowed researchers to scour the island for signs of an aircraft from the comfort of their laboratories before setting foot on the island. Underwater drones, equipped with cameras and sonar, have explored the deep waters around Nikumaroro for any signs of the wreckage, which would be definitive proof of the plane's final resting place. Despite these promising leads, each expedition has also underscored the monumental challenges of such an endeavor. The remote location of Nikumaroro, combined with its harsh environment, means that each trip is not only costly but also fraught with logistical difficulties. The coral reefs surrounding the island pose a hazard, potentially hiding and even destroying evidence of the Lockheed Electra's landing or crash. The modern search for Amelia Earhart is also marked by collaborations that span governments, private entities, and enthusiasts, each bringing their expertise and resources to bear on this enduring mystery. These collaborative efforts reflect a larger trend in the field of historical and archaeological research, where multidisciplinary approaches are increasingly seen as vital to solving complex puzzles. Parallel to Tigar's efforts, other groups and individuals have pursued different leads. Some have focused on analyzing historical records and personal accounts from individuals in the Marshall Islands, where some locals have long claimed that Earhart and Noonan were captured by the Japanese. These investigations often involve combing through Japanese and American archives for any overlooked clues that might shed light on the aviator's fate. The renewed interest in Amelia Earhart's disappearance and the application of new technologies to the search have not only brought us closer to potentially solving this mystery, but have also had broader implications for aviation archaeology. Techniques developed and refined during these searches, such as deep-sea sonar imaging and DNA analysis from old remains, have applications in other investigations, expanding our capabilities to explore and solve historical enigmas. Moreover, these efforts underscore the changing nature of historical inquiry in the age of technology. With each new tool and each expedition, the public's fascination with Earhart's story is rekindled, ensuring that her legacy continues to inspire and that the quest for answers remains alive. Whether or not these modern investigations will ever conclusively solve the mystery of what happened to Amelia Earhart, they stand as a testament to the enduring human spirit to seek answers, no matter how elusive they may be. Amelia Earhart's disappearance in 1937 transcended the realm of a mere aviation mystery to become a powerful symbol of courage, adventure, and the endless quest for equality. Her legacy has profoundly impacted not only aviation, but also the role of women in STEM and broader societal contexts, inspiring countless individuals and shaping cultural narratives across decades. Earhart was more than an aviator. She was a pioneering spirit of her time, breaking numerous records and challenging societal norms that restricted women's roles both on the ground and in the skies. Her attempt to circumnavigate the globe was a bold assertion of her belief in women's capabilities and their right to compete on equal footing with men. This aspect of her legacy has made her an enduring icon in the feminist movement, symbolizing the struggle for equality and the fight to break through traditional gender barriers. In the world of aviation, Earhart's influence has been equally significant. She was instrumental in the formation of the 99s, an international organization of women pilots established in 1929 to provide support and advocacy for female aviators. Her leadership and vision set the stage for future generations of women in aviation, encouraging them to pursue careers as pilots, engineers, and space explorers. The organization continues to thrive, supporting women in aviation through scholarships, education, and mutual support, perpetuating Earhart's legacy of empowerment and involvement in the field. Moreover, Earhart's story has been a persistent presence in media and popular culture, serving as a rich source of inspiration for films, books, and plays. Each portrayal explores different facets of her life and disappearance, reflecting the public's enduring fascination with her story. These portrayals often emphasize her bravery and the mysterious circumstances surrounding her final flight. But they also highlight her role as a trailblazer for women's rights and her contribution to the early days of aviation. Her disappearance has also sparked numerous conspiracy theories and alternative explanations, which have been featured in various documentaries and investigative reports. This ongoing intrigue ensures that her name remains in the public consciousness, continually sparking new discussions about her life and legacy. The mystery of her fate invites people to explore not only the facts, but also the symbolic meanings of her journey and disappearance. Educationally, Earhart's life and career are studied in schools around the world, where her story is used to teach lessons about perseverance, courage, and the importance of pursuing one's dreams despite obstacles. This educational impact is perhaps one of the most enduring aspects of her legacy, inspiring students to learn from her achievements and challenges. Additionally, Earhart's influence extends to advocacy for aviation safety and technological advancements in flight. Her disappearance highlighted the limitations of aviation technology of the time and underscored the need for advancements in navigation and communication systems. Today, modern satellite and GPS technologies, which provide real-time tracking of aircraft, are part of her legacy, addressing the very challenges that contributed to her disappearance. On a more personal level, the annual remembrance events and continued interest in her life have provided a form of closure for those inspired by her story. For many, especially young women and girls, Earhart is a figure who represents the limitless possibilities of the human spirit. Her life encourages them to dream big and pursue those dreams with the same determination and fearlessness that she did. In sum, the legacy of Amelia Earhart is a tapestry woven from her achievements in aviation, her role as a cultural and feminist icon, and the ongoing mystery of her disappearance. As each new generation discovers her story, they find in her a source of inspiration, a reminder that the sky is not the limit, but just the beginning. The quest to uncover the truth of her final flight continues to evolve with new investigations and technologies, ensuring that her legacy will endure as long as the skies are flown. The enduring mystery of Amelia Earhart's disappearance continues to fascinate and inspire people around the world, transcending generations and cultivating a rich legacy that is as vibrant today as it was in the early 20th century. Her story resonates not only as a historical enigma, but also as a profound symbol of adventure, courage, and the relentless pursuit of dreams against formidable odds. This ongoing mystique contributes to her status as an iconic figure in history, aviation, and women's rights. Amelia Earhart's legacy is commemorated in various ways, from museums and educational programs to annual events that celebrate her life and achievements. Institutions like the Amelia Earhart Birthplace Museum in Atchison, Kansas, which was her childhood home, serve as custodians of her legacy, offering insights into her life and the era she influenced so deeply. These venues play a crucial role in educating the public and preserving the memory of Earhart's pioneering spirit. Moreover, Earhart's attempt to circumnavigate the globe and her subsequent disappearance have become a powerful narrative used in educational curricula across various disciplines. Schools and universities leverage her story to teach about early aviation history, the challenges of global navigation, and the societal context of the 1930s, particularly regarding gender roles and expectations. Educators also use her story to instill values of perseverance and resilience, highlighting how her life was a testament to overcoming obstacles and breaking barriers. In the broader cultural context, Amelia Earhart is a perennial subject in media and popular culture, her story having inspired numerous films, documentaries, books, and articles. Each new project that seeks to unravel the mystery of her disappearance or celebrate her achievements reintroduces her legacy to a new audience, ensuring that her impact is not confined to history books, but continues to be relevant in contemporary discussions about gender, technology, and exploration. The mystery surrounding Earhart's fate also continues to inspire adventurers, scientists, and historians. Modern expeditions equipped with cutting-edge technology aim to solve the puzzle of her disappearance, diving into the depths of the Pacific or exploring remote islands for any trace of her or her aircraft. Each effort, whether successful or not, keeps her story in the public eye and fuels an ongoing dialogue about historical investigation and technological advancement in exploration. Furthermore, Earhart's influence extends into advocacy for women's rights and empowerment in fields traditionally dominated by men. Her legacy is often cited in discussions about gender equality in STEM fields, encouraging a new generation of young women to pursue careers in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Her life story is a motivational tool used by numerous organizations and initiatives that aim to empower women and girls worldwide. Internationally, Amelia Earhart is not just remembered as an American aviator. She is celebrated as a global icon who pushed the boundaries of what was possible in her time. Her bravery and the mysterious circumstances of her last flight provide a universal appeal that crosses cultural and geographical boundaries. Festivals, exhibitions, and public talks in various countries commemorate her life, each adding to the tapestry of her global legacy. In reflection, the story of Amelia Earhart is more than an unresolved disappearance. It is a narrative rich with themes of innovation, bravery, and the unyielding human spirit. Her life and the ongoing quest to find her continue to inspire and challenge us, reminding us of the vastness of human potential and the enduring desire to explore the unknown. Her legacy, perpetuated through continuous interest and investigation, ensures that Amelia Earhart will remain an inspirational figure, symbolizing the pursuit of adventure and the endless quest for knowledge. In the quest to preserve and honor the memory of Amelia Earhart, her impact on the field of aviation and beyond has been memorialized in numerous ways that inspire future generations and deepen our collective memory of her pioneering spirit. This additional chapter seeks to encapsulate the tangible and lasting tributes that have been established to commemorate her life and legacy. Across the United States and around the world, various memorials and statues have been erected in Earhart's honor. Perhaps the most significant of these is located at the Amelia Earhart Airport, in her hometown of Atchison, Kansas, which not only serves as a functional airport, but also as a living homage to her legacy. The airport features a museum filled with personal artifacts, photographs, and stories that chronicle her life and career, providing a focal point for those wishing to understand and celebrate her contributions to aviation and women's history. Educational scholarships and programs bearing her name continue to support aspiring female aviators, encouraging them to pursue their dreams with the same boldness and determination that Earhart exemplified. These scholarships are often provided by aviation organizations, including the 99s, which Earhart helped establish, ensuring that her passion for flying and her advocacy for women pilots are passed on to new generations. Furthermore, Earhart's influence extends into annual events and educational programs that not only celebrate her achievements, but also look at her life through the lens of modern feminist and technological perspectives. Conferences and symposiums discuss her impact on navigation technology, global communication, and gender equality, reflecting on how her legacy aligns with contemporary issues in these fields. Additionally, the mystery surrounding her disappearance has inspired a variety of creative works, including plays, novels, and films that explore the many facets of her character and the era she influenced. These portrayals contribute to a broader understanding of her as a complex and multifaceted figure, not only as a heroine in flight, but also as a person who faced immense challenges with courage and resilience. As these memorials, scholarships, and cultural portrayals continue to proliferate, they ensure that Amelia Earhart's legacy remains vibrant and relevant. Each tribute serves as a reminder of her contributions to aviation and her role as a trailblazer for women, proving that her spirit continues to soar in the hearts and minds of those who follow in her footsteps. Through these enduring symbols and initiatives, Amelia Earhart's life and legacy continue to inspire awe and admiration, securing her place as an eternal icon of bravery and innovation. In the vast arid expanse of the Sahara Desert, a place where the sun reigns with relentless heat and the winds sculpt sand into endless waves, the last thing one might expect to find is a modern jet aircraft, silent and still, its metallic surfaces glaring under the intense sun. Yet, in 1969, this surreal scene captured the attention of the world when a fully intact jet was discovered abandoned without a trace of its crew or passengers, sparking one of the most baffling mysteries in aviation history. The aircraft, a Boeing 707, was found by a nomadic group wandering the desert in search of grazing for their camels. The nomads were familiar with the sight of planes flying overhead, a common enough occurrence with international routes crisscrossing the sky above the desert. But the sight of a large, intact jet on the ground was unprecedented. Curiosity drew them closer, and what they found was a plane that seemed prepared for a normal flight, yet eerily void of life. The scene around the jet was undisturbed, with no signs of a crash landing. The aircraft appeared to have made a perfectly controlled landing on the sands. The boarding stairs were down, as if inviting the passengers to disembark. Inside, the cabin was orderly with safety cards tucked into seat pockets and overhead bins closed. The only thing missing was the people. No crew, no passengers were found, and no personal belongings were left behind. Local authorities were quickly notified about the discovery. The news of the abandoned jet spread rapidly, attracting local police and eventually international aviation investigators to the site. The aircraft's identification numbers were traced back to a recently reported missing jet, which had last communicated its position while overflying a neighboring country's airspace hours before its unexpected discovery in the desert. As investigators arrived at the location, the immediate task was to secure the site and begin the process of documenting everything exactly as it was found. Photographs were taken, and every element of the jet was carefully examined, from the engines and landing gear to the flight deck and avionics. The jet's logbooks and navigation charts were still in the cockpit, showing a flight path that had been abruptly abandoned. The mystery deepened as preliminary checks showed that the jet's systems were functional, with no mechanical failures recorded in the flight data recorder. There were also no distress signals sent from the aircraft before it descended into the desert. This impeccable condition of the jet, combined with the lack of any signs of struggle or emergency, baffled the investigators. Questions swirled among the investigation team. How had the jet landed here in the middle of the Sahara without any of its passengers or crew? Why were there no signs of a hasty evacuation or an emergency situation that might have prompted such an unusual landing? Theories began to form, but each seemed as unlikely as the next. The desert, silent and watchful, offered no clues, and the jet itself, despite being equipped with the latest technology of the time, held its secrets tightly. This enigmatic discovery would come to challenge the boundaries of what was understood about aviation incidents. It also posed poignant questions about the fate of those who had been aboard. As the investigation pressed on, the task of piecing together the events leading up to the aircraft's final flight became a puzzle that captured the imagination of the world, raising this particular incident to the status of legend in the annals of unsolved aviation mysteries. The Boeing 707 that sat deserted amidst the sprawling sands of the Sahara had embarked on what was supposed to be a routine commercial flight. Its journey had begun at a bustling international airport, where it was thoroughly checked and prepared for a long haul over several countries, with a final destination in a major European city. The jet, a marvel of modern aviation technology, was equipped to ensure a safe and comfortable journey across vast distances, manned by a seasoned crew well-versed in such routes. The flight crew consisted of an experienced captain, known for his meticulous attention to detail and an impeccable safety record, alongside a co-pilot and a navigator who were equally competent and respected in their professions. The passenger list included business travelers, a few families returning home or starting vacations, and solo travelers embarking on various personal adventures. Each had boarded the plane with luggage in hand, expectations for their travels ahead, and no indication that their flight would become an enduring mystery. As the jet took off that day, air traffic control monitored its progress, noting its ascent and stabilization in the cruising altitude. The crew's last communication was a routine position report over the radio, stating their current location and expected time over the next waypoint. This communication was logged by air traffic control, and everything appeared normal. However, shortly thereafter, the jet disappeared from radar screens without any distress signal or further communication, initiating a perplexing silence that would lead to its unexpected discovery in the desert. The investigation into the jet's last known hours painted a picture of normality. The flight data, up to the point of last contact, showed no deviations from the planned route or any signs of mechanical issues. The weather reports indicated clear skies with favorable flying conditions. Interviews with air traffic controllers and other personnel confirmed that there had been no signs of trouble and no emergency communications had been received from the flight. This disappearance triggered a search operation that spanned several countries. Military and civilian aircraft scanned the jet's expected flight path and adjacent areas, looking for any signs of the aircraft. Satellite imagery was analyzed to detect possible crash sites, and ships in nearby waters were alerted to watch for debris. Yet, despite these extensive efforts, there was no trace of the jet until its inexplicable appearance in the Sahara, far off its original course. The sudden vanishing of the aircraft, followed by its equally mysterious reappearance landed intact in the desert, raised numerous questions. How could a jet with a full complement of passengers and crew land in the middle of one of the most inhospitable places on Earth, without any sign of those aboard? Was the plane commandeered and diverted? If so, by whom and for what purpose? Alternatively, could a rare but conceivable set of circumstances have led to the crew and passengers incapacitating, leaving the plane to continue on a ghostly trajectory until fuel exhaustion brought it gently to the ground? These questions formed the core of the ensuing investigation, driving a deeper look into every conceivable aspect of the flight, from the mechanical integrity of the aircraft to the backgrounds and recent activities of everyone on board. As the global aviation community watched closely, the mystery of the jet in the Sahara became a puzzle that experts around the world were eager to solve, each clue adding a piece to the intricate tapestry of theories. The discovery of the abandoned Boeing 707 in the vast Sahara Desert not only baffled investigators, but also prompted an immediate and extensive investigation by local authorities. International aviation bodies, including experts from the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, were quickly involved, underscoring the severity and unusual nature of the case. Once the initial shock of the discovery settled, the first step was to secure the site. A perimeter was established around the aircraft to preserve any evidence that might help in piecing together the events leading up to its mysterious landing. Forensic teams meticulously examined the jet, taking note of every detail, from the positions of the cockpit controls to the arrangement of items found in the cabin. They collected fingerprints, fibers, and other residues that might yield clues about the presence and activities of the passengers and crew. Concurrently, a more comprehensive international response was organized. Given the jet's last known flight path crossed multiple international borders, authorities from several countries collaborated, sharing radar data, flight logs, and other relevant information. This cooperation was pivotal, as the jet had disappeared from radar coverage and left little for investigators to work with. The collaborative international effort aimed to reconstruct the flight's path and determine how it ended up in such a remote location. As part of the investigation, officials also scrutinized the aircraft's maintenance records and the airline's safety protocols. This scrutiny was necessary to determine if mechanical failure could have played a role in the aircraft's fate. Interviews with maintenance crew and inspections of other aircraft in the fleet provided additional contexts, though initially, nothing pointed to a mechanical or technical failure. Meanwhile, the identities and backgrounds of every individual on board were examined in detail. Authorities reached out to families, colleagues, and friends, gathering information that might explain if any personal factors could have influenced the events. This process was emotionally taxing for the families involved, stirring a mix of hope and dread as each new piece of information was analyzed. The search for clues was not confined to the ground. Aerial and satellite reconnaissance played a crucial role in the investigation, attempting to trace the jet's unexpected deviation from its flight path. This search examined vast stretches of the jet's possible routes to find signs of distress or unusual maneuvers. Experts in satellite imagery and aerial photography joined the effort, scrutinizing images for any trace that the jet had been elsewhere before its final landing site. The efforts to find clues about the jet's journey and the fate of its occupants were painstaking and slow. Days turned into weeks, with the investigation team combing through an immense amount of data, from satellite images to weather reports from the day of the disappearance. Theories were tested and often discarded, adding to the mounting frustrations and the pressing demand for answers. The investigation also delved into less conventional theories, exploring the possibility of hijacking or sabotage. Security footage from the airport, passenger and crew records, and communications were analyzed to identify any potential threats or anomalies that might suggest such scenarios. However, these lines of inquiry also hit dead ends, as there were no indications of criminal activities or unauthorized access to the aircraft prior to its last flight. Public interest in the case grew as the investigation continued. Media outlets around the world reported on the progress of the investigation, speculating about possible explanations and contributing to a growing lore surrounding the event. This media attention often proved a double-edged sword. While it helped keep the investigation in the public eye and sometimes prompted valuable tips or insights, it also generated pressure on the investigators and distress among the families of the missing. Throughout this extensive and detailed investigation, the commitment to uncovering the truth never wavered. Each lead, no matter how small or seemingly inconsequential, was followed in the hope of solving the enigma of the jet that landed itself in the Sahara. This relentless pursuit of answers underscored the complexity and determination of those involved in unraveling one of the most perplexing mysteries in aviation history. As the investigation progressed, the focus intensified on the painstaking task of searching for any physical clues that could shed light on the jet's mysterious landing in the Sahara. The search teams, composed of experts in various fields, conducted thorough ground searches in the vast desert surrounding the found aircraft, hoping to find items that might have been ejected or lost during an unrecorded emergency landing. Ground search teams meticulously scoured the area immediately around the jet. This included combing through the sand for miles in each direction, looking for footprints, discarded items, or any other evidence that might indicate the movements of the passengers and crew after landing. Given the harsh desert environment, this task was arduous. The shifting sands and extreme temperatures posed significant challenges, often erasing what little trace might have existed. Simultaneously, aerial and satellite searches provided a broader view of the area. Advanced satellite imagery was employed to scan vast stretches of the desert, looking for any disturbances in the natural landscape that might suggest the plane had traveled over it, or that survivors had wandered away from the initial landing site. Helicopters and drones equipped with high-resolution cameras and thermal imaging technology flew over the region, expanding the search radius and providing real-time data to the teams on the ground. Despite these exhaustive efforts, the searches yielded few tangible results. The desert seemed to have swallowed any clues, leaving the investigation team grappling with more questions than answers. The pristine condition of the aircraft at the discovery site suggested a controlled landing rather than a crash, which only deepened the mystery. How had the aircraft landed so perfectly, without any trace of the crew or passengers? With physical searches providing limited insights, the investigation expanded to include detailed analysis of radar and satellite data from the days leading up to the jet's disappearance. This analysis aimed to reconstruct the flight path more accurately and identify any unusual deviations or moments when the aircraft might have gone off course. The data recovery process involved syncing timestamps from various international radar installations, a complex task given the differences in technology and coverage areas. Experts also considered the possibility that the aircraft might have been flown deliberately off course, a scenario that pointed towards deliberate human intervention rather than mechanical failure. This line of investigation led to further scrutiny of the flight crew's backgrounds and recent behaviors, searching for any signs of discontent, financial problems, or connections that might suggest a motive for diverting the flight. Furthermore, the technical team delved deeper into the aircraft's onboard systems, examining the jet's autopilot and navigation systems to assess whether they could have been tampered with or programmed to execute a flight plan that deviated from the original route. The aircraft's communication systems were also analyzed to determine why no distress call was made, and whether the systems had been disabled or failed. As weeks turned into months, the complexity of the investigation grew. Each piece of data added a layer to the intricate puzzle, yet no conclusive evidence emerged that could explain the circumstances leading to the jet's final landing in the desert. The lack of answers was frustrating for the investigators, and agonizing for the families waiting for any news of their loved ones. Throughout this extensive search and investigative effort, the commitment of the teams never wavered. The mystery of the silent passenger jet in the desert captured the attention of the global aviation community, reminding everyone of the vast unknowns still present in modern aviation and the relentless pursuit of answers that drives human curiosity and ingenuity. As the exhaustive physical and technical investigations continued without yielding conclusive results, the range of theories regarding the disappearance of the jet and its passengers began to proliferate. Each theory attempted to fill the void left by the lack of concrete evidence, ranging from plausible explanations involving hijacking and sabotage to speculative scenarios including supernatural elements. Among the more grounded theories was the possibility of hijacking or sabotage. This line of thought was driven by the meticulous analysis of the aircraft's last known communications and radar signatures, which showed no signs of distress or deviation until shortly before it disappeared. Investigators pored over passenger lists and crew backgrounds, searching for any links to criminal networks or previous behavior that might suggest a motive for redirecting the aircraft. However, despite deep dives into the personal lives of those on board, no clear connections or motives emerged. Another compelling theory revolved around a catastrophic mechanical or technical failure that somehow did not compromise the aircraft's ability to land intact. Experts in aviation mechanics scrutinized the aircraft's maintenance records and interviewed the ground crew who had serviced the plane prior to its final flight. They examined scenarios where critical systems could fail in such a way that communication was lost while basic flight control was maintained. Yet, the condition of the jet upon discovery, undamaged and apparently landed with precision, made this theory difficult to support. Simultaneously, some investigators considered the potential for an elaborate insurance fraud scheme, where the aircraft was landed intentionally in a remote area to be later declared lost. Financial records and insurance policies related to the aircraft and its cargo were thoroughly reviewed, searching for unusually high insurances taken out or last-minute changes in policy terms. However, nothing out of the ordinary surfaced in the financial audit, leaving this theory also hanging without substantive support. As these plausible explanations were explored and often hit dead ends, more speculative theories began to gain attention. Not least among them, the idea of supernatural or extraterrestrial involvement. This was fueled in part by the aircraft's mysterious and pristine condition when found, which seemed almost staged or otherworldly. Ufologists and paranormal enthusiasts joined the fray, proposing ideas that ranged from alien abductions to dimensional portals, citing the Sahara's historical and mystical associations as a potential hotspot for such phenomena. In response to these wilder theories, some sections of the scientific community advocated for a more measured approach, suggesting psychological factors like mass hysteria or a shared delusion among the crew and passengers might explain the disappearance. Psychologists were brought in to analyze behaviors recorded on the flight's CCTV and any personal communications sent by those on board before the flight. They looked for signs of group psychological dynamics that could lead to a collective decision to disappear, though this approach, too, struggled to find factual grounding. The variety of theories, each with its proponents and detractors, created a vibrant, if chaotic, tapestry of possibilities that captured the public's imagination. Media coverage began to reflect this diversity of thought, with documentaries and news segments often presenting a new theory each week, each more sensational than the last. This media circus brought the incident into the realm of popular culture, where it was discussed and debated everywhere from internet forums to coffee shops. In the midst of all the speculation, the investigation team worked tirelessly to maintain a focus on verifiable facts and evidence-based theories. They coordinated with international aviation and safety organizations to ensure that all possible leads were thoroughly explored. The complexity of the case required them to be open-minded yet skeptical, willing to follow where the evidence led but cautious of falling into conjecture without proof. Through it all, the mystery of the silent passenger jet in the Sahara remained an open question, a puzzle that seemed to resist every attempt to solve it. As months turned into years, the incident continued to be a source of fascination and frustration, a reminder of the limits of human knowledge and the enduring allure of the unknown. The investigation into the abandoned jet in the Sahara continued, gradually shaping the aviation industry's approach to flight safety and emergency response. The unusual circumstances surrounding the jet's mysterious landing prompted a critical reassessment of existing protocols, emphasizing the need for enhanced tracking and communication technologies. In response to the incident, aviation authorities worldwide began to scrutinize and subsequently strengthen the protocols for tracking aircraft over large, uninhabited areas like deserts and oceans. This led to the accelerated adoption of more advanced real-time tracking systems that could maintain contact with aircraft regardless of their location. Technologies such as ADS-B, Automatic Dependent Surveillance Broadcast, which provides air traffic controllers with real-time updates on an aircraft's position, became standard requirements on commercial jets. The incident also highlighted the importance of improving onboard communication systems to ensure that pilots could maintain contact with ground control under any circumstances. Enhancements were made to satellite communication technologies, allowing for a continuous two-way communication channel between the aircraft and ground control, even from the most remote parts of the world. These technical improvements were accompanied by revisions to emergency response strategies. The mysterious circumstances of the jet's landing, with no distress call or indication of trouble, led to the development of more robust procedures for investigating and responding to sudden silences or disappearances of aircraft. Simulation exercises and training programs were updated to include scenarios involving unexplained landings and disappearances, preparing both aircrews and ground personnel to handle similar situations more effectively. The media's role in covering the incident also had a profound impact on public perception of aviation safety. Initial sensational reporting gave way to a more measured discourse as the investigation unfolded, helping to educate the public on the complexities and challenges of maintaining safety in modern aviation. This shift in media narrative helped to rebuild trust in air travel, which had been somewhat shaken by the mysterious event. In popular culture, the incident inspired various forms of artistic expression. Filmmakers, novelists, and television producers drew upon the eerie and unresolved nature of the story, creating works that captured the public's imagination and explored themes of isolation, technology, and human courage. These cultural products contributed to a broader societal engagement with the themes of the incident, ensuring that the story remained part of the public consciousness. Additionally, the incident became a focal point for discussions about transparency and government accountability in handling unexplained events. Advocacy groups pushed for more open access to information regarding aviation anomalies, arguing that public scrutiny can play a crucial role in improving safety standards. This led to somewhat more transparent practices, with authorities becoming more forthcoming about incidents in their investigations. The legacy of the abandoned jet in the Sahara is a complex tapestry of technological advancement, cultural impact, and improved safety protocols. It serves as a poignant reminder of aviation's vulnerabilities and the constant need for vigilance, innovation, and cooperation to ensure the safety of air travel. As the industry continues to evolve, the lessons learned from this mysterious incident remain a crucial part of the dialogue on how best to navigate the skies safely and responsibly. The mysterious discovery of the abandoned jet in the Sahara not only puzzled investigators and aviation experts, but also left a significant mark on popular culture and spawned a variety of conspiracy theories. The intrigue surrounding the event permeated various media, influencing films, literature, and sparking fervent discussions among both skeptics and believers. In popular culture, the abandoned jet became the subject of numerous documentaries, each attempting to unravel the mystery from different angles. Filmmakers explored the incident, often blending factual investigation with speculative fiction to engage audiences. The enigmatic nature of the case proved to be a fertile ground for storytellers, who envisioned scenarios ranging from espionage and governmental cover-ups to paranormal activity and alien interventions. These stories, while fictional, tapped into the collective fascination with the unexplained, drawing large audiences eager to explore the boundaries of reality. Literature also mirrored this fascination. Authors of thriller and mystery genres found inspiration in the desert jet, crafting novels that delved into the psychological and societal impacts of such a bewildering event. These books often portrayed characters grappling with the unknown, using the backdrop of the mysterious jet to explore themes of isolation, human fear of abandonment, and the existential dread of the unexplained. Furthermore, the incident spurred a slew of conspiracy theories that flourished on internet forums and social media platforms. These theories ranged from the plausible to the outlandish, with some suggesting that the jet was part of a secret government experiment gone awry, while others believed it was evidence of time travel or an interdimensional portal. These discussions were not just limited to fringe groups. They occasionally made their way into mainstream debates, prompting public figures and experts to weigh in on the possibilities. The proliferation of such theories highlighted a deep-seated human need to find explanations for the inexplicable. They also underscored the distrust some segments of the public had towards official accounts of mysterious incidents, reflecting a broader skepticism of authority. This skepticism often led to vigorous debates about transparency and the need for open government investigations into unexplained phenomena. Educationally, the incident became a case study in critical thinking and media literacy within academic settings. Teachers and professors used the event to encourage students to analyze sources, differentiate between evidence-based conclusions and speculation, and understand the impact of media on public perception. This educational aspect was crucial in fostering a more discerning and questioning approach among students, preparing them for a world where distinguishing between fact and fiction is increasingly complex. The cultural impact of the mysterious jet in the Sahara extended beyond entertainment and education. It became a part of the social dialogue on mystery and exploration, a modern-day enigma that challenged our understanding of technology, human nature, and the cosmos. As such, it remained a topic of enduring interest, continuing to inspire curiosity and awe years after the initial discovery. Thus, the legacy of the silent passenger jet went far beyond its physical remnants in the desert. It became a symbol of the unknown, a catalyst for imagination, and a beacon for those who dare to question and explore the uncharted territories of human knowledge and understanding. As the years passed, the jet's mystery remained unsolved, but its impact was indelibly etched into the cultural and intellectual landscape, proving that some mysteries, whether solved or not, have the power to captivate and transform. As the years passed since the discovery of the abandoned jet in the Sahara, the mystery remained largely unsolved, continuing to puzzle experts and captivate the public imagination. The ongoing fascination with the incident has not only sustained interest in the case, but also fostered a legacy that influences various aspects of aviation, government policy, and popular culture. The enigmatic nature of the incident has ensured that it remains a topic of discussion at aviation safety conferences and symposiums around the world. Experts regularly revisit the case, using it as a benchmark to discuss improvements in flight tracking technology and emergency response protocols. The incident underscored the importance of robust communication systems and reinforced global efforts to implement real-time tracking technologies across all commercial flights to prevent such mysteries in the future. The unresolved case continues to be a significant point of reference for training programs in aviation academies. Instructors use the scenario to teach students about crisis management, decision-making under duress, and the procedures for handling unusual in-flight events. The discussions often extend beyond technical responses, delving into ethical considerations such as the responsibility of crews to passengers and the impact of decisions on the families involved. In the realm of policy and governance, the incident has prompted ongoing debates about transparency and public access to information regarding aviation anomalies. Advocacy groups have emerged, pushing for legislation that requires governments and agencies to be more forthcoming with information about such incidents. These efforts have led to some changes in policy, with several countries adopting more transparent processes for reporting and investigating unexplained aerial phenomena. The case has also continued to inspire a wide range of cultural productions. New documentaries and investigative reports emerge periodically, each bringing fresh perspectives or revisiting old theories with new information. These productions contribute to a layered narrative that combines factual investigation with creative speculation, keeping the public engaged and eager for any new developments. Moreover, the incident has permeated academic discussions, becoming a subject of study in fields as diverse as psychology, sociology, and journalism. Academics analyze the public and media responses to the incident as a case study in human behavior, the spread of misinformation, and the societal impacts of unresolved mysteries. Such studies often highlight how human beings deal with the unknown, the role of the media in shaping public perception, and the psychological effects on those directly involved in or affected by such incidents. On a more personal level, the legacy of the mystery continues to impact the families of the crew and passengers who were aboard the jet. For many, the lack of closure remains a source of ongoing grief and frustration. However, some family members have channeled their experiences into advocacy, working with aviation safety organizations to improve passenger and crew safety. Their efforts ensure that the incident, while unresolved, has a constructive impact on the future of aviation. In the broader community, the abandoned jet has become a symbol of the enduring human fascination with the unknown. It sparks the imagination of those who hear about it for the first time, and continues to intrigue those who have followed the story since the discovery. The incident serves as a reminder of the limits of human knowledge and technology, prompting both humility and a relentless drive for innovation among scientists, explorers, and theorists. Ultimately, the legacy of the silent passenger jet is woven into the fabric of modern lore, a mysterious narrative that challenges our understanding of the world and propels us toward greater exploration and discovery. Whether or not the mystery is ever solved, its impact is undeniable, influencing how we think about, respond to, and communicate our encounters with the unknown. As we move forward, the story of the jet in the Sahara serves as a profound lesson in the complexities of our technological age and the mysteries that still lie beyond our grasp. In the cold upper reaches of Earth, where flight paths cut through skies layered with ice and silence, military aircraft serve as both transportation and symbol, trusted, tested machines that brave the world's most unforgiving climates. One such aircraft was the Canadian Forces C-54 Skymaster, a four-engine transport plane used routinely in Arctic operations during the early 1960s. Built to be rugged and reliable, it carried cargo, personnel, and at times classified payloads through snow-blind corridors above the North Atlantic. On a winter day in 1964, one of these aircraft lifted off from Goose Bay, Labrador, headed for Thule Air Base in Greenland. It was a route the military knew well. The plane never arrived. Its crew called her the Snowbird, a name fitting for a plane that routinely danced with sub-zero altitudes, skating through clouds between icy islands and frozen fjords. That morning, the Skymaster carried 6 Canadian military personnel and a modest load of cargo. There was nothing unusual in the mission, and nothing in the pre-flight checks to raise alarm. The crew, seasoned in northern navigation, understood the hazards: crosswinds, poor visibility, radio blackouts, and the ever-present cold. But on that day, forecasts were clear. The aircraft's departure went as expected. Weather conditions were within operational limits, and the flight's course was well-traveled, with military radars along the way ready to monitor its movement. Initial radio contact confirmed the Snowbird had reached cruising altitude. It was approximately halfway through its journey when the silence began. A routine position report never came. Controllers reached out, expecting a delay in check-in, maybe a frequency change or signal bounce. When there was still no reply after 10 minutes, then 20, the worry became formal. The aircraft had disappeared from communication, and soon after, from radar entirely. It was difficult to tell precisely when the plane vanished. In the Arctic, signals flicker, instruments shift under magnetic strain, and contact can dip in and out for no clear reason. But this was different. There was no fading signal, no static-filled final transmission, no distress call. The Snowbird had gone from present to absent in an instant, as if the sky had simply closed behind it. An immediate alert was issued. Canadian and American forces launched coordinated search and rescue operations from both coasts of Greenland and from Labrador. Aircraft combed the planned route, while teams on snowmobiles and dog sleds explored isolated fjords and ice fields. From the air, spotters scanned the snow for anything: an oil sheen, a shadow beneath the surface, a tear in the whiteness. There was nothing. The Arctic has a way of swallowing things. Planes, boats, and stories disappear into its depths, as if the landscape itself is complicit in their erasure. The rescue teams knew this well, yet held on to hope. Even with freezing temperatures and relentless winds, a survival scenario wasn't impossible. Emergency beacons had been known to fail in the cold. Crews had survived crash landings in worse conditions. But as days passed, hope thinned. No emergency beacon had activated. No visual trace of the aircraft or its crew was ever spotted. The grid widened, helicopters refueled mid-air to extend their range, and coastlines were flown over again and again. Search ships traced the edge of drifting ice, sonar pinging into black water beneath fractured floes. But still, there was nothing. No wreckage, no sound, no signal. Only the low growl of engines slicing through silence. After 2 weeks, the operation was scaled back. The official presumption was that the Snowbird had gone down somewhere over the ocean or ice shelf, breaking apart and sinking below visibility. The cause remained unknown. Icing, mechanical failure, navigational error, any could be possible. But there was no data to support any theory. The Arctic, as always, offered no clues. In the aftermath, families were told the search had ended. They were left with no grave, no explanation, only a cold void where answers should have been. For the military, it was logged as a loss during routine transport. Tragic, but not unprecedented. The Cold War had many such silences. Still, for those who followed the story closely, something felt off. This wasn't just a disappearance. It was the complete absence of any trace. No debris, no distress, no drifted parts. In Arctic aviation, even violent crashes tend to leave marks. The snowbird, it seemed, had simply left the sky. Years would pass before questions resurfaced, and strange findings would cast shadows on the official account. But in 1964, the snowbird vanished with barely a sound, and the ice, as it often does, closed itself around the mystery. In the hours following the disappearance, a sense of urgency swept across Canada's northeastern military network. The Arctic is no place for delay. If the snowbird had made an emergency landing, time was already working against its crew. At temperatures well below freezing, with daylight brief and wind speeds cruel, survival was a narrow window. Every hour without contact tightened that window further. The initial assumption was straightforward: mechanical failure or navigational disorientation. It had happened before, though rarely with no warning at all. The military's first step was to backtrack the flight's last confirmed location. The snowbird had been on course, flying at altitude over the Labrador Sea, approaching Greenland's western edge. The radar contact had been faint, normal for that region, but it hadn't returned. That's when the search began. Rescue efforts launched from Goose Bay, from Thule, and from U.S. bases scattered along the North Atlantic corridor. Aircraft equipped with infrared scanners flew grid patterns day and night. Their crews peered through frosted windows, tracing white on white, searching for the unnatural. A wing, a shadow, a glint of aluminum in the snow. Helicopters ventured into fjords and valleys, landing on remote ice to investigate dark spots or anomalies picked up by satellite images. Naval ships patrolled the open waters north of Baffin Island, ready for any sign of debris. Canadian Rangers, indigenous guides trained for Arctic survival, joined foot patrols through the rough terrain, probing the snowdrifts and rock fields for answers. Despite these immense efforts, no distress signal was ever recorded. The snowbird's emergency beacon, designed to activate automatically in a crash, had not transmitted. Not even a fragment of wing or fuselage was found. Radios crackled with possibilities. Had the beacon failed? Had the plane broken apart mid-air? Could it have sunk under thin ice and vanished beneath the surface? Search teams remained hopeful in the first few days. Downed aircraft had been found before, sometimes after weeks, but usually with at least some clue. Oil, fabric, a life raft carried by current. Here, there was only blankness. By the fifth day, crews began searching beyond the original flight path, exploring the possibility that wind or ice might have carried wreckage elsewhere. Still, the Arctic remained mute. Back home, the disappearance dominated military briefings and gripped local headlines. Families clung to updates, each new lead a flicker of hope. But those hopes dimmed as the reality set in. There were no leads, only absence. The search lasted more than 2 weeks. As the days grew shorter and weather worsened, aircraft were grounded more frequently. Fuel costs climbed. Risks to search personnel increased. Eventually, the operation was officially stood down. An advisory was issued. Presumed crash due to unknown cause. No survivors expected. Officially, the file was closed. The snowbird and its crew had been lost during routine Arctic transit, likely due to mechanical or weather-related failure. But privately, among the pilots and officers who had searched, that answer never truly settled. It wasn't just the disappearance. It was the precision of it, the completeness, the lack of trace, in a region where even the fiercest crashes often leave scars on snow and ice. In the following years, the story faded from headlines, but not from memory. In mess halls and on northern airstrips, the name Snowbird was still spoken quietly. It became something of a ghost flight, a reminder of the unforgiving sky and the limits of technology in a place ruled by cold and silence. Some mysteries in the Arctic are buried under layers of snow. Others, it seems, are lost in the space between radar blips and the quiet places where nothing answers back. The snowbird had become one of them. Weeks had passed since the snowbird vanished into Arctic air, and the official search had ended. But for those involved in the operation, pilots, radar technicians, search and rescue teams, the silence that followed was almost more unnerving than the disappearance itself. Usually, something turned up. A piece of metal, a fuel slick, a bit of fabric drifting in the sea. But the snowbird left no signature behind. It was as if the plane had simply never existed. Despite the search being scaled down, a few aircraft continued flying the route unofficially, mapping areas not originally covered. These weren't missions on the record. They were quiet loops through unflown corridors, motivated by instinct more than protocol. In the north, there's a kind of unspoken obligation among air crews. If one of your own goes missing, you keep looking, even if no one tells you to. The Canadian military reviewed every radar record from that day. Cold War surveillance systems along the Arctic Circle, shared between NORAD and Canadian Air Command, logged aircraft movements minute by minute. Controllers double-checked the last known ping, noted at a routine altitude just before the signal blinked out. There had been no climb, no sudden descent. Just a faint echo. Then nothing. What puzzled many was the absence of disruption. No deviation, no loss of speed, no signal of an unfolding emergency. The Skymaster had been cruising cleanly, as if everything was normal right up until it wasn't. For seasoned aviators, this was the detail that stuck. If it had been weather, why no call? If it had been mechanical, why no signs of distress? There was another layer to the puzzle: geography. Much of the snowbird's path crossed vast regions of thick sea ice and glacial rock, where even large aircraft can vanish with ease. A controlled ditching into frozen water might pull an entire fuselage under the surface in minutes. If ice closed over the site quickly, any physical trace would be sealed away until thawed, if it thawed at all. But even in such cases, fragments often escape. The Arctic moves constantly, pushing wreckage to shorelines or thinning over time. Here, nothing moved. The case grew colder. Military reports were filed, classified, and stored. Families were offered words of sympathy and the kind of closure that came without explanation. In remote bases, the snowbird was quietly memorialized, not with statues or ceremonies, but with stories told over quiet meals and on long northern flights. Pilots would glance at the ice below and wonder where it might be, if it was even still whole. Years passed. The Cold War deepened. Technology advanced. Satellites began to map the Earth more fully, and aerial surveillance stretched farther across the globe. Still, nothing turned up. Occasionally, blips appeared on radar near Greenland's coast, unidentified returns that vanished as quickly as they came, but none could be traced back to the snowbird. Each time, teams followed up, hopeful, only to find ice shadows, trick reflections, or nothing at all. Eventually, the case took on a different kind of silence, the kind that turns mystery into legend. The snowbird wasn't just a lost aircraft anymore. It became a symbol among northern flyers, the one that got away, the flight that never called, never cried out, and never came home. Its memory was carried not in archives, but in cautious glances toward the horizon and unspoken respect for a sky that offers no guarantees. And then, long after the search had ended, long after official channels had stopped looking, something unexpected surfaced. A fragment, a hint, a small piece of metal bearing an identification code, one that matched the missing aircraft. But it was found far from where it should have been. The silence, it seemed, was not the end of the story. It was only the beginning of something stranger. More than a decade had passed since the snowbird vanished, and the trail had long gone cold. Official records were boxed and archived, families had received their final letters, and those involved in the original search had either moved on or retired. The loss had become history, quiet, unresolved, and filed away. But for those who remembered, the story never really faded. It lingered in the background, resurfacing from time to time in aviation circles, in northern mess halls, and in the memories of those who had flown that same corridor and looked down, wondering. In communities across Labrador and coastal Greenland, where northern skies and military aircraft are a part of daily life, the snowbird was not forgotten. Locals recalled the low hum of search planes overhead during those weeks in 1964, the strange quiet that followed, and the stories that trickled through afterward. There were murmurs of an aircraft seen briefly in a blizzard, lights low on the horizon, then gone. Whispers of strange signals caught on old civilian radios. These were passed off as folklore, perhaps even stress-tinged memories in harsh conditions. But the persistence of those stories hinted at something deeper. For the families of the lost crew, time didn't dull the questions. Without wreckage, there was no grave. Without cause, no closure. Every few years, one of the relatives would write to the Canadian military or Department of National Defense, asking if anything new had been found. The answers never changed. Nothing new to report. Still, the story stayed alive in the shadows. Aviation researchers began to include the snowbird in growing lists of unexplained flight disappearances. Cases where aircraft had gone missing without distress calls, in fair weather, with no trace. These were often mentioned in the same breath as much larger, more well-known mysteries. But unlike those, the snowbird had occurred in a time and place where isolation itself could erase evidence. As new generations of pilots were trained, instructors occasionally told the story, not to frighten, but to remind. Of vigilance, of unpredictability, of how even the best machines and the most experienced crews could disappear without a sound. The snowbird became a cautionary tale, a ghost flight of the North. By the late 1970s, as Cold War tensions continued to shape Arctic airspace, renewed interest in the region's history brought a few researchers back to the snowbird's file. It wasn't prompted by any new evidence, just curiosity, and a sense that something about the case had never quite fit. One aviation historian began collecting anecdotal accounts from locals in eastern Greenland. Another started reviewing old magnetic mapping charts from the 1960s, looking for interference anomalies that could have affected navigation. What they found were inconsistencies, odd weather patterns logged around the time of the flight, irregular compass readings reported by other aircraft in nearby airspace that same week, and early military radar data that showed a blip deviating far from the snowbird's intended route, but never explained. None of it proved anything, but it was enough to reopen interest. Questions began to resurface. Could the aircraft have veered hundreds of miles off course? Was the failure not mechanical, but navigational? Or had something else entirely interfered? And then came the reports of debris. Small, scattered, and oddly located. The story of the snowbird, it seemed, wasn't quite finished. Somewhere in the far north, something had begun to re-emerge from the ice. It began quietly, almost without notice. In the late 1970s, a geological survey team working along the southeastern fjords of Greenland, hundreds of miles off the snowbird's planned route, came across something unusual wedged into a narrow ravine. A section of corroded metal, half buried in scree, bearing faded stenciled markings. At first, it was assumed to be debris from a weather balloon, or perhaps Cold War military equipment dumped long ago. But one technician, a former airman, recognized the style of the code. When the fragment was analyzed more closely, it revealed part of a serial number, one that matched the Canadian Force's missing Skymaster, the Snowbird. The news was passed through official channels, quietly at first, and then with growing curiosity. This wasn't where the plane was supposed to be. Not remotely. The debris had been found nearly 150 miles east of its intended flight path, tucked into terrain so remote and rugged that no aircraft would have flown there without good reason. More pieces followed. Over the next 5 years, hikers, hunters, and Arctic researchers reported other small finds. A cracked portion of an engine cowling, an aluminum panel warped by exposure, a boot sole hardened by time. These artifacts were found far apart, often in inaccessible places, scattered like breadcrumbs in a region known for its glacial shifts and bitter wind. But none of it fit. The distribution of the parts didn't suggest a violent crash or an explosive breakup. In fact, many were oddly intact, showing little of the damage expected from a high-speed impact. There were no scorch marks, no melted edges. Some theorized that the aircraft might have made a forced landing, hard but survivable, and that the Arctic's slow, grinding elements had carried the remains far from the original site. Still, there was no fuselage, no engines, no instruments or cockpit remains, just fragments, mysteriously far from where they should have been. For many, it raised more questions than it answered. How did they end up there? Had the plane been blown that far off course by wind or navigational failure? Or had it landed and then somehow disappeared? The Snowbird was no longer just a lost aircraft. It was now a riddle with pieces that didn't quite add up. The rediscovery of Snowbird's fragments reignited a quiet storm of questions within aviation circles. What was once a closed case, another Cold War-era loss to the Arctic, was now a live puzzle. Researchers, historians, and retired military pilots began combing through flight charts, magnetic field logs, and weather data from that day in 1964. Theories that had once been dismissed were now revisited with fresh interest. Among the first ideas re-examined was navigational interference. In the 1960s, flying over the high latitudes often meant flying through areas where compasses became unreliable due to magnetic variation. Some theorized that the Snowbird's instruments could have been thrown off by a geomagnetic storm, an intense solar event known to disrupt radios, compasses, and even early autopilot systems. It wasn't out of the question. In fact, archived solar weather data showed mild solar activity during the week of the disappearance. Not enough to cause chaos, but perhaps enough to confuse a flight already vulnerable to Arctic variables. Another theory returned to the human element. Could the crew have made a decision to divert the flight, perhaps due to a mechanical issue they chose not to radio in? If they attempted a detour toward a more visible or familiar coastal route, it might explain the strange easterly position of the recovered debris. But again, that left another question. Why no distress signal? Investigators also reconsidered the possibility of a slow, controlled descent. The relatively undamaged nature of the fragments, no burn marks, no catastrophic signs, suggested a scenario in which the plane didn't crash at full speed. Could it have landed on ice, intact, and broken apart over time as glacial movements carried the pieces outward? If so, the main wreckage might still be locked beneath the ice, preserved, untouched. As these ideas circulated, a more unsettling possibility also emerged: interference of another kind. Some radar operators from the Cold War era came forward with declassified reports of unknown returns on Arctic radars from that same week. Blips with no transponder signals, no flight plans, and no clear identity. These anomalies had been dismissed at the time as glitches. Now, a few questioned whether they were something more. It was a theory with no proof, just timing and speculation. But it spread quickly. The idea that the Snowbird might have encountered something unexplained in the sky wasn't taken seriously by everyone, but it wasn't laughed off either. In a region where compasses spin and silence can be deceiving, even the outlandish starts to feel plausible. The official stance remained unchanged. But among those who knew the skies, the rediscovery of the fragments had changed everything. The Snowbird had not simply vanished. It had left behind pieces, silent, scattered evidence that something had happened. What exactly, no one could yet say. But the story was no longer a disappearance. It was an unfolding mystery, still drifting just beyond reach. The story of the Snowbird had settled into quiet legend, preserved in the faded corners of military records, and the memories of those who'd once scanned white horizons for a glimpse of silver fuselage. But in the 1980s, as new attention fell on those long-forgotten fragments recovered in Greenland's fjords, the mystery took a sharper edge. Now, it wasn't just about a missing aircraft. It was about what had been missed, or perhaps ignored, in the earliest days after it disappeared. The Canadian military, in response to growing interest from civilian researchers, quietly reopened its files on the Snowbird's final flight. What they found surprised even those who had been involved from the beginning. Alongside the official reports of the search and recovery efforts were logs that had never been fully reviewed. Handwritten notes from radar operators, preliminary transcripts, and internal communications between airbases and early NORAD listening posts. These documents hadn't been hidden. They'd simply been archived and forgotten in the shuffle of Cold War bureaucracy. Among the more curious rediscoveries was a sequence of radar returns logged by a U.S. outpost in northeastern Greenland. On the day of the Snowbird's disappearance, the station recorded an object moving at standard altitude across the radar net, initially presumed to be the Canadian aircraft itself. But then something odd occurred. The return abruptly shifted course, veering far east and dropping in altitude before vanishing entirely. The trajectory didn't match any known flight plan and wasn't flagged at the time due to the assumption that the blip had been an unrelated flight or a technical error caused by interference. After all, radar anomalies were common near the pole. But decades later, when the data was matched with the location where the snowbird fragments had been found, the path lined up almost perfectly. What had once been discarded as noise now looked suspiciously like a flight deviation, a real-time record of the plane veering far off its expected route. The question was, why? Retired personnel who had served in Arctic surveillance stations during that era were contacted. Some recalled the event faintly, but others remembered strange activity in the skies during that week. Unidentified blips, temporary equipment malfunctions, or radio blackouts that weren't fully explained. One technician, then only in his 20s, recalled a faint emergency tone heard briefly over a secondary monitoring frequency, one never used for official traffic. He reported it at the time, but it had been brushed off. There was no evidence it came from the snowbird. But in hindsight, he wondered. It became increasingly clear that the Arctic in the 1960s was a chaotic and heavily watched place. Military operations, weather experiments, early satellite tests. There was a storm of classified activity, much of which was never publicly documented. Some theorized that the snowbird may have unknowingly entered restricted airspace or encountered classified operations that, in the confusion, were never properly reported. If a radar station had tracked the aircraft going off course but didn't connect it to the missing Canadian plane, it could explain why the search had started in the wrong place, and why it ended without answers. Others took the theory further. Could there have been an interception? A misidentification? During the Cold War, such possibilities were not just conceivable, but dangerously common. Stories of near misses between NATO and Soviet aircraft were frequent in military circles. If the snowbird had been mistaken for something else, something unfriendly, could it have been forced down, accidentally targeted, or deliberately hidden? None of these ideas could be confirmed, of course. There were no records of interception, no reports of conflict. And yet, the gaps in documentation only invited more speculation. If the fragments were found in a location inconsistent with any plausible crash arc, and if no distress call was made, then something about the disappearance defied conventional explanation. Still, not everyone embraced the darker theories. Experienced pilots pointed to simpler, if no less tragic, possibilities. A navigational failure, compass drift perhaps, combined with a failure of the pressurization system could have rendered the crew unconscious. The aircraft might have continued on its own, guided only by autopilot or prevailing winds, eventually descending or breaking up in an area far from where anyone expected. It was a clean explanation, but it didn't quite match the condition of the recovered fragments. They seemed too intact, too misplaced. In the end, what the rediscovered documents did was shift the snowbird from a forgotten loss into an open case, one surrounded by layers of uncertainty and fragments of overlooked truth. Researchers compiled everything they could: satellite data, radar charts, recovered parts, and laid them out like a puzzle missing just one or two critical pieces. And that was the trouble. It was always just short of certainty. The snowbird had returned, in part, from the silence, but not enough to explain what truly happened that day in 1964. It remained a question half-answered, a story retold in parts. And as the search continued, now digital, now forensic, now historical, the Arctic skies seemed to hold on to their secrets just a little longer. Decades had passed, but the Arctic never forgot. It held the snowbird's final secret beneath its endless white, untouched, unmapped, and unsolved. The fragments discovered along Greenland's rugged coastline were all that ever surfaced. The fuselage, cockpit, engines, and the 6 souls on board remained where they had vanished, locked in a mystery that the cold seemed determined to keep. But while the land gave up little, those drawn to the snowbird refused to let the trail go cold again. By the early 2000s, advances in satellite imagery, ice-penetrating radar, and remote sensing technology offered new hope. Civilian researchers, retired military officials, and a new generation of Arctic historians began revisiting the disappearance with tools far beyond what was available in 1964. Scans of Greenland's southern ice sheet, especially along routes connected to the recovered debris, were analyzed for anomalies, depressions, or metallic signals beneath layers of compacted snow. There were moments of excitement. A radar signature, faint but structured, was detected in a glacial pocket less than 70 kilometers from the fjord, where parts of the aircraft had first been found. But harsh terrain, unpredictable weather, and limited funding delayed any serious ground exploration. The location, remote even by Arctic standards, remained out of reach. Some in the aviation community advocated for a renewed official investigation. They argued that the Snowbird wasn't just a lost plane. It was a case study in Cold War-era search limitations, the fragility of flight in high-latitude conditions, and the enduring gaps in early international cooperation over shared airspace. But official bodies remained hesitant. The case, long considered closed, wasn't a priority for a new generation of policymakers. Still, the Snowbird never truly left the public consciousness. Documentaries were produced. Articles resurfaced in aviation magazines. Podcasts dissected the case, drawing in new audiences captivated by the surreal image of a plane that simply vanished. With every new mention, another layer of curiosity was added to the legend. And then there were the families. Time had dulled the sharpest pain, but not the longing. For children who had grown up without answers, closure remained elusive. Some had never even seen the last resting place of their fathers or brothers. A few made pilgrimages to the region, standing in vast, empty landscapes beneath sky-stretched silence, where the only sound was the wind pushing through ice. They weren't searching for debris. They were reaching for connection. A place to grieve. A point to begin and end the story. In a small memorial ceremony held in 2014, on the 50th anniversary of the flight, veterans, family members, and Arctic pilots gathered at Goose Bay. Stories were shared. Names were read. The Snowbird was remembered not only as a tragedy, but as a reminder that in aviation, even the best-trained crews and the most reliable machines can be humbled by nature's scale, and by the unknown. What remains today is not just the unanswered question of where the Snowbird fell, but how easily silence can swallow even the most traceable of things. In an age before global satellite tracking, before real-time black box transmissions and digital fail-safes, flights relied as much on the eyes and ears of their crew as on the steel beneath them. A navigational hiccup, a whiteout, a shift in wind. Any of these could start a chain of events that no one would see coming. There's also the lingering possibility, small but persistent, that the Snowbird didn't just vanish. It was missed. Misread on a radar. Misplaced on a chart. That in the chaos of overlapping military activity, experimental aircraft, and sensitive Cold War operations, the truth of its last moments was quietly buried under layers of need-to-know silences and fractured record-keeping. But maybe the final answer will never come. Perhaps the Snowbird's real story lies not in a definitive explanation, but in its resonance. It represents the margins of control in aviation, the quiet power of an environment that offers no second chances, and the humility required to fly through such places. Not every disappearance is destined for resolution. Some remain, like the Arctic itself, open, endless, and frozen in time. So the Snowbird remains a question in the sky, a ghost in the ice. Its story told not in certainty, but in the search. And maybe that's what gives it its haunting power. That in a world so mapped, so digitized, so explained, we can still lose something so completely. Somewhere beyond the edge of radar, beneath snow too deep for memory, a plane waits. Whether it will be found or not doesn't change what it's already given. A reminder that mystery still exists, that even in silence, some stories still speak. High above the rugged coastline of Chile, the steady hum of a Chilean Air Force helicopter sliced through the sky. The aircraft, a well-equipped Cougar AS-532, was on a routine patrol mission, its crew trained to maintain vigilance over the vast expanse of ocean and land beneath them. It was a clear day in November 2014, with visibility perfect for the task at hand. Little did the crew know, their standard patrol was about to turn into an encounter that would captivate the world and ignite a storm of speculation and intrigue. The crew consisted of a seasoned pilot, and a skilled naval technician, both members of the Chilean Air Force, tasked with monitoring the coastal areas for illegal activities and ensuring maritime safety. The helicopter was outfitted with a state-of-the-art infrared camera designed to detect heat signatures from a distance, making it an invaluable tool for their surveillance operations. As they approached a routine checkpoint along their patrol route, the technician monitored the live feed from the camera, expecting nothing out of the ordinary. Suddenly, the calm of the patrol was shattered by an anomaly on the infrared screen. Initially appearing as an inexplicable blip, it quickly became apparent that this was no ordinary object. The pilot maneuvered the helicopter for a better view, while the technician tried to adjust the focus of the camera, zooming in on what appeared to be a flying object emitting an unusual heat pattern. The object moved with a precision and speed unlike any typical aircraft, its motion smooth yet erratic, defying the usual aerodynamic expectations. The technician recorded the object's movements, his hands steady despite the growing realization that this was no ordinary sighting. The object's thermal signature was unusually strong and consistent, suggesting it was not only metallic, but also generating a considerable amount of heat. As they continued to observe, the object began emitting what appeared to be plumes of vapor or gas, which were clearly visible through the infrared camera, adding another layer of mystery to the encounter. Communications between the helicopter crew and their ground control became frantic as they reported the sighting. Ground control, equally perplexed, confirmed that no other aircraft were scheduled to be in their vicinity at that time, and there were no known satellites or drones that could explain the presence of such an object. The pilot, maintaining a safe distance, maneuvered to keep the object within their visual and infrared range, while the technician captured as much footage as possible. This initial encounter, though lasting only a few minutes, felt longer due to the intensity of the moment. The crew was trained for a multitude of scenarios, but nothing quite like this. Their professionalism kept them focused on the task of documenting the encounter, even as the realization dawned on them that they might be witnessing something truly unexplained. After the object finally accelerated away at a speed that was impossible for their helicopter to match, the crew was left to return to base with their footage and a barrage of questions. The debriefing that followed was intense and thorough. Military officials were cautious but intrigued by the footage, which clearly showed an object whose capabilities surpassed current known aircraft technology. This marked the beginning of what would become a widely publicized and hotly debated UFO encounter. The Chilean government, known for its transparency in dealing with unidentified aerial phenomena, took the unusual step of releasing the footage to the public and seeking help from both national and international experts to try to explain the mysterious encounter. As the news of the sighting broke, it sparked a frenzy of media coverage and public speculation. People around the world watched the grainy infrared footage, captivated by the possibility of an encounter with technology beyond our understanding. The incident not only raised questions about what might be sharing our skies, but also highlighted the growing need for cooperation in addressing phenomena that defy easy explanation. This encounter, with its compelling visual evidence, was set to become a pivotal case in the study of unidentified aerial phenomena, inviting both skeptics and believers to ponder the possibilities of what lies beyond the known frontiers of science and aviation. As the Chilean Air Force helicopter continued its patrol along the pristine coastline, the crew inside was processing the surreal encounter they had just experienced. Equipped with sophisticated technology, the Cougar AS-532 had captured something unprecedented on its infrared camera, an unidentified flying object emitting heat and strange plumes, seemingly defying the known capabilities of conventional aircraft. The technology on board was primarily designed for maritime surveillance and search and rescue missions, capable of detecting heat signatures from great distances, making it an invaluable asset in identifying vessels or individuals in distress at sea. However, on this particular day, the infrared camera had recorded something entirely out of the ordinary, a fast-moving object whose thermal signature was unlike any aircraft or drone typically observed in their operations. Back at the base, the crew's initial report via radio had already stirred considerable interest among the ground control and senior officers. As they landed, the air was thick with anticipation and curiosity. The footage captured by the technician was immediately secured for analysis, with higher-ups in the Air Force and naval intelligence being alerted to the unusual sighting. The debriefing session was thorough. The pilot and technician were asked to recount every detail of the encounter, the object's appearance, behavior, and any electromagnetic interference noticed during the sighting. Questions were pointed and precise, aiming to rule out any conventional explanations such as experimental aircraft, weather balloons, or known drones. The crew maintained that the object moved with an agility and speed that were unlike any known aerial technology, further deepening the mystery. Following the initial internal review, the decision was made to involve technical experts in analyzing the infrared footage. This analysis aimed to verify the authenticity of what was captured and to gather more insights into the physical characteristics of the object observed. Specialists in aviation technology and infrared imaging were brought in, and they set to work examining the footage frame by frame. The technical analysis focused on several key aspects: the object's heat signature, which suggested an internal power source emitting a considerable amount of energy; the plumes, which could indicate some form of propulsion or discharge; and the flight pattern, which seemed to defy conventional physics with its abrupt changes in speed and altitude. Experts used software to enhance the image quality, hoping to glean more details from the grainy footage. The examination ruled out the possibility of a small aircraft or drone, as no known models possessed the combination of speed, heat signature, and flight capabilities displayed by the UFO. Theories began to circulate among the technical team, ranging from experimental military technology from another nation to more speculative hypotheses involving non-human origins. Meanwhile, the public's reaction was growing fervent. Once the Air Force decided to release the footage to ensure transparency and seek wider input, the video quickly went viral. Across social media platforms, forums, and news outlets, people shared the footage, with many speculating about the possible explanations for the encounter. The release of the video not only confirmed the authenticity of the event, but also opened the door to global scrutiny and debate. As the story gained traction internationally, ufologists and researchers dedicated to studying unidentified aerial phenomena took keen interest. They compared the Chilean encounter with similar incidents reported around the world, noting similarities in the descriptions of the objects and their behaviors. This global context prompted discussions about a possible pattern or phenomenon that transcended national borders. The media coverage varied from factual reporting by major news networks, focusing on the details of the encounter, to more sensational coverage by tabloids, which emphasized the mystery and extraterrestrial possibilities. Documentarians and investigative journalists descended on Chile, eager to capture the story from every angle, interviewing experts, witnesses, and even skeptics. The Chilean Air Force's encounter with the UFO became a case study in how modern militaries respond to unexplained phenomena. The transparent handling of the incident by the Chilean authorities was widely praised, and it set a precedent for how such encounters could be documented and discussed openly in the public sphere. As interest in the incident continued to swell, the need for a deeper investigation became apparent. The Air Force, in collaboration with scientific and military experts both nationally and internationally, planned a comprehensive investigation aimed at uncovering more about the mysterious object. This next phase would delve deeper into the technical, environmental, and historical data available, hoping to shed light on one of the most compelling modern UFO sightings to date. After the initial debrief and the immediate technical analysis, the Chilean Air Force moved forward with a structured response to the unusual sighting. The military's first priority was maintaining operational security and confidentiality as they navigated the complexities of a potential, unidentified flying object that could have broader implications for national security. However, the decision to eventually release the footage to the public marked a pivotal shift towards transparency, aiming to demystify the situation and engage with the global community for broader insights. The aftermath of the sighting and the subsequent release of the infrared footage initiated a multi-phased response plan. Initially, the Air Force leadership conducted a series of confidential briefings with defense analysts to evaluate any potential threats that the unidentified object might pose. These meetings involved strategy discussions, reviews of radar and satellite data, and consultations with international partners to ascertain if similar incidents had been observed elsewhere. Simultaneously, the Chilean government took steps to manage the public narrative. Information about the encounter was carefully released to avoid causing undue alarm. The military's spokesperson provided measured statements that confirmed the sighting while emphasizing that it posed no immediate threat to national security. This approach was designed to maintain public confidence and prevent speculation from overshadowing facts. The leak and public response to the footage were overwhelming. Once the video was made available online, it quickly captured the attention of both national and international media, sparking a flurry of investigative reports, expert interviews, and public speculation. In Chile and beyond, the story became a topic of intense interest and debate, with the footage being analyzed and reanalyzed by various civilian UFO research organizations and independent experts. Media outlets played a significant role in shaping the public's perception of the incident. Major networks sought to strike a balance between reporting on the sensational aspects of the UFO sighting and providing a platform for credible experts to discuss the potential explanations. This coverage helped to elevate the discourse, moving it from mere conspiracy theories to more scientific and investigative discussions about what the object could have been. Online forums and social media also became hotbeds for debate. Enthusiasts and skeptics alike shared their theories, ranging from secret military technology and drones to extraterrestrial vehicles. This digital conversation expanded the reach of the incident, drawing in audiences from around the world who might not typically engage with military or aviation news. The Chilean Air Force continued to monitor these discussions closely, noting where misinformation spread and stepping in to clarify when possible. Their ongoing involvement helped to maintain a level of authority over the narrative, ensuring that the public received accurate updates as the investigation progressed. In response to the burgeoning interest, the Air Force organized a symposium where experts from various fields were invited to discuss the sighting. This event included panels with aerospace engineers, astrophysicists, military strategists, and representatives from the global UFO research community. The symposium was pivotal in fostering a multidisciplinary understanding of the sighting, highlighting the complexities involved in identifying and interpreting aerial phenomena. This collective approach not only enriched the investigation, but also demonstrated the Chilean military's commitment to transparency and scientific inquiry. By openly discussing the sighting and inviting international experts to contribute, they mitigated the risk of sensationalism and grounded the conversation in a search for verifiable truth. As the investigation moved forward, the Air Force and other involved agencies continued to sift through data, looking for any clue that might explain the nature of the mysterious object. Each piece of information, from radar signatures to historical aircraft records, was meticulously analyzed in the hope of uncovering a logical explanation for the sighting. This thorough and open approach ensured that whatever conclusions were eventually drawn, they would be based on solid evidence and careful consideration, maintaining public trust and scientific integrity throughout the process. Following the unprecedented encounter and the widespread public interest it generated, the Chilean Air Force initiated a formal and comprehensive investigation into the incident. This step was essential not only for national security purposes, but also to satisfy the curiosity and concerns of both the national and international communities. The official investigation was spearheaded by a special task force composed of experts from various fields, including military aviation specialists, aerospace engineers, and scientists specializing in atmospheric phenomena. The task force's primary goal was to analyze every aspect of the encounter thoroughly, from the technical specifications of the helicopter and its equipment, to the environmental conditions on the day of the sighting. The team started by scrutinizing the infrared footage captured by the helicopter's camera. This involved a detailed frame-by-frame analysis to understand the object's size, speed, thermal signature, and flight pattern. Special attention was given to the plumes emitted by the object, which were atypical for conventional aircraft or known drones. Experts in propulsion and aerospace technology were consulted to determine if the object could be an undocumented type of military drone or experimental aircraft, possibly from another nation. Parallel to the technical analysis, the task force investigated the electromagnetic environment during the incident. They collaborated with meteorologists and physicists to explore whether unique atmospheric conditions could have caused optical illusions or radar anomalies. This line of inquiry included a review of historical meteorological data to check for similar anomalies that might have been recorded but not publicized. The military also re-examined radar data from the day of the sighting to trace the object's flight path and origin. This effort was coordinated with neighboring countries' air defense systems to rule out the possibility that the object had crossed into Chilean airspace from abroad. Additionally, the task force checked for any unauthorized satellite launches or space debris re-entries that could explain the object's presence in the sky. As the technical and environmental analyses progressed, the Chilean military maintained open communication with international bodies, such as the Committee for the Study of Anomalous Aerial Phenomena, CEFAA, which had a history of investigating UFO sightings in a scientific and systematic manner. This cooperation ensured that the investigation adhered to international standards and benefited from a broader range of expertise. The official investigation also delved into the historical context, researching any previously reported similar incidents within Chile and in other parts of the world. This broader historical review helped to contextualize the encounter and provided insights into how similar sightings had been handled and interpreted by other nations' military and scientific communities. Throughout this extensive investigative process, the Chilean Air Force showed a remarkable level of transparency. Regular press releases and public briefings were organized to update the public on the progress of the investigation. These updates were crucial in managing public expectations and preventing the spread of rumors and misinformation. Furthermore, the investigation's openness attracted attention from the academic community and independent researchers, who were granted access to non-sensitive data. This collaborative approach fostered a rich dialogue between military officials, scientists, and ufologists, each bringing unique perspectives to the table. As the investigation unfolded, it became a model of how military organizations could handle unidentified aerial phenomena sightings transparently and scientifically. This approach not only helped to demystify the incident, but also encouraged a more informed and less speculative public discourse on the subject of UFOs and aerial anomalies. The thoroughness of the investigation, while time-consuming and resource-intensive, underscored the Chilean military's commitment to understanding the nature of the sighting fully. By systematically ruling out conventional explanations and considering every possible angle, the task force aimed to provide a conclusive answer to the mystery, or at least to narrow down the possibilities to the most plausible explanations based on empirical evidence and expert analysis. As the investigation into the Chilean Air Force's UFO encounter gained depth and complexity, the incident quickly captured the attention of the global UFO research community. Ufologists and researchers specializing in unidentified aerial phenomena, UAP, took a keen interest, offering hypotheses and seeking to draw parallels with similar events documented worldwide. Internationally recognized organizations dedicated to UFO research eagerly followed the developments. Their involvement brought a plethora of theories, ranging from conventional to speculative, into the discussion. Experts from these organizations often highlighted patterns seen in other well-documented encounters, such as the movements of the UFO, its ability to emit heat and gases, and the way it interacted with its environment. These comparisons were vital in framing the Chilean event within a larger context of UAP studies, providing a comparative analysis that enriched the ongoing investigation. Researchers dove into databases of UFO sightings, pulling records of incidents that involved similar characteristics. They examined cases where objects were observed emitting heat or other types of energy, looking for clues that might explain the technology or natural phenomena behind such occurrences. This global perspective helped to situate the Chilean sighting within a broader narrative, suggesting that such encounters might be more common than previously thought and possibly indicative of a yet-to-be-understood phenomenon. The engagement with the international UFO community also opened up discussions on the need for a standardized approach to investigating UAPs. Experts advocated for the use of certain scientific methodologies and technologies, such as satellite tracking, advanced radar systems, and infrared cameras, to improve the detection and analysis of these mysterious objects. The dialogue highlighted the importance of international cooperation in sharing data and research findings, which could lead to more comprehensive understandings of UAPs. The theories proposed by the UFO research community ranged widely. Some researchers posited that the object could be an advanced unmanned aerial vehicle, UAV, from an undisclosed aeronautical development program, possibly explaining its unusual thermal and flight characteristics. Others, more inclined toward extraterrestrial hypotheses, speculated about the possibility of non-human origin, citing the advanced capabilities that seemed beyond current human technology. Skeptics within the scientific and aviation communities, however, urged caution. They warned against jumping to conclusions without concrete evidence, advocating for a more grounded approach. These skeptics pointed to past instances where alleged UFO sightings were later explained through more mundane means, such as misidentified aircraft, atmospheric phenomena, or optical illusions created by environmental factors. The Chilean Air Force, aware of the diverse range of theories, worked diligently to maintain a balanced perspective in their investigation. They collaborated with both skeptics and believers to ensure that all possibilities were thoroughly vetted. This inclusive approach not only helped in distilling the vast amount of information and speculation, but also ensured that the investigation remained anchored in verifiable evidence. In addition to the theories revolving around the nature of the UFO, the incident also sparked a renewed interest in how governments handle the disclosure of information regarding UAPs. The Chilean case became a reference point in discussions about transparency and public engagement, with many lauding Chile's openness in dealing with the incident. This aspect of the case encouraged other countries to reconsider their policies on UAP-related information, potentially leading to more open and comprehensive public disclosures in the future. As the investigation progressed, the contributions from the global UFO research community proved invaluable. They not only broadened the scope of the investigation, but also fostered a more open dialogue about UAPs that transcended national boundaries. This collaborative spirit highlighted the universal curiosity and concern surrounding unexplained aerial phenomena, and set a precedent for future encounters, emphasizing the need for a cohesive global approach to understanding these mysterious occurrences. As the Chilean Air Force continued its investigation into the mysterious UFO encounter, a range of theories and speculations proliferated, each offering potential explanations for the observed phenomena. Among these, the extraterrestrial hypothesis garnered significant attention, captivating the imagination of the public and stimulating debate among experts and enthusiasts alike. Extraterrestrial hypotheses. Many in the UFO research community and the general public lean towards the possibility that the object could be of extraterrestrial origin. This theory was supported by the object's seemingly advanced capabilities, such as its rapid maneuvers, the ability to emit heat without visible propulsion systems, and the odd plumes that were unlike any known aircraft emissions. Proponents of this theory cited the lack of conclusive explanations from conventional investigative routes, arguing that the object's technology appeared to surpass current human achievements in aerospace. Alternative explanations. In contrast, a significant number of scientists and skeptics presented alternative explanations grounded in known scientific principles. One popular theory suggested that the object might be an undisclosed experimental military drone, possibly from another nation, testing advanced propulsion systems. This theory was supported by the fact that governments often conduct secret tests of new technological equipment, sometimes without broad disclosure even to other branches of their own military to maintain confidentiality. Atmospheric scientists brought up the possibility of rare atmospheric phenomena that could create illusions or reflections in the sky, misleading observers and instruments alike. Optical illusions, particularly in high-stress, high-altitude flight conditions, could cause pilots and sensors to misinterpret airborne objects. Additionally, advanced mirages, known to occur under certain atmospheric conditions, were proposed as a natural explanation for the sighting. Psychological and sociological perspectives. Psychologists and sociologists also weighed in, discussing the human factors influencing UFO sightings. They pointed out that under conditions of uncertainty and high tension, individuals are more prone to interpret ambiguous stimuli as significant or threatening. This cognitive bias, known as pareidolia, where people see specific, often meaningful images in random or vague visual patterns, could explain why the crew interpreted the anomaly as a structured, intentional object. Furthermore, sociologists discussed the societal impact of UFO sightings, noting that such events often reflect broader cultural anxieties about the unknown and technology. They suggested that public fascination with UFOs and extraterrestrial life often spikes during periods of social or technological change, highlighting these incidents as manifestations of collective fears and hopes about the future. Continued scrutiny and analysis. Throughout the investigation, the Chilean Air Force remained committed to a rigorous scientific methodology, carefully analyzing all available data and consulting with international experts. They conducted simulations and recreated the flight conditions using different aircraft and sensors to see if they could replicate the observations. These experiments aimed to rule out any equipment malfunctions or environmental factors that could have led to the sighting. As the investigation drew on, the lack of conclusive evidence to support any single theory meant that the UFO encounter remained open to interpretation. This ambiguity kept the conversation alive both within and outside the scientific community, maintaining a cycle of speculation and investigation. The ongoing scrutiny not only highlighted the complexities involved in studying UFOs, but also underscored the limitations of current scientific understanding when faced with anomalies that do not fit neatly into existing frameworks. In conclusion, the diversity of theories about the Chilean UFO sighting illustrates the wide array of possible explanations that exist when confronting unidentified aerial phenomena. From extraterrestrial to experimental technology, natural atmospheric effects to psychological factors, each theory offers a different lens through which to view the mysterious encounter, reflecting the multifaceted nature of human inquiry into the unknown. The 2014 UFO encounter by the Chilean Air Force quickly transcended the confines of a mere military incident to become a significant cultural phenomenon. The public's fascination with the unknown, coupled with the mysterious nature of the event, catapulted the incident into the media spotlight, influencing popular culture and altering public perception of UFOs. Media frenzy. As soon as the footage of the encounter was made public, it ignited a media frenzy. News outlets around the world broadcasted the infrared images of the unidentifiable object, with expert commentators speculating about its origins and implications. The coverage varied widely. While some news organizations approached the story with a degree of skepticism, others leaned into the more sensational aspects, sometimes overshadowing the factual basis of the encounter with speculative commentary. This intense media attention not only heightened public interest, but also placed considerable pressure on the Chilean Air Force and other governmental bodies to provide explanations and maintain transparency. Influence on popular culture. The incident also made its way into popular culture, inspiring episodes in television series, documentaries, and influencing plot lines in science fiction novels and films. These portrayals often depicted the UFO encounter as part of a larger narrative involving government cover-ups, alien conspiracies, or as a catalyst for dramatic interstellar diplomacy. By permeating various forms of entertainment, the incident sparked a broader cultural dialogue about life beyond Earth and humanity's place in the universe. Public perception of UFOs. Perhaps one of the most significant impacts of the incident was on public perception of UFOs. Prior to the incident, public opinion on UFOs often veered towards skepticism or was marred by stigma associated with conspiracy theories. However, the transparency and seriousness with which the Chilean government handled the investigation lent a newfound legitimacy to the discussion of unidentified aerial phenomena. This shift was reflected in surveys and polls, which showed an increase in the number of people willing to consider the possibility of extraterrestrial life and other unexplained aerial phenomena. Educational impact. Academically, the incident was used as a case study in various educational settings, from university courses in astrophysics and aerospace engineering to discussions in psychology and media studies classes. In these academic environments, the incident was analyzed from multiple perspectives, including the scientific implications of the sighting, the psychological aspects of public reactions, and the ways in which media can influence public opinion. This educational engagement helped cultivate a more nuanced understanding of the complexities involved in identifying and interpreting aerial phenomena. Community involvement. The incident also galvanized community involvement, with amateur astronomers and hobbyist drone operators launching their own investigations. UFO enthusiast groups saw a spike in membership and activity, organizing skywatching events and public talks to educate people about UFO sightings and encourage responsible reporting of such events. International conferences and symposiums. The global interest in the incident led to the organization of several international conferences and symposiums, where experts from around the world gathered to share their research and theories about unidentified aerial phenomena. These meetings not only helped consolidate a global community of researchers and enthusiasts, but also fostered an interdisciplinary approach to studying such phenomena, combining insights from science, sociology, history, and even philosophy. Through these various channels, the Chilean UFO encounter left a lasting impact on society and culture. It challenged existing beliefs, inspired new forms of artistic expression, and stimulated educational and scientific inquiry. Whether as a subject of academic study, a catalyst for artistic creativity, or a phenomenon that brings communities together, the incident remains a compelling example of how unexplained events can influence multiple facets of society, sparking curiosity and debate long after the initial sighting. Despite extensive investigations and widespread discussion, the Chilean Air Force's encounter with the unidentified flying object in 2014 remains shrouded in mystery. The lack of conclusive evidence to definitively explain the UFO sighting has left many questions unanswered, fueling ongoing interest and speculation. This unresolved nature of the incident has ensured its lasting place in the public imagination and continues to influence discussions on aerial phenomena and national security protocols. The continuous interest in the case is evident in the sustained scrutiny by both official and unofficial entities. Researchers, both in Chile and internationally, persist in revisiting the incident, exploring new theories as technological and scientific advancements provide new tools for analysis. The possibility that future technology could unveil more about the nature of the UFO keeps the conversation alive, with experts anticipating breakthroughs in imaging technology, atmospheric science, and data analysis. Moreover, the incident has had a lasting impact on how military and government bodies handle reports of unidentified aerial phenomena. Inspired by the Chilean government's relatively transparent approach, other countries have reevaluated their policies on UFOs. There is a growing movement towards greater openness, driven by a combination of public interest and the potential implications of UFO sightings for national security. This shift is reflected in recent decisions by several governments to declassify portions of their UFO files, making them available for public scrutiny and academic study. The ongoing mystery of the UFO sighting has also led to a broader public discourse about the nature of such phenomena. The incident has encouraged a more serious consideration of what these sightings might mean in the context of global security and humanity's understanding of the cosmos. It challenges the scientific community to consider the limits of current knowledge and explore new frontiers in physics and other related disciplines. In popular culture, the legacy of the Chilean UFO encounter continues to inspire various forms of media expression. Documentaries, podcasts, and fictional adaptations draw on the themes and intrigue of the incident, often using it as a springboard to explore larger existential questions about humanity, technology, and the unknown. These narratives contribute to a cultural landscape where the fascination with UFOs is not only maintained, but also evolves with changing societal attitudes. Furthermore, the incident has fostered an environment where communities around the world engage in more open dialogue about UFOs without the stigma that once surrounded such discussions. Online forums, social media platforms, and public conferences continue to buzz with debates and exchanges about the Chilean sighting, among others, fostering a global community of curious minds united by a shared interest in the unexplained. In conclusion, the 2014 UFO encounter, reported by the Chilean Air Force, serves as a compelling chapter in the ongoing narrative of humanity's encounter with the unknown. It remains a poignant reminder of the mysteries that still exist in our skies, and a testament to the enduring human drive to understand the seemingly incomprehensible. As it stands, the incident not only continues to intrigue and inspire, but also shapes ongoing conversations about the boundaries of science, the responsibilities of governments, and the infinite possibilities that lie beyond our current understanding. There's something eerie about a plane with no passengers, a machine meant to carry hundreds of people, now sitting idle, its engines silent, its cabin empty. The Boeing 727-223 at Cuatro de Fevereiro Airport in Luanda, Angola, had been sitting there for over a year. Unpaid airport fees kept it grounded. No flight attendants bustled through its aisles. No captains checked their instruments. Just dust, settling quietly over the aircraft's faded American Airlines stripes. This particular 727 had seen better days. Built in the 1970s, it once soared across the United States, carrying businessmen, families, and dreamers. But time had stripped it of its prestige. By the early 2000s, it was purchased by an American businessman named Miami-based Keith Irwin, who leased it to an Angolan airline for fuel hauling operations. Its new role? A flying gas station, refueling remote locations where fuel trucks couldn't go. But things weren't going smoothly. The aircraft sat unpaid, unwanted, and unmoving. Mechanics worked on it sporadically, hoping to get it flying again. But bureaucracy and financial troubles kept it stuck on the tarmac. It became just another forgotten plane in an airport full of them. Until one quiet evening in May 2003, when it did something no one expected. Without warning, the 727 powered up. Its once dead engines rumbled to life, sending a low vibration through the concrete beneath it. Airport workers paused, confused. There had been no flight plan filed, no clearance. No crew had officially boarded. Yet, there it was, moving. As the plane began to taxi, its lights remained off. No communication with the tower, no acknowledgement of commands, just the deep growl of its engines as it turned toward the runway. By the time air traffic control realized what was happening, the Boeing 727 was already accelerating. Within seconds, its wheels left the ground, and the massive aircraft soared into the darkening sky. No distress calls, no transponder signals, just silence. One of the world's largest commercial jets had just vanished into thin air, and no one knew why. At least not yet. The sky was beginning to darken over Luanda, the air thick with the lingering warmth of an African evening. The hum of airport activity had started to quiet, but on the runway, something unusual was happening. The Boeing 727, long grounded and collecting dust, was moving. Its engines, once lifeless, now roared with a low, steady rumble. It wasn't scheduled for departure. No flight plan had been filed, no pilots had requested clearance. But here it was, slowly taxiing toward the runway, as if it had a mind of its own. Airport workers turned to watch. Some assumed it was a maintenance check, maybe a simple repositioning. But something felt off. The aircraft's exterior lights remained off, making it difficult to track in the growing darkness. No calls came through the radio. No one in the control tower had authorized the movement. Inside, if there was a pilot at all, they were flying blind. The 727 was a complex machine, typically requiring a 3-person flight crew to operate. A captain, a first officer, and a flight engineer. Yet, according to every log, no qualified flight crew had boarded that evening. The only 2 people suspected of being on the aircraft were Ben Charles Padilla, an American aircraft mechanic with some piloting experience, and John Mutantu, a Congolese aviation technician. Neither was licensed to fly a 727 solo, yet somehow the plane accelerated down the runway. Then, in a rush of displaced air and roaring engines, the massive jet lifted off the ground. Control tower operators scrambled to make contact. Unidentified aircraft, please respond. Silence. State your flight number and intentions. Nothing. The aircraft climbed westward, heading toward the Atlantic Ocean. It passed over the coastline, growing smaller and smaller, fading into the horizon. Then, it was gone. No distress calls. No emergency transponder signals. No radar track beyond a certain point. A 200,000-pound aircraft had just disappeared, and the world would never see it again. The night air over Luanda settled into a thick, humid stillness. The Boeing 727 had disappeared beyond the horizon, swallowed by the vast Atlantic. Yet inside the control tower, the confusion lingered like a fog. Officials scrambled to make sense of what had just happened. A commercial airliner had taken off with no clearance, no lights, and no communication. That alone was an aviation nightmare. But worse, no one could confirm who had been at the controls. The last known individuals connected to the aircraft were Ben Charles Padilla and John Mutantu, but neither had been scheduled to fly. Padilla was a skilled mechanic and a licensed pilot for small aircraft, but he wasn't qualified to operate a 727 alone. The aircraft required a flight crew trained in complex systems, someone with experience in a large multi-engine commercial jet. So how did it take off so smoothly? Some in the airport speculated that Padilla and Mutantu were not alone. Had a third person, perhaps a skilled pilot, been secretly involved? If so, who were they, and where had they gone? Immediately, officials in Angola reported the missing aircraft. But there was little they could do. The plane had left national airspace. Once it flew over the ocean, it became a ghost. In the following days, the US government took an interest. It was 2003, and in the post-9/11 world, an unidentified commercial jet suddenly going off the grid set off alarms. The FBI, CIA, and even the National Security Agency, NSA, started monitoring possible sightings. Had the plane been hijacked? Was it being repurposed for something sinister? A Boeing 727 wasn't exactly easy to hide. It was nearly 50 meters long and weighed over 100 tons when fully fueled. Yet, as the days passed, there were no sightings, no distress signals, no reports of a crash. It was as if the plane had never existed. Authorities issued international alerts. Air traffic controllers around the world were told to be on the lookout for any unidentified Boeing 727s. Security was tightened at airports in Africa, South America, and the Middle East. But the missing aircraft never turned up. It had vanished without a trace. The disappearance of the Boeing 727 quickly escalated beyond a local aviation mystery. Within hours, intelligence agencies around the world were paying attention. A fully loaded commercial airliner, capable of carrying 10,000 gallons of fuel, had taken off without authorization, without communication, and without a clear destination. In the post-9/11 era, this was more than just a missing aircraft. It was a potential security threat. If the plane had been stolen, what was its purpose? Was it being repurposed for smuggling? A terrorist attack? A military operation? The questions mounted, but the answers were nowhere to be found. The US government immediately launched an investigation. The CIA, FBI, and NSA began tracking any possible sightings, while the Federal Aviation Administration, FAA, issued an international alert. Any Boeing 727 matching the stolen aircraft's description had to be stopped and searched. But stopping an aircraft that didn't want to be found was no easy task. Unlike modern jets, the 727 didn't rely on satellite-based tracking systems. Instead, it used older transponder technology, which meant whoever was flying, it could turn it off at any time, and that's exactly what had happened. With no transponder signal, the plane had disappeared from radar almost immediately after takeoff. That meant tracking it would rely on human eyes, pilots, airport workers, or intelligence sources who might spot an unfamiliar aircraft landing somewhere unexpected. Rumors began spreading. Some believed the 727 had landed at a remote airstrip in Africa, repainted and repurposed for illegal activity. Others suspected it had flown to South America, where criminal organizations could use it for smuggling. A few even speculated that it had been taken to a Middle Eastern country to be outfitted for a terrorist attack. But despite weeks of searching, no confirmed sightings ever surfaced. There were no satellite images, no recorded landings, just silence. For intelligence agencies used to tracking the world's most advanced military jets, the idea that a massive commercial aircraft could simply vanish was unthinkable. Yet somehow it had. The search for the missing Boeing 727 took a new turn as investigators focused on the why behind its disappearance. A plane this size doesn't just vanish, it has to go somewhere. But where? And more importantly, for what purpose? Authorities quickly latched onto the most alarming theory. The plane had been stolen for a future attack. In a world still on edge from 9/11, an untracked commercial jet loaded with thousands of gallons of fuel was more than a curiosity. It was a potential weapon. The FBI and CIA scoured international intelligence reports for any sign of the missing aircraft. Could it have landed at an unregistered airstrip in Africa? Had it been smuggled into a conflict zone for use in illicit operations? Or worse, had it been modified for an attack? US officials issued a global security alert, warning that the missing 727 could be repainted and disguised as a commercial jet before being used in a terrorist plot. Every airport from South America to the Middle East was ordered to report any unusual, unregistered Boeing 727s. But there was another possibility, one less dramatic but just as puzzling. What if the plane had been stolen for profit? In the early 2000s, Africa's aviation industry was riddled with corruption. Stolen aircraft weren't uncommon, especially in regions where planes were used for illegal operations. Diamond smuggling, arms dealing, and even drug running. A Boeing 727, if properly hidden and repainted, could become an untraceable aircraft. Smugglers could use it for years, operating out of remote airstrips beyond the reach of law enforcement. Intelligence agencies turned their focus toward known criminal networks in Angola, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and South America. Was the plane hidden in a jungle airstrip, making illicit runs between continents? Or had it been dismantled for parts, piece by piece? Leads came in, but none led to the missing plane. No verified sightings, no satellite images, no answers. The idea that a massive, fuel-hungry commercial aircraft could operate in secrecy for this long seemed impossible. Yet, months passed, and still, nothing. It was as if the Boeing had simply ceased to exist. The deeper investigators looked, the stranger the case became. The theories about terrorism or smuggling made sense, but something wasn't adding up. How do you keep a Boeing 727, a plane nearly 50 meters long, hidden for so long? Some believed the aircraft had crashed into the Atlantic shortly after takeoff, possibly due to fuel mismanagement or pilot error. After all, neither Padilla nor Mutantu were certified to fly a 727 alone. If they had tried, the flight could have gone horribly wrong. But if the plane had crashed, where was the wreckage? In aviation history, even deep-sea crashes leave behind something. Floating debris, an oil slick, radio transmissions, something. But in this case, there was nothing. No emergency beacons, no reports of wreckage washing up along the coast. Just silence. Then there was the idea that the plane had been dismantled for parts. A Boeing 727 was valuable, even if it wasn't in prime condition. Its engines alone were worth millions on the black market. If criminals wanted to strip it down and sell it piece by piece, they could. But where? Investigators searched for a hidden airstrip or facility where a 727 could be disassembled. Remote airports in Africa, illegal smuggling hubs in South America, anywhere a plane could be secretly torn apart. But again, nothing. No missing aircraft parts matching the plane's serial numbers ever surfaced. Then came the most bizarre theory. The plane was still flying. Some experts believed the 727 had been repainted and given a fake identity, allowing it to blend into international air traffic. In less regulated parts of the world, paperwork could be forged, flight plans fabricated, and an aircraft's past erased. Reports surfaced of suspicious Boeing 727s spotted in Guinea, Colombia, and even the Middle East. But every lead hit a dead end. None of them could be confirmed as the missing Angola aircraft. The lack of evidence only deepened the mystery. If the aircraft had been stolen for profit, why had it disappeared so completely? If it had crashed, why wasn't there a single trace of it? And if it was still out there, flying under a new identity, who was using it, and for what purpose? Months turned into years, and the missing Boeing 727 became something more than just a stolen plane. It became a legend. The case never truly went cold. There were always whispers, rumors of sightings, and theories that refused to die. A plane of that size couldn't just vanish. Someone, somewhere, had to know something. Then, in 2005, 2 years after the disappearance, an unregistered Boeing 727 was spotted in Guinea, West Africa. The sighting came from a private intelligence source, someone who had been tracking illegal aircraft movements in the region. The plane matched the description of the missing Angola jet. Same model, same modifications, but there was no way to confirm if it was the same aircraft. By the time authorities arrived, the plane was gone. Not long after, a second suspicious 727 was reported, this time in Colombia, a known hub for drug cartels and smuggling operations. Again, the details were vague. The aircraft had no verifiable records, and its ownership was a mystery. Could the missing plane have been repurposed for illegal operations? If so, who was flying it? Some former intelligence officers suggested that criminal networks had rebranded the 727, changing its tail number, repainting it, and using it for untraceable flights. A plane that didn't officially exist could be used to move drugs, weapons, or even people without detection. But these theories were just that, theories. No concrete evidence ever surfaced. No serial numbers were confirmed. And despite the occasional sighting, no government agency was ever able to intercept or identify the missing plane. At one point, aviation enthusiasts, conspiracy theorists, and even former pilots started forming their own networks, trying to track the aircraft. Online forums buzzed with speculation. Had the plane been hidden in a hangar, waiting to be used? Was it flying in a war zone, running supplies or weapons? Or had it been quietly destroyed, its parts scattered beyond recognition? Every time a new sighting emerged, hope flickered, but just as quickly, it faded. The Boeing remained a ghost, appearing and disappearing in whispers, but never in reality. The missing Boeing 727 wasn't just a plane anymore. It was a riddle with no answer. For years, aviation experts, intelligence agencies, and amateur sleuths chased rumors, hoping for a break in the case. But despite fleeting sightings and scattered theories, the real question remained. What happened to the two men suspected to be on board? The last known individuals connected to the stolen aircraft were Ben Charles Padilla, an American aircraft mechanic, and John Mutantu, a Congolese aviation technician. Neither was an experienced commercial pilot, and certainly neither was qualified to fly a 100-ton jet alone. So where did they go? Ben Padilla, the man at the center of the mystery. Of the two men, Ben Charles Padilla was the bigger mystery. A Florida-based aircraft mechanic, Padilla had been in Angola working on the Boeing 727 for months. He was hired to help restore the aircraft to flying condition, which meant he had intimate knowledge of its systems. He wasn't just a mechanic, though. He had some flight experience, though far below what was needed to operate the 727 safely. Padilla's family refused to believe he had stolen the plane on his own. His sister, Benita Padilla Kirkland, insisted that he was not a criminal and had no reason to steal the aircraft. In her eyes, something had gone terribly wrong. Ben had either been forced to take off or had been taken against his will. She believed he was dead. According to Padilla's family, the most plausible scenario was that someone else hijacked the plane, forcing Padilla to fly it before eventually disposing of him. But if that was the case, where was the wreckage? Where was the aircraft? The Mutantu enigma. Less was known about John Mutantu, the Congolese aviation technician also believed to be on board. Mutantu had no piloting experience and had only been working on the aircraft in a maintenance capacity. Unlike Padilla, Mutantu had no family or contacts advocating for him in the search. His name faded from most reports, and it seemed that whatever had happened to him was an afterthought in the larger mystery of the missing aircraft. If Mutantu had been involved, what was his role? Was he simply in the wrong place at the wrong time, or did he know more than anyone suspected? What if they never took off alone? There was always another possibility, that neither man had anything to do with the disappearance. Some theorists believed that a third party had been involved. Could a group of trained pilots have hijacked the aircraft, forcing Padilla and Mutantu to cooperate? Some details seem to support this idea. The aircraft took off smoothly, with no signs of struggle. It climbed westward into the Atlantic as if following a planned flight path. No distress signals or mayday calls were made. If Padilla had been piloting against his will, why hadn't he found a way to communicate with the tower? Was he already dead before takeoff? Others speculated that the aircraft had already been prepped for theft, and Padilla and Mutantu were mere pawns in a larger operation. If this was an organized crime effort, the true pilots could have been waiting nearby, taking control at the last moment. No bank activity, no calls, no traces. For months, investigators kept tabs on Padilla's finances, phone records, and personal connections. If he had stolen the plane, wouldn't he need money, new documentation, or a way to survive? Yet, nothing surfaced. No bank activity. No communication with his family. No confirmed sightings. If he was alive, he had vanished just as completely as the plane itself. This deepened the mystery even further. If he had stolen the aircraft willingly, where did he go? If he had been killed, where was the body? For all the governments, intelligence agencies, and independent researchers involved in the search, not a single solid clue led to his whereabouts. A pattern in aviation. Mysteries? Strangely, this wasn't the first time an aircraft had disappeared so completely. Amelia Earhart's disappearance in 1937 had left the world wondering for decades. Flight 19's loss in the Bermuda Triangle, 1945, still defied explanation. Even Malaysia Airlines Flight MH370, 2014, which vanished in modern times with all the world's tracking technology, still had major unanswered questions. Could the Boeing 727 disappearance be part of this long history of unsolved aviation mysteries? Or was it something entirely different? A theft or hijacking that simply succeeded? A final dead end. By 2004, the case had all but stalled. No governments reported the 727 landing in their jurisdiction. No wreckage surfaced. No black market parts were linked back to the missing aircraft. And most unsettling of all, Padilla and Mutantu were never heard from again. Their families never received closure. No remains were found. No records indicated they had started new lives under different identities. It was as if they had been erased. Even today, aviation experts still debate what happened that night in Angola. Was this a carefully planned operation, an accident that spiraled out of control, or something even stranger? No one knows for sure. And until someone, somewhere, finds that missing Boeing 727, the mystery will remain unsolved. In the quiet expanse of the Australian skies, where the vast blue meets the endless horizon, flying was more than just transportation. It was a profound expression of freedom. For 20-year-old Frederick Valentich, it was also a gateway to a future he dreamed of, one that combined his passion for aviation with a youthful fascination for the unknown, particularly his keen interest in unidentified flying objects. Frederick was not just an ordinary young man with a hobby. He was an ambitious pilot, albeit relatively inexperienced, with about 150 hours of flying time logged, a significant portion of which was solo. He was serious about turning his passion into a profession, aiming to qualify as a commercial pilot. However, his journey was marked by both enthusiasm and a few instances of overconfidence, as noted by his instructors and peers. Despite these minor setbacks, his commitment to flying was unwavering, driven by a deep-seated love for the skies. On October 21, 1978, Valentich prepared for a routine flight that was anything but ordinary. His plan was to fly from Moorabbin Airport in Victoria to King Island, a simple stretch across the Bass Strait. The purpose of the trip was partly practical. He was tasked with picking up some friends, and partly personal, a chance to log more flight hours under his belt. The weather that day was favorable, and everything seemed poised for a smooth journey. As he performed his pre-flight checks, Valentich's demeanor was calm and collected. Those who saw him that afternoon reported nothing out of the ordinary. He filed his flight plan, noting his route, expected time of arrival, and other standard details. The flight to King Island was supposed to be a straightforward one, with clear skies and gentle winds. But what transpired over the next few hours would turn this routine flight into one of Australia's most enduring mysteries. The aircraft Frederick chose for this flight was a single-engine Cessna 182, a reliable model known for its sturdy handling and forgiving nature in flight, qualities that made it a favorite among training schools and private pilots alike. This particular Cessna, however, was about to become famous not for its performance, but for its mysterious and sudden disappearance. With everything in order, Valentich took off from Moorabbin at approximately 6:19 p.m. The initial phase of the flight proceeded without incident. Valentich maintained regular contact with air traffic control, providing routine updates on his position as he crossed the coastline and headed out over the open water of the Bass Strait. However, as he neared the halfway point of his journey, his communications took a strange turn. He reported encountering another aircraft, which he described as exceedingly unusual in appearance. According to transcripts of his radio communications, Valentich was initially curious, then increasingly perturbed. He described the other craft as moving at high speed, and it seemed to toy with his Cessna, appearing overhead, then vanishing only to reappear from different angles. His descriptions grew more frantic, his voice tinged with confusion and alarm. Frederick's fascination with UFOs was well known among his circle. He often spoke of them not as mere science fiction, but as a genuine interest, fueled by a string of recent sightings reported across Australia. This context turned his flight into a narrative ripe for speculation and wonder, as he was now seemingly living his worst, or perhaps most thrilling, scenario. His last transmission was the most harrowing. "It is hovering, and it is not an aircraft," he reported. These words would be the last anyone would hear from Frederick Valentich. Moments later, the radio link crackled into static, and silence took over. Back at Moorabbin Airport, confusion reigned. Air traffic controllers scrambled to re-establish contact, but to no avail. As the minutes turned into hours, concern grew. Search and rescue operations were soon underway, marking the start of an extensive search that would captivate and mystify the world. Frederick Valentich's disappearance raised numerous questions. What did he see in the sky that evening? Was it a misinterpretation, or had he encountered something truly unexplainable? These questions haunted the investigation, and would soon elevate the incident from a mere missing person case to a legend discussed and debated by aviators and UFO enthusiasts alike. Frederick Valentich's departure from Moorabbin Airport had been routine. The engines of his Cessna 182 hummed smoothly as he ascended into the early evening sky, leaving the familiar landscape of Victoria behind. His flight plan was straightforward: head southwest towards King Island, a speck of land nestled in the Bass Strait between Australia and Tasmania. It was a flight path he had considered carefully, suited to his experience level and the Cessna's capabilities. As Valentich settled into the cockpit, the world below him transformed. The urban sprawl gave way to the rugged, windswept coastline, and then to the open sea. Flying over water was a different kind of piloting experience, one that demanded constant vigilance and respect for the unpredictable nature of the ocean below. The first half of the flight passed uneventfully. Valentich maintained a steady altitude, checking his instruments routinely while keeping in contact with Melbourne's air traffic control. He reported his position methodically, confirming his progress and ensuring he was on track. The communication was standard procedure, a lifeline to the ground and a record of his journey's progress. However, as Valentich approached the midway point of his flight, something changed. It began subtly. An unscripted pause in his communications, a break in the rhythm that had defined the earlier part of his journey. Then, the tone of his transmissions altered. He contacted Melbourne Air Traffic Control with an unexpected report. He was not alone in the sky. Valentich's voice, usually calm and collected, carried a note of confusion as he described the other aircraft. It was, he reported, an unusual sight, faster than his Cessna and far more agile. The aircraft appeared to be playing a strange game, moving at high speed, ascending past him only to suddenly appear on a different side. Each report Valentich made grew more alarmed. The craft seemed to toy with him, darting in and out of his field of vision with baffling ease. As he tried to make sense of what he was seeing, Valentich continued to describe the aircraft's maneuvers to air traffic control. His descriptions were punctuated with attempts to identify the type of aircraft, but none fit. It wasn't behaving like any conventional airplane he knew. It didn't seem to adhere to the physical limitations of human-made aircraft. The situation escalated as Valentich reported that the aircraft had approached much closer. It hovered overhead, its movements unlike anything he had encountered before. This proximity allowed him to provide more detail about its appearance. It seemed to be metallic, shiny, and was emitting a green light. His voice conveyed a mixture of awe and distress. The aircraft's behavior and capabilities were unlike anything he had studied or heard about. This part of the flight, marked by these bizarre encounters, was critical. Valentich's focus shifted from navigation to dealing with the unexpected presence. Each transmission to Melbourne became more urgent, his sentences clipped as he struggled to maintain composure and control over his aircraft. The exchange reached a climax when Valentich expressed something more than surprise or confusion. There was a palpable tension in his voice. "It is hovering, and it is not an aircraft," he stated firmly, the final words that painted a picture of something beyond ordinary understanding. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the communication cut off. The line went dead, leaving only static in its wake. Melbourne Air Traffic Control frantically called out to Valentich, seeking clarification, any response to indicate that he was still there. But there was nothing, only the haunting silence of an open channel with no reply. The disappearance of Frederick Valentich had begun as an ordinary flight, a young pilot in pursuit of hours and experience. But as the sun set over the Bass Strait that evening, it turned into something entirely different, a mystery that would echo through the annals of aviation history. After the chilling final transmission from Frederick Valentich, the atmosphere in Melbourne's Air Traffic Control Centre shifted from routine oversight to acute crisis management. The young pilot's last report, unsettling in its content and abrupt in its conclusion, spurred immediate action from the concerned controllers. Valentich had been clear, albeit deeply troubled, in his last communication. He described an object hovering above him, which he distinctly stated was not an aircraft. His words were marked by a firmness that suggested he was seeing something extraordinary, something that defied his understanding as a pilot. The silence that followed his final transmission was ominous, turning the routine tracking of a small aircraft into a potential search and rescue operation. With no further contact from Valentich, the controllers wasted no time in deploying standard emergency protocols. Initially, they attempted to re-establish communication, hoping for any sign that Valentich was still airborne and simply experiencing radio difficulties. Repeated calls were made, each unanswered, only amplifying the urgency of the situation. As minutes turned into hours without any response, the scope of the operation expanded. The Australian authorities were notified, and a full-scale search and rescue mission was launched by the evening. The operation involved multiple assets, including aircraft and sea vessels, tasked with scouring the area of Valentich's last known position over the Bass Strait. The search teams faced daunting conditions. The Bass Strait, notorious for its unpredictable weather and rough seas, posed significant challenges. The vastness of the area, coupled with the fading light of dusk, further complicated the efforts. Search planes swept over the water, looking for any sign of Valentich or his Cessna, while boats combed the waves below. Despite the extensive resources deployed and the urgency of the search, no trace of Valentich or his aircraft was found that night. The search continued over the following days, with additional teams joining the effort. The Australian Maritime Safety Authority coordinated the operation, expanding the search area and utilizing more sophisticated technology, including radar and satellite imagery. The lack of physical evidence was perplexing. No debris, oil slick, or other typical indicators of an aircraft crash were evident. The sea and air search teams reported back only the emptiness of the open water and the unyielding silence of the sky. The search efforts persisted, driven by hope and the possibility that Valentich might have landed somewhere on the water and was waiting to be rescued. But as days passed with no sign of him or his aircraft, that hope began to wane. The official search operation would eventually be called off, leaving unanswered questions and profound concern for the young pilot's fate. The disappearance of Frederick Valentich became a focal point of intrigue and speculation. It catalyzed a series of investigations, discussions, and theories, both official and among the public. The mysterious circumstances, particularly the pilot's report of an unusual object, fed into broader discussions about unidentified flying objects and their possible interactions with aviation. This chapter of Valentich's journey concludes not with resolution, but with the stark reality of his vanishing, a moment in time that would forever be etched in the annals of Australian aviation mysteries. The silence from his radio on that fateful evening marked the beginning of a story that continues to provoke curiosity and debate to this day. As the reality of Frederick Valentich's disappearance settled in, the focus shifted entirely to a comprehensive search and rescue operation. Initiated by the Australian authorities, the operation spanned several days and involved numerous assets, drawing on a broad spectrum of air and sea resources to comb through the vast, treacherous waters of the Bass Strait. The search efforts were extensive and meticulously planned. Aircraft equipped with advanced radar and thermal imaging flew grid patterns over the area, while boats with sonar capabilities scanned the depths below. The goal was to cover as much area as possible, as quickly as possible, in the hope of finding any trace of Valentich or his Cessna 182. Despite the favorable weather conditions that followed the initial disappearance, the search teams faced the inherent challenges of the Bass Strait, known for its capricious weather patterns and strong currents. These conditions often made the search efforts difficult, with waves and wind disrupting the progress of boats and limiting the effectiveness of aerial searches during certain parts of the day. As the search continued, the Australian Maritime Safety Authority coordinated efforts from multiple agencies, including the Royal Australian Air Force, local volunteer marine rescue organizations, and even merchant vessels passing through the area. Each day, the teams would debrief, share findings, and adjust their strategies, determined to uncover any clue that could lead to Valentich. However, the days passed with frustratingly little to show for the efforts. No wreckage was sighted, and no signals were detected that could suggest the location of the crashed plane. The search teams expanded the search radius, hoping that drift patterns might have carried Valentich away from his last known location. Still, the vast ocean seemed to have swallowed all evidence of his passage. The lack of any physical evidence perplexed investigators and search crews alike. In cases of aircraft crashes at sea, some debris typically surfaces, whether from the impact itself or from the interior of the aircraft. Yet, in Valentich's case, the sea offered nothing. No floating debris, no oil slicks, no emergency locator transmissions, nothing that indicated a crash site. This complete absence of evidence led to an increased interest in Valentich's last communication. His report of an encounter with an unusual aircraft, described under clear distress, became a focal point for both official investigators and the public. The peculiar nature of his descriptions prompted some to speculate about otherworldly explanations, including UFO involvement, which only intensified as the search yielded no results. After 2 weeks of intensive searching, the official search and rescue operation was reluctantly called off. The decision was met with disappointment and a sense of defeat by those involved, especially given the emotional toll on Valentich's family and friends. The announcement marked a somber acknowledgement that the chances of finding Valentich alive, or even recovering his remains, were exceedingly slim. The cessation of the search did not end the public's fascination with the case, nor did it silence the myriad theories about what might have happened. Instead, it transitioned the incident from an active rescue operation to a lingering mystery, one that would captivate curious minds and fuel debates about aviation safety, the unknown, and the unexplained. The story of Frederick Valentich's disappearance remained alive in the collective memory, a perplexing enigma of the skies that refused to be forgotten. With the official search for Frederick Valentich concluded and no tangible evidence found, the focus shifted from a rescue mission to the realm of speculation and investigation. The mysterious circumstances surrounding Valentich's last transmission led to a myriad of theories, each trying to make sense of the unexplained disappearance. Valentich's own interest in UFOs became a significant aspect of the public discourse surrounding his disappearance. His final communication with air traffic control, where he described an encounter with an unusual aircraft exhibiting extraordinary capabilities, naturally led to conjecture about extraterrestrial involvement. This theory was bolstered by reported UFO sightings in the area around the time of his flight. UFO enthusiasts and some members of the public embraced the possibility that Valentich had encountered an alien craft, which somehow led to his disappearance. These speculations were fueled by a broader global interest in UFOs, which in the late 1970s was still riding the wave of the post-Roswell fascination with flying saucers and government cover-ups. Skeptics of the UFO theory proposed more conventional explanations for Valentich's disappearance. Some aviation experts suggested that Valentich, possibly disoriented by the overwater flight at dusk, might have become the victim of spatial disorientation, a common hazard in aviation, particularly among less experienced pilots. This could have caused him to misinterpret what he saw, including mistaking his own aircraft's lights reflected on the water or on a layer of cloud as another craft. Another theory was that Valentich had staged his own disappearance. This stemmed from investigations into his background, revealing his fascination not only with UFOs, but also with stories of pilots disappearing or starting anew under a different identity. However, those close to Valentich, including family and friends, strongly disputed this, describing him as enthusiastic and serious about his aviation career. The possibility of a more mundane accident was also considered. Some speculated that Valentich's aircraft might have suffered a mechanical failure, or that he might have crashed into the sea after running out of fuel. However, the lack of debris and the absence of an oil slick on the water made this scenario seem unlikely unless the aircraft had sunk intact, a rare occurrence given the expected breakup on impact. The absence of hard evidence meant that no conclusive determination could be made. The Australian Department of Transport conducted an investigation, but its findings were inconclusive, citing a lack of sufficient information to reach a definitive explanation. The mystery of Valentich's disappearance had a lasting impact on aviation in Australia, leading to increased safety protocols and more rigorous training for pilots flying over water. The case also continued to be a topic of academic and investigative interest. Researchers and documentary filmmakers periodically revisited the story, each bringing new technology and theories to bear in the hope of uncovering new information, or perhaps one day finding physical evidence that could bring closure to the case. The Valentich disappearance remains a compelling story, not just for those involved in aviation and UFO studies, but for anyone intrigued by human interaction with the unknown. It serves as a cautionary tale about the limits of human perception and the mysteries that can arise when the familiar intersects with the unexplainable. As the years passed, the disappearance of Frederick Valentich continued to resonate not just within the aviation and UFO enthusiast communities, but also among the wider public as a compelling mystery of the unknown. The lack of closure and definitive evidence has kept the case alive in the form of books, documentaries, and continued discussions in various forums. Here, we examine the legacy and ongoing interest surrounding Valentich's mysterious flight. Frederick Valentich's case has become a cornerstone discussion in both aviation safety and UFO circles. For aviation professionals, it serves as a stark reminder of the dangers of potential disorientation and the vital importance of maintaining situational awareness, especially when flying over large bodies of water. The incident has been used in training seminars to educate pilots about the psychological and physical effects of flying under stressful conditions and the potential for misinterpreting visual cues in the vast and featureless landscapes like the sea. In the realm of UFO research, Valentich's disappearance is often cited as one of the most intriguing cases due to the pilot's own reported sightings and the circumstances of his last transmission. It continues to fuel debates about the possibility of otherworldly encounters, and has become a part of UFO lore, frequently referenced at conferences and in literature discussing human interactions with supposed extraterrestrial vehicles. New developments occasionally reignite interest in the Valentich disappearance. Advances in technology, such as satellite imagery and improved sonar capabilities, have prompted new searches in the Bass Strait and surrounding areas. Though these efforts have not yet produced any concrete results, they maintain public interest and hope that new evidence may eventually surface. Interest is also kept alive by the media, with periodic retrospectives and updates on the case. These often coincide with anniversaries of the event, drawing new attention from those previously unaware of Valentich's story. Each wave of interest encourages fresh looks at the available data, sometimes bringing new theories to light or re-examining old ones with new technology or methodologies. Researchers and theorists continue to explore less conventional explanations, driven both by the strange details of Valentich's last reported observations and by the absence of physical evidence. Discussions often involve the exploration of what an encounter with an advanced unknown technology might entail, and how it could lead to the disappearance of an aircraft without a trace. Such speculations delve into the limits of current human understanding of physics and technology, proposing scenarios where conventional retrieval and detection methods might fail. The Valentich case has also had a significant cultural impact, inspiring segments of films, television series, and literature. These portrayals explore the human aspect of the mystery, emphasizing the emotional and psychological effects on those involved, particularly Valentich's family and friends. They also examine the broader implications of a society grappling with phenomena that it cannot easily explain through current scientific understanding. The legacy of Frederick Valentich is a complex tapestry woven from threads of mystery, tragedy, and the unyielding human quest for answers. While the truth behind his disappearance may never be fully uncovered, the story continues to intrigue and inspire, It serves as a reminder of our perpetual fascination with the sky and what lies beyond, as well as the profound and sometimes haunting unknowns that remain in our own world. As long as the mystery remains unsolved, the legend of Valentich's flight will continue to captivate imaginations and stimulate curiosity across generations.